like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Been through the flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance, gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boys been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal in room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Double pump and bring it back like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like, hey. Oh, don't write, back again. Don't know me, go and ask a friend. Hitting these shows, gotta pack 'em in. I spin it, I'll make it back again. Shawty, go and bring your baddest friend. We can take it to the back of Benz. Do it like you would for TV. Camera on you like a bag of lens. Shaking it for me, I'm loving the move. First say you bad and yeah, I'm cool. Walking up to it, not thinking it through. Like shawty, tell me what's good with you. Coming with me and she got, ayy, 24 on a watch. You don't know, that's a lot. What she want is what I bought, yeah. If I want it, I'ma get it, yeah. I just talk the way I live it, yeah. I got plenty women, they all wanna ride, even in a Civic. But now I pull up in the Aston. For money, I'm made off the back end. High end with the fashion, now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah. Throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey. Double pump and bring it back, like, hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Hey, like, hey. Yeah, throwing money fast, like, hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey.
Roll like the bank, I'ma Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Madre mía, qué bonita la iglesia esta, que está medio a ser.
Qué ornamentos, qué claraboyas. Qué radia más luz que una flash de Sky.
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
¿Pero os queréis callar? Contemplad.
¡Qué gustico! Estoy aquí en el paseo marítimo.
Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande. Parece la ulti de Harbor.
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito. Vaya pirulo, niño.
Ya estoy bien la coña. Vamos a ver lo que vamos a hacer. Porque la Rambla está muy vistas. Y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. ¿Vamos a ver la final de EMEA? Venga, vamos para el Olímpico.
Pues venga, comprad las entradas porque ya están a la venta.
Y bueno, la fiesta la dejamos para el domingo, después de la final, ¿no?
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I
down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Is Tier 2 a myth? That's the question some will be asking themselves after 2 days where the play-ins have seen just one VCT team hold on to their upper bracket position while 3 challengers pull off satisfying victories in their Berlin debuts. And whatever your thoughts are, it's exciting to see that the road to Barcelona is open enough for anyone bold enough to make their mark on this stage. So are we going to see one of the new teams make it to playoffs, Vega?
I would be incredibly happy. Before coming into this play-in, I was saying I would be happy with a 3-1, like in 3 teams from Tier 1 and then one of the teams to just give all the support from the Tier 2 to that one team. And I think that now we'll be happier with the 2-2. I know that yesterday it was only a show-in and there's still a fair bit of teams, of strong teams that I think they have to go through. But a 3-1 for them in their opening matches is incredible.
It's amazing to see, right, Mac?
Well, look, you look at this at the moment, there is a very high chance with what we've got. There's 3 of the 8 remaining teams are those Tier 2 teams in the upper bracket. They got a few chances, and I can't wait to see them prove everyone wrong and make it the whole way.
And we also need to think about the teams that lost yesterday. They will have to wait until next week to then play for they will probably be the last time that we see teams next week.
If you're a team like Fnatic, do you want more reps or do you want that time off? Well, I say time off. They're going to be working insanely hard to be ready.
Yeah, well, they've got to.
I don't. Honestly, I think that is something that we should ask Fnatic.
Yeah.
Because it's for them it's like a complicated situation and it's like, oh, I see like map 1 for them and I'm like, oh, everything makes so much sense. And then we jump into Haven and they have Kayak and then I see Alpha going on Neon and I just think of the Gentlemates playing on Ascent and putting Mini on Euro and Martini's on the team and I'm like, guys, like, no,
You're in a dark place right now and it's okay. You've got Penguin. I was about to call him Tacti Penguin, Trendy Penguin. He looks like he lives in
Dan.
Shoreditch.
His name's Dan.
Dan, of
Dan
course
the
his
Penguin.
name's Dan. He literally looks like he lives in Shoreditch in that hat and he's called Dan. Classic.
Yes,
Let's take a look at today's schedule. You can see we're going to have Fit versus Giant X first and then Eternal Fire versus Job Live. So we get to have a Tier 1 matchup to kick things off with. And Giant X, I mean, the fact that they are the only team to have actually remained in the upper bracket from our VCT teams, I don't think anyone had their money on that one.
Yeah, I think especially because of the season that they had, right? Like there was a lot of ups and downs. I feel like they themselves knew that every team had a different journey throughout Stage 2, and we can all agree that Giant X wasn't an easy one. It was not the place to be. Although we've always joked about how this Stage 2 is more like when they have their off season and they change things up. But I really liked what I see. I saw a team that was permabanning Summit into going and picking it. We finally got to see the Lotus. Like there was glimmers of hope and them turning out situations into their favor.
Yeah, and look, there was a real world where they weren't here in the upper bracket. That game got quite close against SEG the other day, and I really hope that SGE, sorry.
SGE.
Sports Gamer. Yeah, we went over that the other day. But yeah, there is a lot going on for Giant X, and I'm really hoping that we get to see more from them today. They were confident when we had them on the post plant, had a quick chat to them on the couch the other day. They seemed to be relatively confident with how they've changed things, implemented the changes. I think it was them as well saying they didn't really get a huge chance to get a lot of practice in during the group stage, so the group stage kind of was their practice, and now they get to show us what they've been working on.
Well, should we remind ourselves of that series, the maps we saw and what we saw being played on them, because Summit in particular was an interesting one.
Yeah.
You see Jessie on the Brimstone? Flickless on the KO. I know that you're not a big fan of the KO, but I feel like Giant X probably are now.
Yeah. We talked to Ned, and he was speaking about why they chose that comp and why other teams had made it work and why it seemed like it would fit them. It definitely did. I know that we're still struggling here in EMEA in this map in some areas in particular. Probably Firefox has come to change that and actually teach us how to play the defense, but time will tell on that. To me, it's also the compositions and who was playing what, right? Like for example, Jesse, amazing day for him. Also, Westside, bar that ascend where they don't change things up. If we look at the maps that they did win, which were the Lotus and the Summit, and you look at the names, a lot of comfort, a lot of like, this is the area where you want to see and can see this players shine.
And that's kind of what we did as well, right? We also had, Net got to pick his brains the other day as a sort of secondary caller, I guess is what we can kind of call him, because, you were the one that was like, he's calling, he has to be calling.
I mean, he is, it's just like, Flickless giving that initial plan and then Net giving the follow-up. He speaks very fast, so I think it makes a lot of sense. He has clean comms.
I was about to say, he speaks fast, but everyone is listening to him and following his lead, whereas sometimes when we're listening on the comms, we hear everyone talking, everyone trying to have ideas. Yesterday, for example, with Fnatic, Cloud tried to make a call. None of the team listened to him. Poster said, don't use your prowlers. Out goes Cloud's prowlers. It was a bit of a sloppy shot.
Yeah, when you love how Fnatic are just catching strays left, right, and center.
Well, when you hear Net, it's like, so different. The team really respects him despite the fact he's only just joined them.
It's also role-based too, right? When he's the initiator or playing that Cypher, like you're either controlling one whole side of the map on your own, you've got that dedication and you need to call those rotations, or you're also sending them in with that utility with the recon.
I don't want to get too excited for Giant X though, because they've got a big hill to climb. They're going up against Foot today, but also if you look at Summit, they had to pull off some huge clutches to get through that.
I know that it feels like there were maybe too many of this, and you can say, oh, just the individuals, they didn't win because they were the better team. Some of this plays were very complicated and very high stress. This is where Giant X had failed in the past, of in like, you have good individuals if all of you are following the same plan. Might or might not work, but it is in those clutch situations that we maybe didn't give that much to them. Jesse only needed one. Myman only needed one, and he was shining. Net actually cheering for him, mad crazy. And also Westside with this 1v4. Again, many of these situations are on the other team and not being able to close an easy round, but we cannot undermine the pressure that Giant X have been through under for the entirety of the stage.
And yeah, I was just watching this one again because it was such a nice little clutch there
it's
from
enjoyable.
Westside. I hope we get a bit more of that, today. Obviously, arguably on the opposite side of the field, there is going to be Foot, there is going to be a lot more experience, and you've just got that Turkish Valorant power. It's just formidable, isn't it?
Yeah, but should we talk about who they've taken down so far in Stage 2 and who they've had to maybe struggle against and lick their wounds afterwards by taking a look at who they've faced so far? I mean, Mac, do you think so far Foot, they've had an easy ride? I mean, they have beaten BBL.
Sandwich.
Yeah. It's a sandwich, but can we just say that the bread that was Team Liquid, when they went up against them, they were up against...
that is Eternal Fire.
Oh, that's Eternal Fire.
That's Eternal Fire.
So sorry.
We also have a burger for the second one.
We do. There was
multiple burgers.
There was no Team Liquid on that page, but there was BBL, and they managed to take them down. And to be fair, that's a scalp you want to be able to take right now.
Absolutely, especially for an org like Foot. I know that we've dedicated a bit more time to talk about Giant X in this one because I think they deserve it. It's good to see them win.
Yeah.
But do not forget, it is difficult to see where Foot are at the moment because as you were seeing, it's like, oh, they lose against Navi, but they're able to win against BBL. One of the one match the BBL lost in the entirety of the stage. We've seen them try things. We've seen them go into so many different maps. And apparently, we all believe that they will be the winners today.
Yeah, look, I feel like they're the favourites. They're arguably the favourites, especially the fact that, Giant X, we only got to see what they're really capable of 2 days ago. Before that, when we were, sort of thinking about predictions, we just think back to all of those wins, the big W over BBL as well. Like, that's just such a scalp to take. And then they also have arguably the stronger pool there for the group. So they've just got a lot of experience, a lot of reps in, and I feel like GX, they have a very big hill to climb today.
I spoke to Vlad earlier, and he said that they have been making some changes. Naturally, being a coach, he wouldn't tell me exactly what they were. But then I said to him, are you going to be playing Lotus without a Senti again? And he said, no. So they should have changed Lotus, and we potentially are going to see them play it today, Mac, if we get that far.
well, we haven't picked into Summit today. You know, that one wasn't left open. But Split
Giant X was willing to leave it for the third.
Yeah, I like that they've floated. I like that they've, you know, given us the idea of it. And I am happy that we get to see Sunset this week because we haven't seen it yet. So
true. That is very true, and a good map. Giant X are becoming such a menace because, as I was saying, like, it's not only that you do not ban the Summit, now you're super willing to play it. Now you can ban something else. That else being Haven makes me very happy because I really do not like the map. For Foot, it keeps being the same. They do not want to play the Breeze. Weird, because with the aimers that they have, I would really like to see them on Breeze. But yeah, something that if they get to play us, will not even have to worry about. Split, Sunset, I see where things are going to. I like to see Giant X picking into this one, but roles-wise, I still wonder what they're going to face if there's any changes.
Yeah. Do you think then, oh, Mac, sorry, final thoughts before we head into the game?
I was just going to say, you know, Foot, they love that double duelist. You know, they love to get absolutely aggressive, and Sunset and Split, they're both maps where that should work out for them.
Well, let's see if this can go all the way as two VCT teams fight to stay in the upper bracket.
Esports versus Giant X.
They say Giant X is the team that can always bounce back, and now Jesse is fully integrated into the team and able to step up too. It's an exciting time to be a fan of the blue and black. But on the side of Foot, we've not seen them play for a week. Speaking to Coach Vlad earlier, he was actually a bit nervous about having spent so much time away from the stage, Mac, but I don't think we should be worried about that.
No, I feel like you shouldn't be worried about it at all. Like, all worries, you've got to leave them behind, or, you know, you're not going to play your best game. It's all about confidence, especially for Giant X. They need to stay confident. You saw the other day, they were having a great time. They were laughing. Even when things were going wrong, they were just keeping a positive mentality. And I feel like if that's something that you can bring in up against a team like Foot, that can take you a long way.
Yeah, something that you were saying about Foot and how much they love the double duelists, I think is such an interesting conversation to have for this game in particular, because we have such good double duelists here in the EMEA. Giant X does not fit that kind of, does not fill that kind of gap. And especially when we think of Sunset, we saw Giant X play in it a little bit as a surprise. I don't think there was much expected. We did see the breach. We saw the comp that they were running in the past. So I do expect also some changes up in that front. For the side also of the double duelist, Foot alongside, I'm going to say Team Liquid and Gentimates are the only teams that run double duelist everywhere. Like, it's not that they like it, it's like they love it. They're making their own. We highlighted Zeus a lot and how he plays on the Waylay, and he definitely needs to deliver today.
Well, the teams are relaxing in their Razer gaming chairs, and soon they won't be relaxed at all, but they will be feeling comfortable, Matt.
I'm sure they would. You know, I wish that this couch was just Razer chairs instead, personally. But look, that's just my personal preference. And Split, obviously a great place to kick this off. I feel like in terms of the composition, I don't think we're going to see any or too much of a change up at all from Foot. They love a little bit of Raze, a little bit of Neon in there as the double duelist, and it's been working for them so far, and it's going to be the exact same thing. All right, so Giant X, if they expected this one coming in, which you would assume so, they should have prepped some way to get into this one. You know, West Side on the Phoenix gives me a little bit of hope, as we also have that arguably triple walls over on that Giant X side with you got that flame wall there for the Phoenix 2. So again, just a lot of utility just to slice up this map and control it for Giant X. Foot have slightly less so, but still, you know, they've got the firepower.
To me also, Cristalli has been so important in this map for the good and the bad, you know, for the side of Foot. So for them starting on the defense, I want to see how much support he's going to get on the right side of the map, because I do think that Giant X could see a weakness.
Well, let's see who's going to be exploiting who as we head over to Split with Tom Biz and Mitchman.
Definitely a step up in competition for GX today. Foot looking like they could be a bigger challenge, you could say.
They're probably a team that maybe should have already made it through the group stage. They lost to Na'Vi week 1. They had one other loss. All the others in between, they look very good. So I think that they are a squad that we are fully expecting to be in contention to make it to Barcelona and inevitably to champs. Like, they have been in the running throughout the, well, okay, they won at kickoff. Throughout the year from stage 1 when they made all the changes, and this is the roster that we've had. Whereas GX, sadly, have not been in contention pretty much throughout the entirety of the year. And I was honestly a little bit surprised they were able to come back in the game we saw just the other day versus Eintracht Frankfurt, because they went 6-0 down in multiple maps and had to pull it out the bag from behind because they were having such slow starts.
Yeah, it was definitely redemption arcs. We talked about them manning the checkpoint on the way to Tier 1. And, well, they managed to keep the invaders out, but only barely. Now they come up against the real guardsmen. Foot standing on the palisades to start this out. It's Yetege sent to the back of the site. Flashed up, blinded, and almost manages to get a kill from that. Damage done, but it's GX ahead in those early fights. The flank coming in as well from Flickless.
Oh, he's got maybe you have to be a little bit quicker. This whole team has just been lost, and now they know where he is. Both players low, but it doesn't matter. It's enough for Sociable. One of the things we talked about a lot last time we saw Foot play this map was that they were disjointed. You would have Sop, especially on this defensive side, dying within the first 8 seconds and being nowhere near any of his teammates. That was already better synergy than I think we saw the entire last time they played.
It is round 1, but it's
That's
good
one
signs,
more
right?
round than last time.
Exactly. It's good to see that discipline there early on. Singing from the same hymn sheet, our Foot, and it's sounding good. Coming out of Yetege. 1-0. GX left down to pistols. And for Foot, they've had time to work on all of those problems. We expect that this isn't a round 1 of pure luck. We expect to see that synergy amplified as the rounds go on. Sociable does extremely well. Jesse's been biding his time and finally strikes for 1. With Flickless's kill and the recovery of the Bulldog, this now looks like a competitive enough round for, if anything, GX just want to do damage at the start of this round. And 1 more kill would already be very costly for Foot. But now there's a real opportunity to take it across the line. It all comes down to Zeus being caught. We're catching Flickless, and it's a clean shot from Zeus to seemingly recover this round.
Yeah, unfortunately, not quite quick enough. Any more damage from here would be nice, but
I love that.
They've already spotted
Toxin screen down.
Immediate runaway.
exactly where Jesse is, yeah. They know where he is as well. Yetege have just spotted him, so it really makes it an almost impossibility. If he goes back, he walks into the SMG, maybe even delivers that rifle back into the hands of the defense. And while he's waiting for someone to eventually make their move, and it will be him versus Yetege, with Yetege coming out on top.
Even getting an upgrade to a Bulldog as well. So all the big guns kept over for Foot. Definitely a round that got a bit spooky in the middle there. One fight onto
Jesse getting
Zeus.
behind. That was the bit.
It was the TP out of main. In the chaos, it wasn't heard. And Jesse couldn't help with this fight on Sociable. The Viper wall was up. It was blocking him out. So instead, he just waited to strike it and take down Sop, giving them a chance, but one that won't be converted. GX. Signs of life early, though. That's definitely a good sign. I did really enjoy, though, the fact that Zeus got his kill and just legged it. He was, He wasn't sticking around. He wasn't playing that confident game we've seen before. He was playing the smart one.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning that of those quote-unquote Tier 1 teams, GX are the only one that took a victory in their first game. Maybe good signs going forward, and well, already good signs in this round, leaving an impossible scenario for Yetege, and this bonus round is looking incredibly easy for GX.
Yeah, a very good start. Coming up against a pistol, but I think it was a bandit on Yetege. The rest of the squad was armed to the teeth. And one of the main men I'll have my eye on is Ara over on the GX side. Someone who's been, again, on that up and down arc. But I think the whole team has a narrative to them. Like for Westside, the shift in roles, seeing him here on the Phoenix, I think every game I see him out of Sentinel role is a game where I have to sit there and ask, is he justifying it? I find myself measuring his performance every time.
He did have quite a poor performance in their last game on the Sentinel map, so he was struggling.
Very true,
Which I will say, I completely agree with your point, because normally that is the narrative.
No, you're right, though,
it was weird. He had like an off day. Now, they still made it through the game, so I'm definitely going to be looking at him today, because normally, no matter the role, he still performs. It's whether it works out for the team. Obviously, we've seen Flickless also picking up more of that Phoenix at times to maybe give him back the role that we know him for. But yeah, that was the more shocking thing for me in their last match was that, well, firstly, he had a poor game, but also you saw massive step-ups from Net. I think Jesse had by far his best performance on the two maps that they were able to take over the line. So I think that some positive signs, some worrying signs, but the main factor of this game, the main story of this game is that Foot are coming in as hefty favorites based on form, based off peak. And I'm kind of going to be looking more at GX of like, okay, can you hold up? In the early stage of the round, they're doing very well. They're utilizing the Cs, be it a paranoia, extra utility being thrown through early just to try and deny any of that additional space, additional aggression. And they have got opening kills in back-to-back rounds doing it.
Flickless is sitting so far back here, but Cristalli knew something was up. There's no way they're giving up all that A space for nada. Cautiously approaching. He finds a little bit of info, but what to do from there? For GX, spotting that A push. Seems like it's drawn everybody back in this direction. And, well, glancing down at the util for Cristalli, still, he's got both flashes online at 55 seconds. A decent chance he's going to fire one around, but they're still in the spawn. It didn't catch them. No information to fall into Foot's hands. That second flash is going to be kept in case they need that retake, in case he needs to defend his site. But then eventually it goes for the info. Now they've got it. Blinded outside A, immediate rotation, Sop on his way, but Cristalli might have to hold alone.
Nothing to play with. He was very clutch in their game versus BBL, but this is a different scenario. Mollied into a corner, and he's going to get nothing for it. A little bit of tickle damage, but Ara has done the work to open up this site. The question now for Foot is how much are they going to go for here? 3 players fighting into 5. They know there's full weaponry on the other side. They know their economy is not going to cope with them losing all of these guns. It either has to be a victory or they need to save. And while that victory is looking less and less likely as the seconds go by, the hold out from GX looking stellar. And for Yedajay, no choice now but to save.
Yeah, we really didn't know which way the pendulum would swing with that second round. Foot being challenged, almost losing more than they could afford to, and GX showing signs of life. But the fact that Foot recovered, it still made me confident in that strong early start I expect to see, and that GX have given to their opponents even in the last game. So up against Foot, no reason to suspect otherwise yet. And now this turns into a very positive story for the attackers. GX have found damage in the round where they shouldn't really have, then followed up with 2 in a row, momentum starting to build, run it back online coming into this, and probably not even needed because they've now broken the economy of the defenders. It's a great start for a GX that yesterday looked wounded, but again, considering what you said, they did actually manage to hold off the bombardment of those Tier 2 teams, unlike everyone else.
Exactly. That's kind of the funny thing about it is, like, I wouldn't say I watched that game and was like, oh, that's a really impressive performance from GX, but they are the only team that didn't lose. So, if anything, it could be underestimation again of Eintracht Frankfurt. Going into that lower bracket, they might show a team or two who's boss. But for Foot, not the greatest of starts. No real weaponry bar the Yedajay rifle. And I do want to give the caveat that my expectation has been for both these teams when they've done well on this map, it has come on the attack side. 10-2 attack half versus BBL, 9-3 versus Pacific, and then some struggles on the defensive side versus Vitality. Same can be said, the 7-13 defeat to Team Liquid, 6 rounds on the attack, 1 round on defense. So both teams have looked stronger on the attack, but I think it's more so the manner in which GX have been winning these rounds. They've been comfortable denying aggression, which versus Foot can be difficult.
Well, that should be the case again here. Only one rifle. It's in the hands of Yedege as they look to retake this site. Zeus starts out well with Ara down. And it looks like it's a bit of danger rising towards the back of the site. Flickless, though, is there to recover. A quad kill for the Viper. And that will put GX into the lead. That should have been an easy round. It shouldn't have needed a big play, but Flickless was there anyways.
Yeah, it's always difficult versus Foot and low buys because it is sometimes where you see them group up a little bit more, play more like a normal team in the retake rather than being hyper-aggressive. And that death ball almost caused them problems, but Flickless does an excellent job to hold the line. They still have a lot of their ultimates going forward, one off of Viper's Pit, plus the 2 ults that they had already. But now the Soperator comes into play, and that always changes the game a little bit.
Now looking for Heaven Control, the change of the wall. Previously it was cutting them off close, allowing that Phoenix to flash through, but this time they want to run deep with it, trading the ult for the space. Sociable, not spotted in the smoke, ready to take them by surprise, but Ara's there quickly, finding a double. And the site, the plant, comes along with those kills. Nicely done by Ara. We said we had our eyes on him. Well, he had his crosshair on his opponents, much like Zeus. Taking down Flickless makes this doable, and Westside's in trouble. He's got to back off.
He's got to be a little bit careful. Doesn't seem like he's been able to clip his own blaze, so he hasn't actually been able to be healed back up. Leaves him on 19, but the time just feels too far gone. Zeus already looked like he was saving, had the showstopper in his back pocket, decided not to use it. Now he's being chased. That operator is at risk, and they want to remove it from his hands. Ara now 1 away from acing this round. I think he will stay 1 away because Yedege not going for the fight in this moment. Again, he saves at the last second, and that's been the perplexing thing for Foot is it didn't feel like they were fully committed to either of the rounds where they've challenged back in. They've thrown away a load of weaponry. They've denied themselves a repurchase, but they haven't got anything for it.
I'm glad I was cautious in the first round, saying they were all on the same page, but it was only the pistol. Like, here's those issues. I understand why Zeus doesn't ult 10 HP. You go firing out of heaven, you probably don't get to shoot the rocket. You're probably just dead. So that's fair enough. But he did move towards screens. It did look like they're going to go for it, and then the body language is in, it's out, only short of shaking it all about. And for Foot, at this point, they get what they deserve. Sloppy round, sloppy economy on the back of it, pistols. This is where they've had a bit of a challenge before. Flickless needed the 4K last time, and Foot have been very keen to play gambles. We've seen, last time it was like 5 players here. This time it's the 4-man stack up on A, and again, you're just going to rely on those sky flashes as well as the Trailblazer, the dog, going out to clear information outside the A site. Yedege's done well, and they use this showstopper. I like it. It's going to at least get them a weapon, but look, he hasn't got anything to lose. He's going to keep going, and that means he finds Westside. Now they've got picks across the board. Won't even go for the weapon. It's not worth throwing away his life. A 4 versus 2. Okay, good trades at least. This is all that Foot need. A low buy round to get them back into the swing of things, and it's Yedege. Now we see why he was trusted with that rifle.
Yeah, well, a huge round from him. Jesse, as said, had an excellent game the other day, but I think just before that paranoia connected onto Cristalli, he's able to land the shot. It's around, I was going to say it earlier, you always feel like they'll win one of these every once in a while just because of the raw individual skill that is on that Foot side, but they make it work with a singular ultimate invested, and more importantly, just some nice shots from Yedege.
I'm waiting to hear this scream. This one's going to break the sound barrier. It's a great start. I mean, that weapon is the reason that they go for this fight with the showstopper. Take space, maybe take another life out of the hands of GX. The trades are perfect, and Yedege keeps the ball rolling all the way till they hit the site. And like you said, that paranoia, it was perfect. It caught both, but just a little bit early on the swing. Of course, he was under pressure from elbow as well, so it's not like he had time to spare. 4-3, a round in it. Early competition by GX, but it's Ara put to bed by Sop right off rip.
Yeah, that might be a...
Oh!
Yeah, he definitely saw him.
Yeah.
He definitely, he saw him put the gun through, and then I think Flickless thought he was a lot more hidden than he was. That was not that sneaky beaky. Well, Sop's going to be happy with that one. The first kill taking out Ara, the man who's definitely caused them the most issues. And well, speaking of all-out aggression, Cristalli has now been caught. Gives them some space, but the problem is that space is quickly being filled back in by Zeus. And the spike isn't here yet.
There's a minute left. Surely, I didn't see the utility. My little box was blocking that bar, but I'm assuming he still had flashes and that they were coming back online at some point if he didn't. Crazy push.
No charges left.
An opportunity given, but converting it difficult now with the spike down. It's a good recovery. Foot in a 4 versus 1. Westside is the man who can very often pull off these big plays, but doesn't look like Foot are going to give him those opportunities with the spike under their control. So he's got to make his own look. And, well, the only thing is it doesn't look like they think he's through. He might be able to surprise the first. I know.
Look at the angles they're holding.
They're far enough back. I thought they were a little further forward than that.
They're not even fighting for it if they were rotating around. They just want to make sure that nobody goes down to anything silly. Plant, extra orb. He's probably going to get one more orb in just a moment's time. And there you go. Sop to close out the triple that he had. And well, I mentioned it earlier, the Soperator always seems to change the dynamic of some of these rounds. And when you're trying to hit at pace, he can just be quicker. But there you go. Ara out. And then this one. Yeah, he just sees it walk through. I think they had 2 deaths in this round where they thought, like, this is the other one, where they're like, I am perfectly sectioned off by this wall. There's no way he can see me, and just completely wrong.
Yeah, that Phoenix wall, the Blaze, isn't quite a Viper wall. It's a little more annoying to get that lined up. 4-4 for Foot. Credits built up now. The AWP of Sop, a real threat in that early round, and I'm curious to see GX's adjustment to it. Flickless, the man with the Viper's Pit, starts towards the A site. Immediate rotation. They're going to give up all that side of the map. Play into B. It's going to be much more direct. And the main thing here is look at how they're limiting the opportunities for Sop to get on a line, to hold that line. That has to be the main focus of this round after the performance he just had. And Net's using those smokes to slip through. It's a beautiful play, but Sop's ult has saved the day. Shut down that flank and taking Westside with him.
I thought he'd get the one, but the second, and then the snakebite is denied. That was worryingly close. Rifle getting picked up. Clearing some of those close ranges. The Viper's been seen as well, and that's a problem. Zeus even chose his targets perfectly. Jesse's TP is really nice, but well, Sop's there to save the day once again. Back-to-back triple kills for the superstar duelist. But it got very, very messy in the middle.
Oh, mate, Flickless is having a disaster class of a day. Like, he's walking through orbs, showing his entire body and thinking he's sneaky beaky. Inspector Clouseau stealth level, and then he walks out of his pit here. It's inexcusable. The only thing keeping them alive. Like, what are you doing? That's unacceptable, and I think we almost need a timeout just for Flickless to grab his breath at this point. Maybe he should stay away from his utility.
That's what he was doing. He couldn't breathe in the pit. He was grabbing a breath.
Surfacing for air. Yeah, it's a new strategy. That's one way to balance Viper, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. You have to hold your breath while you're in the Viper's
filters
pit.
in the mask or
exactly.
something. Yeah.
You need to step out for a second so that you can breathe properly.
God's sake.
Please don't add that.
Yeah, it's silly little mistakes. These things do happen, but now the lead's in Foot's hands. And the economy in that round for GX would have been a great chance to at least put a dent in. Credits running out of control for Foot, and look who's running forward. Sop's got backup here as well. He's going to find one. And they might have even tried to pressure him immediately without the stun.
He's going back.
He's going in. He's
back.
a madman. And Zeus is there with him. A madhouse in B main. And it's left GX with a chance.
It felt a bit unnecessary, but hey, maybe they didn't expect there to be so many players in main. Yedige has thread the needle. He's thread the needle perfectly, but Net was still behind him. Plant hasn't gone in just yet, and now that flank actually gets opened up that little bit more. Sociable is just selling a ruse. He is playing with his opponents, making as much noise as possible, but it seems like Net is maybe piecing things together. Yeah, he is. Net has had a great read in this round. 2 players caught, not looking the right way because of his positioning. And now Sociable, who's being incredibly loud and letting them know where he was, that's not quite as valuable when you don't have a teammate flanking.
It was a fantastic read by Net. Can they figure out Sociable's new position? They don't need to. The high-low called late in the round. This is perfect. With an Odin here, it's a difficult fight to say the least, even if they didn't have those shields on him. The tap goes in, need to break. Oh, he's just going straight for the spam. It's a bit crazy, it's a bit unhinged.
Where is he going?
What? I'm not sure in what world that would work, but it's certainly not this one, buddy. 5 to 5.
The funny thing is, he was very close to killing Flickless just spamming. The TP was wild, but I think just running out of time knew his cards were up, unfortunately.
This is crazy, man. Man advantage. I mean, you said maybe they didn't expect as many players there. Then why did they push like that? they knew there were players there. They wanted to fight. I don't know why. And maybe they'll regret that decision at this point.
Well, 5 to 5. GX have managed to find a round that will break what was the streak of rounds from Foot. Let's have a listen into the comms.
Yep, you're alone. Let's fight Heaven together after this flick.
I can smoke.
Ready? 3, 2. I will CT, deep. Can you resmoke Heaven?
Take position somewhere?
I'm planning safe, boys. Listen, when they start the retake, I'm gonna ult, okay?
Yeah. Guys, we need someone under, I think.
I go. I'm holding ult.
Oynasanıza hayvandan. Doğan, new box'a. Doğan, altına paranoya atıyorum. Attım.
Yükledim. Altım yok.
Ben bakıyorum.
Bekle şey. Burası var mı? Smoke'ya flash at.
Atıyorum, bekle. Atamıyorum, tight attım. Phoenix under. Phoenix under. Fight'ta.
Oynayamıyor musun? Nasıl?
Yayın attı.
And GX find their way to 6. The lead is theirs again. A competitive early game, Tom. And that's really the concern I had coming into this was if Foot get off to a good start from what we saw of GX yesterday, I don't think they'll get back into it against this team. But they haven't given them too much leeway at all, at any stage.
Yeah, it was an interesting retake because it felt like Sop went to dodge the Nightfall and Zeus jumped in on the Nightfall. It goes back to those same sort of things I was talking about earlier, where at moments they just look very disjointed in what the call is. Whereas GX have been a lot more direct. I think that was a similar issue that we had about them in their previous series, but
it was so slow.
It's definitely looking better at times, picking up the pace, which I'm enjoying. Speaking of picking up the pace.
If he spams him out here, I have to report Nat. I mean, some of his reads have been unbelievable so far in this game. They should really consider having him IGL at some point. Seems like he's got a good read on the game. But if he shoots Yedije here, I think it's a bridge too far. He's waiting for now for the push to come through. And okay, Yedije's gone. You're out of the danger you didn't know you were in. But GX will be sending that in late. It's the B main play that Sop's already found and put a stop to Net. He's almost got the timing there, but Yedije went back to check.
Yeah, Yedije had one job, and he has done it. He has denied that pressure into middle, and he's now going for a new job. He's looking for a new one, but it's not going to be needed because Sop is the first point of contact. Yedije had a wonderful flank in that round, but it was irrelevant because Sop has just got another multi-frag.
I will say, if I'm going on the flank and I see my teammates standing on ground like that for a fight, I'm going to get a little bit angry. But you know what? They won it, so you really can't complain. A big half for both teams, in fact. And for GX, they've got to feel good, sat at 6 to 6. Let's take a listen, though, to how Flickless was feeling before this match. We had a chat with him earlier. Let's see what he had to say.
Flickless, I need to know how you are able to play 6 different agents in the last month and also IGL for a team that seems to be making a lot of changes right now. How do you do it?
Honestly, I just do what is asked from me. Like, I just listen to people and Waylander or teammates, what they say, and I just try to adapt to it.
So for you, the most important thing is just to set your team up for success?
Yeah.
Has that always come naturally to you? Never gone, actually, I want to be the superstar and just be selfish for once?
In the past, I used to be the superstar, like Jet one trick. But once I went to UCAM, I didn't think like this anymore, so...
Is that because of being in Tier 2 and going, I'm going to show that I deserve to be back in VCT?
Exactly.
Yeah. So talk to me then about the fact that you're going up against Foot today, because you've been scrimming against them, and now they've become your enemy here in Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, from scrims, they are a really good team, I would say. But obviously here in the server, it's always different. You're not sitting at home relaxed, you know, so we'll see how it goes.
And I mean, are you expecting them to make changes today? Because I know that you're still working on things yourself.
I don't really expect changes. I just expect a really aggressive game and a lot of individual plays, and that's it.
And so when you are going to have Foot potentially running at you, you know, trying to isolate you, get those aim duels they know they're so confident in, how do you call around the team to play to their strengths?
I just want them to play together and try to punish these things as much as possible.
Because if you do play together, if you do make this run to Barcelona, you get to play in front of a crowd. And I know you want to do that, Flickless.
Exactly.
Why do you love a crowd so much?
I mean, that's why we are doing this, no? To play in front of the crowd, so it brings the hype, it brings everything. So
not just for well, they've actually removed the trophy from the studio as we record this, probably because they don't trust either of us, right, Flickless?
Yeah, understandable.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Well, he's looking forward to playing in Barcelona, and perhaps you'll be looking forward to being there. Scan that QR code and you'll get yourself in with a chance to get yourself a little ticket by buying one. We're not giving them.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's not a chance. If you go to that QR code, you can just buy the ticket.
Well, I mean, credit card balance got to be there. You know what I'm saying? So you have a chance, and it's within your hands. Your destiny can take you to Barcelona, just like these teams. And for GX, well, they're going to take themselves into this pistol round with their heads held high. A decent first half, I think, under their belt. Certainly better than what we saw out of them yesterday. Confidence and dealing with Foot's aggression early on has been found with a lot of success. Yedijay's slipped the net through mid, but they've given up this space. They should know it. The distraction on ramp down might draw their eye for long enough. Yedijay slips his way into the vents, Xenomorph, and he's caught himself some prey. Beautiful timing. Flickless just cleared this, but oh, they give up the control. Nicely done. Yedijay thought he had a backstab. Maybe he will later, but this space is consciously forfeit from GX.
Yeah, I don't think Foot will mind that too much, though, especially with how much... It's going to be difficult just to all retake from a singular angle. C sent through, Paranoia, Molly, but all the players now up within the heavens from Foot. It's only the one in Crystalli just trying to hold the line. Yedijay already catching one, Sop from above as well. They are in a troublesome position with this post plant, and Flickless trying to deny them a second pistol, and he will fail to do so. 7-6, Foot start off another half with a pistol round.
Yeah, a leg up here that, to be honest, in this matchup, they don't really need. It's got to be a bit deflating for GX. I didn't think it would be that deflating for GX. They've called the timeout after the pistol round. They've called. Now listen, Pipson, we've had this talk before. 0-3 down on split. You called a timeout, and your head was red. I saw veins popping out. You've lost the pistol round. What is going on with this?
This team stresses me out, man.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, look, what? He saw the timeout come in. He saw the timeout come in. What is that? I've never seen this. A round 2 timeout at 7-6.
He's confusing everyone.
He is.
He is the mastermind.
Look, there he is. Oh my God, calm down, my guy.
To be fair, there must have been something specific in that round that has got him I want to say a little bit riled up. And you know, he's now back into Zen.
I knew it. It's split. It's in the first 3 rounds. It's a Pips and timeout. He's gonna be mad. You know it. I don't know what this map does to him, bro, but he's just unhinged.
I don't think you're one to talk of what this map does to you after that Pacific game.
Right, mate. That's a different category, all right?
You spent, I think, over a full minute lying on the floor yesterday.
I know, but mate, it was either that or pass out. I knew I was going down somehow. Mayday, mayday.
Oh yeah, it's crazy seeing someone get so annoyed. Oh yeah, crazy, isn't it?
God, that was a.
What about the Sugetsu pit?
Why did you remind? I'm going to draw it on the map in a second so people know what we're talking about. Flickless, he's found one. Look, they don't have a lot to work with here. So starting it out with a kill is better than I think anyone expected, especially he seems to have gotten that straight down mid. So, all right. That's a bit of a tough fight to lose for Sop. Sop of all people.
Stellar in this game so far. Net trying for a little bit more. Ara now alone, hoping to try and buy them a little bit of time. Unfortunately, I was going to say he won't be able to, but no, he has. They've got a flank coming in. Flickless Oh, sorry, Westside already in position. Ara's now on another with a classic. I don't know what was said in that pause, but maybe it needs to be copied, repeated till the end of time, because this has worked out for them. Putting them with an advantage. The opponents have to scurry away. And they will be able to get those heals in.
70.
30 seconds left.
Take a shot of the Bando at least.
Yeah, I think also the other problem is they're so committed to the other side of the map that if they go and waste time picking up weaponry, that clock might be far enough gone.
Right there, at least 2 of the weapons can be recovered, but yeah, anything around mid's not getting carried over. Still end up with a Bulldog and a Phantom for the round that started out with just classics and a Bandit. This is about as good as could be. Crystalli's heard them go up and above, and oh, look at Yedijay's position. It's nasty. The thing is, if they don't see anyone they might suspect, and never mind, he just strikes right away, puts the pressure on. The heat building as Phoenix looks to cross, as Spam does damage, and Crystalli finishes him off, down to the 1v1. Jesse might have the better weapon, but the time is not on his side. The dog bites him to start, and it's a full swing from Crystalli. No time wasted. And a round that, well, honestly, was a bit harder fought than expected for Foot, but it's still won.
Well, this has been Crystalli's map in recent times. When you think back to that game versus BBL where he was pulling off an ace, crazy clutch rounds, and basically was one of the main reasons they were able to win that match. This is not a round that should have been needed, but luckily he just seems to be a safe pair of hands in these post-plant moments, and even after having a stinker of a first half, he has saved them from losing a round they never should have.
But if anything, I think everyone's going to be very afraid when they hear a GX pause coming up. Let's take a listen to how things have changed after Pipson's tirade.
One HP Viper. It's outside. I'm good. I'm on. Haven't. Beast should be. Viper's 1 HP, guys. Nice, bro. I'm 1 HP.
I come to you. Try to go out fast.
Yeah. Close city, Era. Up on her, guys.
Guys,
There's a save, bro.
planted.
There's a save.
The save is good.
Yeah. 1 HP Viper.
You're dogging city. We'll break it.
Good flank you from Evan.
Jack Igo and the curse of the comms listenings. This is ridiculous. He got a martyred him killed.
It's time you start believing in curses. You're in one.
Like, what was that? Oh, man. Oh,
Zeus just wrecked them as well. Like, absolutely wrecked them.
GX can't be happy with that.
There was no level of strategy in that. It was just him running out, headshotting 2 guys, jumping into the open while throwing a grenade. I don't even think he had his gun out.
No.
He was so confident the West Side was going to die, or just didn't think he'd be there. And yeah, from basically losing...
There is no way. There is no way. After the timeout, after the replay,
look, we just need Pipson Cam. Yeah, he didn't have his gun out when he did it.
I don't understand. I've always said the moment I remembered was Pipson calling a timeout at 0-3 down in a half. It was the first half, but this is 0-3 down in a half, and he's used 2 timeouts. 2 timeouts in 3 rounds.
My favorite part of these sort of pauses, I always like to just look at Waylander.
Just the fear in a man's eyes.
I just imagine that he stopped talking and goes, I agree with everything he said.
In his head, he's going, it's not quite how I would have said it. But oh, my God. Now, the one thing I will give Pipson, he is a passionate guy. He knows what he's talking about. And I think you did see it in round 2. I don't think this style of coaching, I don't think his style of coaching would work with every single player.
No,
but he picks the right players
yeah.
for this, for his team.
Oh, he got straight in. Oh, no. Oh, that's not a good sign.
I was trying to put a positive spin on that one.
He wears his heart on his sleeve.
The lights were very bright, so he had to shield his eyes at the end.
I forgot his sunnies.
Exactly. So he's getting the prescription sunglasses. That's a big thing, but he'll have those next week, I hear. 9-6. Fair to say that GX are feeling some pressure, not from the scoreline, from the coaching, Mike, but I wouldn't say this is too far gone just yet. Are likely to go 10-6, though. Look at the buy. We've got a couple pieces here or there, a few phantoms, but that's about it.
Yeah, there's a showstopper for Zeus. If it wasn't bad enough already, with Sop having multiple 3Ks, he came in with one in the last round and basically earned his orb. Now, there are 4 players on this side of the map, but it doesn't look like, at least for now, that is where they're going to go. Sop is taking space in mid. The same looks to be happening over on A, just waiting for any level of aggression. And they're just feeling out the map. They know that there's likely to be a trap in these sort of moments, running in head first. Even with a showstopper, would have its risks about it. They're trying to force somebody into a move to give them a fight, but GX are playing very passively. 40 seconds left, and they've given nothing away.
Well, here it is, more direct now, and Nets realize that he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Tries to dodge the rocket, nice attempt, but the wall way too close. With him down, the A site's wide open. 20 seconds, time might be a pressure. Actually, with losing Heaven control, it certainly would be, but a safe plant now coming in on the site. Still control over ramp, and they're retreating to it. Only problem being that it's not quite planted for them, so this can very easily become uncomfortable. The cross back from Yedege should help. Zeus standing by.
You're dead.
To run it back, not going to get anything for Westside.
Crystalli a little bit ahead. I said he's been good in the post bounce. He might need to be again. Already though, it's Zeus. Quick double. Crystalli there to help, and even a finisher from Sop. Any weaponry can be retrieved, and they now sit 10-6. As I said it towards the beginning, this team on the attack side is where they've done some of their best work, even versus top opposition, and it's looking like they're doing the same again. 4-0 already. And well, in this case, there can't be a pause for Pipson because he already used both.
And this is a tough round. Zeus shouldn't be able to wrap up there like that and take down 2. There were 3 players running through that elbow. They went to contact on site off the Phoenix Flash, and the second it got thrown, Zeus is spraying them down. Fish in a barrel. And I think it was Flickless up in Heaven. Like, they needed that cover. They needed someone watching that lane. A small gap left, and it only takes a small gap for a man like Zeus to blow around wide open. 10-6. GX do have rifles here. This is where everything that has been, and I'm going to use the word discussed in those timeouts, needs to be put into practice. They need to prune that panic and find themselves a clean round.
Oh, I was just looking at Zeus.
I thought he was going through.
Yeah, I thought he was going through. I think maybe Sociable was like, don't worry, bro, that's my job. I got this, and waiting up top. Now Zeus swings alongside him. Instead of solo fights, it's a 1-2 punch where they are cleaning everybody up. Jesse, though, at least clings to life. The spike has been planted, and he's just battled 3 players within the heavens. So where is one of those remaining players? In the heavens. He thinks he's probably cleared that position. The remainder might be on the site or back towards the ramp. But instead, Yetege is waiting from above, and he becomes an irrelevant piece as it's Crystalli to close. These fast hits from Foot. We saw in the interview earlier, the Flick was like, I expect aggression. They are not coping with it well.
Yeah, I really like how Yedege is playing these rounds, man. He's 11-8, 2 assists. Like, it looks like he's having a decent game, but it's the amount of kills, and this is going to sound really weird before I explain it. It's the amount of kills he doesn't get that's impressive, because he's playing these... Look where he is. He is shift walking towards Spence when the Heaven take is already deep and underway. He is not playing to help his teammates in the fight. He's playing to win the round. He's playing to be the safety net.
I understand.
No, listen, Tom. That's what you always say in our games, all right? He's playing a smart game.
Yeah, because he communicates.
Wow, hold on. You should know. You've got a mini-map, bro. Can't you see? Great work from Yedege again. Threading the needle. What should be a flank now becomes a second front line. He's taken down 1. He's caused that rotate from Aura. Pressure put on the other side of the map. Ult used in to clear for Sociable. They've got sight. They don't need to fight like that. But so maybe Soft does. And he's drawing the eye for Yedege to stab them in the back. A knife they knew was coming, but the twist hurt all the same. 12-6 now. And what was a competitive first half, even with both timeouts being used so early, there's been nothing there for GX.
Yeah, honestly, I think the funniest thing that Foot could do right now is pull a pause, because they know it's not going to help the mental of GX. Like, if they had been able to visually see those last two pauses, I think they would call one now just for the banner.
Yeah, I wish we could just shout at them. Wait, I know someone who can. It would be beautiful. Let them stew in it, but Foot, a team that thrives on that momentum. They look to, oh my God, I was gonna say, they look to keep the pace going in terms of just keeping the rounds going. But then Sop was in heaven. I thought he was a defender. He was there so quickly. They've taken full control. Jesse's smoked out. There's no opportunity to have a say in this, and the wrap around to defend the spawn from Westside. He doesn't know how many players he was about to run into. That's the first down, and they keep scaling this fight into net. The slide out from Ara catches Cristalli off guard, but the rest of the team is more than ready with a showstopper and the latest flank of all time. Again, the safety net will catch the final kill. It's a kneecapping from Yenisei. A dirty dog indeed. 13-6. Decimation in that second half.
That's just rude. That's genuinely just rude. Like, it was like, I want you to know I'm here. That's how dead to rights you are. I want you to know that I'm here before I kill you. Utter filter for a flawless attack side as well. That was a 6-6 half where they ended up winning 7 rounds in a row, comfortable in their manner. And while a man who thrived throughout was Sop. So let's go down and have an interview with him now.
Thank you very much. Business as usual for Sop. Once you got the operator, there was no stopping you. How did that feel?
I mean, it felt like on stage 1, I was so happy when I saved the op for money and like killed them with the op, so it was nice.
Yeah, it was nice to watch as well. And you're taking us to Sunset. Is there a reason why?
I don't know, I think our Sunset is good, that's why we picked.
Okay, well, I hope it's going to be more than good. I hope it's going to be great, because you guys are in for a treat after the break.
Take me down.
Wingman World while
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well, one break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Now broke, so me in the past tense, yeah, going money fast, like, hey, yeah, my foot up on the gas, like, hey, double pump and bring it back, like, hey, yeah, my amigo got the pack, like, hey, hey, like, hey, hey, like,
Pipson fired off a timeout after the second half pistol round. What do you think he was up to?
I think he was up to... maybe he was angry about it. Because like, although he had 2 timeouts going through second half, I think I wouldn't prefer to use one of the timeouts that way. Maybe he pressed the button mistakenly, which I did in Masters London against Energy, was it? Energy?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, maybe he was in the kitchen, you know, maybe he was cooking something.
But we should actually should have lost that round. We played it real bad.
Yeah, for sure.
They called FA SOP, and then we run into that stack. We got away, stayed alive, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, he just wanted to rap God a little bit, maybe.
What prompted you to call a timeout after the second half pistol round? Just because we are not following the plan. Like, we know what are they gonna do, we discuss it, we talk about it, we know it's gonna be A, but we are still not moving towards A. So, it's just simply to remind it, like, for one more time, that this is what is going to happen. But we just forget, we just didn't do it. Even though it was like called before that if this is happening, it's gonna be A.
Just to clarify, we didn't forget because Pipson clearly remembered. We could hear Pipson from the green room going
Both of the times.
wild in those timeouts.
Both of the times. Like, you see him so calm now because he's like, you know, with the leg, because he's very nervous and he's just trying to, you know, be broadcast friendly. I can tell you that is not how those timeouts sounded.
Yeah,
I did not have in-ears in, and I could still hear it.
Someone's really got to lay down the law there, though, right? So I think that's what he was trying to do, just drill in, you know the tendencies, you know the call, you know what you're supposed to do, and you didn't do it. You did something on the fly, and you lost the round, and that let Foot win both pistols, and you see the score, that mattered.
To be fair, you know, we give it to some of the teams of being like, oh, maybe you should have called a timeout before and whatnot. He, from the get-go, literally from pistol, so, hey, guys, I just had a moment to talk with you in the halftime. I told you what was going to happen. You're not following the plan. Not only that, after that, 2 rounds after, when they didn't win the bonus, he asked for a second timeout. And look at the timeline in the bottom here.
Yeah.
Giant X did not manage to win a single round after that halftime. So maybe they didn't need the top love.
I mean, it was a close first half as well, but this is not the first time that Giant X hasn't followed the Pipson plan. And I know that they're changing a lot of things. Obviously, Jesse coming in. Things have not been ideal for this roster in Stage 2, but if you can't listen to your coach, you can't get the job done, and you definitely cannot get the job done against Foot, especially when SOP is playing like we saw him just play.
Not gonna lie, at the first rounds, I was like, oh, SOP not online. I remember that at some point he's like 2 and 4. He gets the operator and changes so much, because for Giant X was having an easier time, and I think the Foot were also making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
Like, they can speak about the pistol round and how Giant X was trying to retake all from one angle, but that is exactly what Foot did. I believe it was on like round 4, where they all go to retake from CT and they have nothing, and everything is so well planned for the side of Giant X. Like, seriously, it was looking so good, and the difference started coming once SOP was on that operator and actually started to have impact.
And look, on the Neon as well, you don't necessarily go, oh, Neon, let's get an op on it too often, but he's one of these people that just manages to have the skill on the Neon. There was moments where he'd hit his shots, be fully blinded by a curveball, get a relay bolt perfectly, stun up 3 people, can't see, fast lane, gets out of dodge, and just manages to survive.
I was a little bit concerned, though, with SOP coming into this, that maybe it'll be a bit silly season. Like, it has been at points during Stage 2 where he's been feeling himself and kind of forgetting himself at the same time, what he actually needs to do to win as a team. But that performance was smooth.
Especially now that we're moving into Sunset. If we thought that that was explosive when they turned onto the attacking half, just wait until this one, because now we're going into a potential Waylay Neon that, I mean, SOP is saying, we like this map. I don't expect to see any changes on their side. However, for the side of Giant X, I want to think that when they played this map, it was like week 1 against Fnatic. They go and pick Sunset. I am not going to be the one to point at them and say, how did you not expect Fnatic to pick Sunset against you? So I expect that maybe they have moved on from that composition.
Let's see. And they have. Congratulations. They've done step 1, but the second step is getting off that 0% win rate for Sunset for this stage, which is going to be very difficult because Foot have played it twice. They beat BBL on it and they beat Gentlemates on it with flying colours. So I am not expecting too much for Giant X. Happy to be proven wrong, but at the moment this smells so much like a 2-0.
Also, I'm just really happy for Mini right now because he'll be watching this and he'll see that there's no breach on the side of Giant X at last.
Yeah, double duelist. I do think that Ara still has it to me is the make or break in all of those entries that we were seeing in the first map with him going in and with them starting on the attack again. I want them to bounce back, you know, like, okay, split happened. We did not manage to do anything in the second half. It is not lost. Come on, Giant X.
Well, is the sun gonna set on Giant X after this map? I'm guessing everyone has made that joke before. Let's head to Mitch and Tom quick.
Thank you, Frankie. Well, stepping into this one, Foot Esports certainly have the upper hand, a leg up, so to speak. And when it comes to Giant X not standing so tall after that second half on Split, it definitely was a big blow delivered to them, even in those first couple of rounds. And I have to wonder how they then managed coming into this, because now, Tom, it's more often than not, it seems that GX come in with a very flat half, regardless of the map.
Well, yeah, it felt like after the coach confession we just saw, Pipson was trying to get across what a wise man called Pow once came out with, was you need to stick to the something plan. And it seems like they had a good idea of what their opponents were going to do. Obviously, there's not a lot of footage on GX. They've changed a few things up here with the Phoenix coming in. So if they have a good game plan, that's what they need to stick to, I guess. Well, at least as a start.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they have a good game plan. This is Foot's map pick, somewhere that they decided they wanted to see this battle go down today. Good stun to start. West side catching Sop as well. The defense under pressure. The Molly's done a lot of damage. Cristali's going to fall back, and his buddy Sociable is fed the Wolves as a result. Nice work by Net, and GX have a plant in a 4v2. Great containment as well from West side, who's got their flank on lockdown even without the trip. It doesn't look like much can go wrong here. It doesn't look like much can go wrong here in the 3v2.
Are a little bit out there ahead. I like Jesse's going to re-aggress though. He's expecting them to have rotated away, and that's going to give an avenue to play back into this round that they might not necessarily be expecting. Westside, he's missed the timing completely. He wasn't watching it properly, and now he's giving his position away. Jesse's gone down as well. This was a 2v4 scenario for GX, and well, it's a let go of the diffusal for a second, but at this point, he might have just been playing with his food. That looked so easy for the side of Foot, and it also looked like the GX had no idea what they were doing.
And now a timeout from Pipson. This is, yeah, it might almost warrant it. That's a disgraceful round to lose for GX. I was waiting to see something happen. I thought he was going to turn green, but this is something that for...
No, he'd definitely be Red Hulk.
He would be Red Hulk. he absolutely would be. You're spot on there, or a powered up scroll. But for Foot, this squad, that's a gift you never want to give this team. A round that they feel like they've stolen away. It is free momentum. Sociable. He's going to be blinded. They're thinking of flashing through this smoke, and even with the judge, that could be tough. Dodges it, but the stun's coming through. One, not even two. Being cleaned up by the covering fire from the back lines. West side alone. Headshot machine. A title that he might compete for if he had someone to fight against. And there's one delivered at least. They can't dodge those shots for too long. 2-0 for Foot.
Yeah, they keep all of the Bulldogs as well. The more expensive weaponry has been brought through to the next round, the more valuable weaponry at that. Yeah, I'm hoping that's not going to be the continuation for GX on this map, but I wouldn't be overly surprised. I think the most worrying part for me is that there was clearly a gap left for a moment by Westside, and it very clearly wasn't communicated to the players on site. And that's the most damning thing. Like, you can have a gap sometimes, and as long as everybody knows about it, that's not a problem. But I think it was very clear that that was not the case. And when you're up against Foot, they will exploit everything. Sop, again, with that hyper-aggression, is already going to get rid of Westside. that it's the worst player to lose as well, because you lose all coverage across the map. It now means that they are boxed in to specifically B main. They could have lost every other point on this map.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's worthwhile in this round to trade 1-for-1, but taking down West Side more so. Now, though, it comes back into GX's favor. They found Zeus. They've caught the flank. And now they're letting the clock run down. The problem is this should sell to the defenders that they're going to the A side, right? Look at the Cypher setup. They can gamble. They can sit on B, knowing that they'll have info if it goes in the other direction. Crystalli spotted a reveal, a drone, a shock, full utility online. Did GX have not baited any of this out with 40 seconds? The exec comes through, the reveal starts, but it doesn't see anyone. And Ara takes down Yedege. The danger already subsiding. Oh, it's a little messy from Sociable. He does a lot of damage, but Ara still drawing breath, makes this a tough to impossible task for Crystalli. And the main danger when I see them running into 3 isn't that they'll lose the round, it's that they'll lose a lot of weapons, but GX get out of that one scot-free.
Yeah, I think they do well in the end. I think just pausing for a bit, expecting that Foot won't just sit back or almost can't afford to. Definitely when I was watching Zeus flank them, I was a little bit nervous, but Flickless manages to clear that out. Now the proper buy comes up. This is where...
Market, come on, boys. Nice. Let's go, guys. Keep it.
Keep it.
Keep it. And I think that's the most important thing for us all to take away from this game. When it comes to GX, in this round, they're waiting outside A. They're allowing Foot to take the orb, allowing them to take some space, and hoping that they overextend, hoping that they step a little bit too far forward. But, I mean, it's a nasty setup. Foot are anticipating this. 2 players stood in the angle, Paranoia primed and ready. And get out of it to break the drone. Shock dart sent through. Wait, they're aggressing? Don't they expect the play to be coming in here? They want the fight. Foot, in fact, want to take the fight to them, but that's done from Ara! It's put them on the back foot. That was huge. Crystalli and Zeus both caught by it. And caught out in the open like that. They had nowhere to go.
Where is Sub?
No way.
Where is Sub? He's going to go through. He does deny, but yeah, if there was 5 seconds left on the clock, that would have been pretty cool. Instead, well, Yedege now managed to thread the needle back in. Westside was nowhere near the action. He was on his own adventure on the other side of the map, but luckily, Ara is enough. A great round from him individually, but a necessary one.
Yeah, I think especially, like, Ara looked pretty deflated after that pistol round. He went down first in the 4v2, and I think he realized he made a mistake, knowing how important that round was as well. Like, I feel like you could see it on his face. And having a round like this, okay, he wasn't able to defend Jesse, but he defends the round, gets a 4K, finds that energy, and it'll certainly be sent to him by some of his buddies. A 2-2 scoreline. It was competitive early on, remember. In the last map, a tight first half, and a dominant second one from Foot. So for GX, any momentum they can steal away is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, this is a must-win round. We've seen this before. Pistols can always work for Foot, but with a post plant, with an outlaw, with ultimates, there should be an almost 0% chance of victory. And in fact, they're going to use the Hunter's Fury. I think realizing how important rounds like this can be. Sop's going to try and make it costly. The laser battle, which kind of went even in the end.
Running low.
But it's all about if he can drop anyone in time. Finds himself a rifle, but is being backstabbed. GX, hold on to that one well. Utilize an ultimate, but I'm absolutely fine with that just to make sure that it doesn't slip out of their hands. And now Foot look to buy again.
I'm quite glad that Jesse got the kill in the end as well. I think he earned it. That paranoia was perfect. As soon as they went to come out, look at it. It not only caught Zeus, but it even, I think, connected a little bit further back, delayed the push. The relay bolt as well, the stun that came out from Ara was impeccably timed. Big reason no one was able to follow up and help trade out on Zeus. For GX, things seem to be taking a turn for the better. So let's see how they stand against Jack Igo's Listen in Curse.
Cypher camera
Come towards B, come towards B. Wait, they push A, guys, maybe. They broke the trap with Vandal.
All good. They're droning mid right now.
Walk up, we peek, ready? One tail. Drop from cluster, peek, 3, 2. Spam the box, spam the box. Guys, can we just go towards B? Listen, they're gonna be stacked here, guys. They're gonna be stacked here.
Come re-clear A.
Spawn. They are 3 on B here.
Yes, listen, we'll re-clear A with the drone and we'll commit on A, boys.
Go to spawn. Go to spawn.
Yeah.
Westy, you can stay mid or B.
Yeah, I will. I will not start before, yeah?
Yes. Expect this guy in our spawn for sure.
Get in.
He could hear us. He could hear us.
That's fine.
He could be tiles.
Holding my left side, holding right.
I don't want to drone, bro. I just want to flash and run it down, okay?
Okay, let's go. I only have one flash, okay?
It's fine, it's fine. We're going to go heavy left side, okay? I'll drone right. I'll give you bomb.
Here tiles, I will pick it.
I'm gonna smoke short.
Guys, Cypher took top from bounce.
I'm flashing close.
Go flash.
Go.
That's Cypher. One more, way late B.
Let's go.
Come in. Let's go. We have it.
I'm gonna smoke CD.
He can be out CD.
This guy.
I'm darting, bro.
Outside, one side, boys.
Oh, sorry.
The way late dash top mid, guys. Too short. In the short, one short streak. Out CD. One more short streak. Way late. Out CD. There's two on side right now. Where is your ult?
It's on short. It's on short.
Hold it.
Two holding. Nice try, boys.
It's okay, nice try, boys.
All good.
Wow, blaze on! Do you think that's what he was saying? I heard some calls from Flickless there. I heard him call his flashes. I didn't hear him call the blaze wall that immolated Jesse.
Sorry.
I mean, he did say sorry afterwards. Net said a lot, though. I gotta say, every listening, my suspicion meter rises that they're lying to us, and Net's RGLing this team. That's tough, though. That's tough.
I would say, Jesse walked into it.
It's true, he did. No one told him it was going to be there, but he did walk right into it. Silly goose.
But to be fair, if someone says I'm blazing, that's not what I think of.
Probably not the call we want to hear in the studio. Health and safety team's going to be losing their mind. 4v4 early on this mid-crunch. GX find themselves ahead. Yedajay's lurking, and they're heading towards this position. Okay, he's moved. He's stepped away. He's given up market. He wants to have his teammates by his side. Crystalli on the rotate through, spamming on the cross, but nothing found, and Yedajay is the man that's going to have to deal with the brunt of this force. Hides behind the box. Swings open the cam in B main. Sees nothing as well. They know this is a direct through market play, and GX hide. Oh my God, they're waiting. They're waiting for these players to step forward, but Flickless isn't looking up. Thankfully, Yedajay stepped forward. Otherwise, that could have been a disaster. Man advantage maintained, added up to 2, and they still just sit and wait. Again, Foot start to think, did they go back? Nope, they're still sat here. That's the spike they're fighting in market.
These have been the better rounds, and Flickless as well. Redemption for the last. 3 kills for him on the Phoenix, but I think the more impressive part of it is we're seeing this more often from GX, like having those initial fights, having the bloodbath in middle, the back and forth that goes either way, and then they just pause. And because Foot are so aggressive in the way that they play, they eventually fall into the trap of just being that little bit too aggressive, that little bit too predictable. For GX, that's going to give them an extension on their lead and put the economy of their opponents in a very bad spot.
I do think Foot, in this moment, they show their hand. They love to play aggressive. They keep going even after the first fight doesn't go their way. There's a lot of pistols. I don't expect anything, but Crystalli delivers a double. Headshots galore. Weapons to be recovered. And sure, there's no heals this time around. Crystalli would normally be the one giving them out in the sky. He'll be left on a sliver of health. The TP taken here, that's going to get the spike. To go back in the other direction! They've lost 3 players to Classics this round, and Crystalli's got the mid-cross. Thankfully, he'll be put down. He was low HP, the headshot, a little overkill. There's still a chance to stabilize, but this is way too costly around already.
This will get the gun for Yedajay, so he can now pick up a rifle. Ara's in a great position, though, but he's now going to be noted. He's done well enough already just by reclaiming that space. It stops them falling directly into a second trap, and it's very disjointed, though. Ara, if he misses a shot, it's a problem, and well, he's not quite quick enough. Now Net is left alone. The remaining players from Foot can, well, they can look to group up, but maybe not just yet. Sociable going in alone, and the TP is something that Net is almost hunting for, but they need to now try and find him. The dart into the smoke will make things awkward, and that time is ticking further and further down. Somebody needs to get on this, and Net might have bought enough. I think he should have enough comfortably even for that defusal in the end, but it definitely got a little bit too close for comfort before Foot closed the Emoda Thrifty.
There's a nice try, if I'm not mistaken, that was through a smoke at the end there as well, so A little bit of luck gets them across the line, but the start to this round, insane. Crystalli, there were 4 players coming towards A main. They were up against classics, essentially. And Crystalli ends up taking 2 down. Yedege gets one on B. This round spiraled out of control.
I do think, though, like, it does Ara going hunting on his own really bring the value. Like, you needed to basically get rid of a second and a half. Second and a half gone on that clock, you win the round.
It is tough. You understand it. They didn't have shields. That's an incredibly aggressive start from Ara. An attempt to pick up the pace that hasn't quite worked out. The TP from Jesse into the spawn. It looks like it's a spaghetti round from GX. They're throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks, and right now, nothing's really working. Everything goes into this flank from Jesse. And they're gonna drone him. They're droning it. He's been seen. He won't have a chance to strike. And that's it. Oh, he's the one caught off guard. Jesse is the one flanked. Shot in the back. And for Foot, well, now the round's already done. Who gets what orb is the only remaining question. Can they find a plan? Seems irrelevant to ask, and indeed it is. An attempt likely not made. But saving the weapon, we can see, is going to be far easier said than done. A good idea, a good thought, but a dream that I don't think is going to be realized. What a shot by Sop. In zone, flawless for Foot, and they've taken the lead with that.
Yeah, I think there's 2 sayings when they about throwing stuff at a wall and seeing if it sticks. One of them is spaghetti, and the other one I'm not going to say on air, but I think it was more the other one. That's what that round felt like.
It was stinky. It was stinky.
Yeah, nothing went to plan.
It didn't smell like
nothing.
wet pasta.
Like the initial aggression didn't work. The TP definitely didn't work. Oh, even the remainder, it looks like Foot, after winning a round with just classics, yep, that did happen, have put themselves into the lead on their map choice again. We always talk about them on the attack. Hunter's Fury, though, early reveals, doing a lot of work. Net's done a great job to get them the opener, but then Sop just seems to be better at times. Paranoia, Jesse, perfectly placed, but it's still only going to be the one. A round that, again, puts them in a very advantageous spot. But can Yetege once again ruin their day? It seems like Ara is the player in the most danger, but it looks like he's figuring out, piecing this together, working out where his opponent could be. Well, the drone actually just used for time.
Just wanted to see if he'd take a peek. Yedege hides his hand, sneaks past that reveal, but Ara's the bodyguard on the side, unseen until he strikes. 5-5. And again, my worry here is GX half to half. I would have said after the last game that they had, half to half they change in performance. They pick it up because it was slow starts into recoveries, but Split was a very similar story to what we're seeing here, but when we swapped sides, all that momentum was gone.
Yeah, I think Foot have proven. I think especially you have Neon Waylay. It's what they utilize a lot. On Haven as well, I think Zeus's Waylay is fantastic on that map. I think he brings in a similar level here where they have so much depth, but also a uniqueness to their style with how they take mid. I'm nervous for GX on that half, and they've moved away from the breach, which I think Flickless has looked good. A lot of the rounds that they've won, I think he's had impact. But is it going to run the same on that defensive half? Because they did all right last time on the defense. But it's not a similar looking round. Nonetheless, immediately in with the ult, that's going to clear some space. Westside was given an opportunity, given a few opportunities, but he's now under some serious pressure. There goes Zeus, and he's cleared. That backline is removed. Sop is completely alone, though. They're completely unnecessary. You're in a 5v4 retake, and he just tries to fight it as a hero. Now his teammates have to try and put things back into their favor once again.
And it means that look who's going alone for that fight towards the spawn. Yedege, no trade possible. Jesse gets it for free. And now Zeus has to try to take this fight This is all because of Sop going alone, and the round will fall apart because of it. A problem visible since Split. Foot are a dangerous team when they're on the same page, but sometimes they're so segmented.
Yeah, it's one of those plays where you'll watch Sop do that, and sometimes he'll wipe out 2 players, make the round look really easy, and he looks like the best player in the world, and then the next one you go, that was just so unnecessary. Like, you had an advantage already. Your teammates were all on the same page. They got rid of west side and middle, you removed all of that danger from flanks, and then you go, well, I'm going to win the round, guys. Instead, well, it almost looks like you lost it. 5-6. GX claimed the lead, but this game has been full of back and forth. TPs have been Jesse's nightmare. The From the Shadows has sent him to the shadows both times. And while that man advantage this time sits with them, Zeus already on a double. Yetager has been holding that backside, and only the spike holder remains, and he will fall exactly the same. Back into in-zone flawless territory, and back to 6-6.
Deja vu, 6-6, level as can be, neck and neck. So you know that neither team's gonna go into the next half stressed at all. One man who's known for keeping his cool is Pipson. Let's take a listen to what he had to say before this match.
Pipson, is it hard to believe that you guys are the only VCT team that made it through the upper bracket? All the other VCT teams got beaten by Tier 2.
To be honest, it's not super surprising, because I also think that like a format helps a little bit to Tier 2 teams, but in reality is that they are really good. But outside of this is like they didn't play for 1.5 months, so you have no clue what are they gonna play, which maps are they gonna play, how are they gonna play, while you just played for last 2 weeks 6 games. So purely they have much more data on you rather than the opposite one. But all of these Tier 2 teams played insanely good, so props to them. It has nothing to do with data or anything. In the end, win is a win.
I wanted to ask quickly about Flickless, the fact that he's played so many agents, 6 already in the last 30 days. He's also IGLing, having to learn maps like Summit with a few days' notice. How do you work with him to set him up for success?
I mean, to be honest, he's really hard worker, and he's always disciplined in terms of he's going to do what he's asked to do in certain aspects. So it's super easy to work with him in all of these moments, because even if you will explain to him like 10 different ideas of how you want it to be done and how you want him to see the certain situation or the map, he will pick it really quick because he's disciplined. He has his notebook which he write down the things, so which makes it easier for him. So I think this is the qualities which makes it super easy for him and for me to work together.
Sounds like a mini Pipson. Little notebook. Thank you so much. Good luck today.
Thank you.
I'd like to see the mid-rounding chapter into round number 13. The pistol between these two as they battle to keep running towards Barcelona. Of course, if you want to go to Barcelona, you have a much easier path. Just scan that QR code and get yourself some tickets. We'll see you there in a couple weeks' time. For now, we need to see which of these teams is going to be able to take this second half by storm. In the last map, it was Foot by a margin of, well, they didn't lose a single round, so it was flawless.
Scanning ahead.
We'll see if it's going to be a different story. For Foot. Another pistol round to add to the collection. The last one shouldn't have been theirs. Maybe this one shouldn't either. We'll see. An early trade. Sop already tagged, but it's still... Oh, I thought he was going to go through it for a second. They've left a man behind, though. It's being checked. Well, it's being kind of checked for. Shock Dart to close the deal, not quite, but it's bought him time. They are forcing Cristalli out of that corner. An important kill for GX, but a lot more still to do.
It's Yetager's measured aggression. We saw it last round in how passive he was peeking that back B side until his moment was right. This time again, strikes while the iron is hot and while no one's looking. But Jesse taking down Sup puts the pressure on now. The spike being approached. Yetager's got one. Sociable snuck up close, but he's being watched. It doesn't matter. Flickless fails to convert, and Yetager taking them down blind, puts Foot up to 7. The pistol rounds have been coming in droves for this team today.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing Yedijay's sort of development as a player. Like we talked about, I think him last year where they were having their struggles, even at kickoff where he didn't have the level to his aggression. Like it was either you could tell him, I want you to be really aggressive or I want you to be really passive. And it seemed like he was told to be really passive under the previous coaching staff. Now he's clever with it.
Yes.
Like he's taking the right timings. We saw on the last map as well with him constantly just making sure the rounds are safe, which I think they desperately need with the rest of this roster. And even there is one of the turning points of the round, making sure he's alive in the post plant. For this, it's classics galore. Multiple players waiting, anti-flash being held by Sociable. So although it got maybe a little bit shaky for the other players, he was a safe pair of hands. And well, for Ara, he might get one with the classic. Anything more, I'd be impressed.
Goodbye. Yedijay again. Out on mid, finds one, sticks around for a little bit more, and that will be costly. But he's only losing himself, the Ghost. Team still well armed, and well, this guy fears absolutely no man. Swings in deep, takes down net, clean enough for
No man's
Foot
a good
at 8
player
to 6.
as well, so I'd fear him too.
Yeah, as you should. His Sky is terrifying. Good game as well.
Oh. Lead extended once again. Crazy, we've not seen a pause at these first couple of rounds from Pipson. I was really expecting.
He loves his early time. It's only on split. I told you this. It's only on split. I don't know what it is.
To be fair to him, though, genuinely, if you have a full game plan and people ignore it, I can't blame him.
When you give someone a simple, if this, then this, and they don't listen, yeah, of course you're going to melt down.
Anyway, let's have a listen in to something else. It's Foot.
Rev aldım.
Homeside biri biri.
Bana atacağım Beke. Sola attım. Bekledim. Solda solda. Sol yakın sol yakın.
Cypher market.
Nice. Daldım. Vuruyorum. Beyler CT geldi. Kapanacağım. Bana 10 saniye kazandırmanız lazım CT'ye.
Drone çıkıyorum.
This goes here.
Top. Can we break? I will. You break, okay?
I broke it. Keep it mark up. Listen, we're gonna paranoid like this, and we're gonna go, okay?
Yes. Yeah. Give me this, Ara. I will flash out as well.
Yes.
I'm ready to blind whenever.
Wait.
Ready, boys?
Be ready.
The smoke city. Blinding.
Flashing.
He's smoke.
The smoke. Nice, 2v2. Probably one more side.
Top of mine's 80. I will flash out.
You main one.
Close B main.
Main pick him in. Smells right. 1v1. You have field.
My
ultimate's ready. Come on, let's go!
You have one as well.
Cam on the right. Shoot the cam. You got this, bro.
Going up.
Nice try, bro.
All good calls from net, but it's not going to be enough. 9-6 for Foot.
Oh yeah, more so Yedijay. Yedijay again, like just in those post-round scenarios where you think that you have an opportunity to get back into the round. Yedijay has been there all the way through this game. Sitting there in the post, took the initial timing to get rid of Jesse. Then in the 1v1, again, you'd bet all on Yedijay, even if your opponent has a run it back, even if they could throw Blaze Wolves into the way. It's absolutely irrelevant. 18-6, phenomenal play, and while a 3-round streak, a bonus round 1 once again, and Sop is just not stopping. The T went missing in his name, and he takes over again. These are the other rounds. You have the ones where sometimes he goes amiss, and then he can just take over. Finally, Westside puts him down, but the damage has been done.
Spike planted.
Well, it's his moment now. 3 players lined up to take him down. Of course, it's Yedijay to get it. You know, the more this game's gone on, I've thought at a number of points that, like, I just think he's definitely in the top 5 for me, Yedijay, as a player. He might be my favorite player. I know Mystic's going to be angry with me for this, but his Viper is fantastic. Woo! Woo! Okay, I'm not going to touch that one. Not going to touch that one. Yeah, I remember him fondly. That's all I'll say. But when it comes to Yedijay, man, like his consistency, he survived multiple different iterations of this roster with different ideas. He does his role. When they tell him to play tight, tell him to play slow, he does it. But when you unleash this guy, when you allow him to play smart, play the way that very few people can, but that he can better than almost anyone. He just looks like one of the best. I can't imagine a team not benefiting from Yedijay. I don't even care if there's a language barrier. He's just a phenomenal player. His read on the game is great.
Oh dear, oh dear. Already early ping onto Westside. The B site anchor was lighter than they thought it would be. Sop's going to go through. He's not even just going through the molly. He's stuck in the molly. He's been stunned up. I'm guessing that Zeus did not expect him to go any further. And well, it looks a little silly. A 4v4, planting. Yedige more aggressive. In fact, they all are. They're all waiting for this push to come in. They haven't spotted out some of these close to corners yet, but Flickless is aware. Another multi-frag for him. Yedige can't go to his hidey hole. In fact, he's trying to buy time. He needs to buy time as Sociable's on the wraparound. Paranoia can go through, but he needs so much from it. Jesse gonna play up close, and he can't quite correct in time. Great round from Flickless. And a 7th on the board for GX, a much-needed one.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. He was leading that round, leading the charge back into the site. Great work, as you said, from Flickless, a player who, thinking back to yesterday, he had some rough performances. Obviously, the hot hands kill. It's an unusual one to see go down that slow, helping out. Not as slow that they had much control over, but hey, let's go. Win's a win. Created the opportunity for his opponents to take themselves out. 10-7, 3-round gap. For Foot, though, it's hard to doubt them getting back on the horse. They've fallen off for a moment, but keeping them down is going to be the real problem for GX.
Well, yeah, I almost wonder if Sop doesn't burn alive from full HP, if that might have been a different round. As I said, swings and roundabouts. You get the good, you get the bad.
I'm pretty sure it was Zeus stunned him, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't the, he didn't self-stun.
I think so. I think it was that sort of stun. He was slowed.
Yeah, it seemed like it.
But also, I could understand Zeus not expecting him to be there.
It's the problem we're playing with Sop,
I
really,
didn't
isn't
expect him to be in the opponent's molly. Yeah, sorry, lads. Operator in position. Beautiful camera work. Unfortunately, the shot not quite as clean. And well, now he needs a lot more targets. It's not the prettiest, but it gets the job done. 4v4 ensues once again. No ultimates for this attacking side. In fact, Crostelli was the only one that could have used the Hunter's Fury in this round. And Flickless is one away from that run it back once again.
Yeah, they need to be careful. One kill to Flickless here, and we can have a big round just like the previous. He's primed with the flash, ready to go. Zeus and Sop would both be caught by it. This could be huge, but Sociable was there. The third man on the line. Hold on! Westside has come in with a double. Jesse not spotted yet with Net at his side. They had that lockdown. Beautiful work from GX to get back in again. It looked like Flickless had to be the focal point, but they had much more to fall back on. And great round from Westside.
Yeah, I think he's been having tougher, I don't even want to say maybe even series at this point, but those are the sort of moments that we expect to see from him. That raw individual aim coming through once again, and the aggression of Foot in their post plants being punished a couple of rounds in a row. It means that economically starting to fall back a little bit, and wow, the frustration we've just seen in the cams might be about to come out in the comms as they are able to talk things through with the team.
Well, the timeout called by Foot, no doubt. That last one was a bit of a deep blow for this squad. Considering the fact that when you look at Foot in this position, in the last map as well, momentum's been a big factor. They've been able to shut GX out, and now we're starting to see that foot in the door. Not so easy to slam in their face. Ara as well, he's having a good game, but if we see now the run it back to get him into position, you've got that operator in his hands, it's only up from here from GX unless Foot can find that form again.
And you can see as well from their match history and from where they finished in the group, if it wasn't for the early week that Foot had versus Na'Vi,
that was a real surprise as well.
Yeah, they probably would have already been through into the playoff stage. They are a team that we very much expect to be challenging to make it to Barcelona, to play on that stage and maybe even make it to champions along the way. They are a squad that we hold in very high regard at this point, and I think GX are not in that same bracket. Even still, though, at least in this map, it's looking more competitive. The first half, similar, but the second half at least has had a round. But I do wonder if play a little bit more passive in their post plants, if this will be a different story.
Oh, the stun sent to left side, and then Flickless pops the ulti, runs right through. Blind is good to at least cancel out that ulti. But he gets information. They already know there's players through to the elbow. Now they know 3 outside A, immediate rotations, and that means Ara's here with the op. That's the real danger that they need to avoid.
I was wondering if we might see a Hunter's Fury for this entry, but with the current positioning, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. One player already revealed, and while the crossfire working out wonders, GX this time holding the line, the TP up, audacious. Yedige needs to go huge once again. Him and Crostali have managed to make this interesting at least. Still sit a man down, and that overdrive is pinning them back, forcing them forward. And Jesse is waiting on the other side. Seems like he's made the realization that they might just be pushing his way, and Ara is going to finally convert one of those additional picks. It leaves Yetige. Clutch scenario, he's been good, but he's walking surely to, I was going to say towards his demise, but it's messy from west side.
Yeah, Yedige knew where 2 were.
Left.
So he started putting the pieces together. Clears out that angle, takes down 1, but although he doesn't go down, his health bar definitely does. 31 HP left.
Time.
He doesn't have a chance to go back and find that easier site, but GX are giving him the space. He can walk right in here. 12 seconds left, and it's a free plant if he makes it to the safe spot. 8 seconds, though, and he's got to go. 6 seconds, and he's out of time. He's done. Well, 10-9 we go. GX, very well played. They allowed him to play himself.
Yeah, I think that was one of those moments where he was expecting some sort of resistance, got none of it, and then it was like, well, there's no way I could plant. Like, if you get 1 kill, you could then run in for a plant, but if nobody faces you, there is no hope. One of them could just sell, basically just run straight in, deny you, and the round's already over.
Especially with the Neon in play.
Exactly. Good hold. And that's not something we've seen so far from GX. It's been the retakes. It's been catching out those aggressive post plants from foot. They haven't been able to just hold on to the site, and that's what they did in this round. I am a little bit surprised we didn't see the Hunter's Fury. I think especially with the resistance already shown, I think that would have caused the exact disruption that Foot wanted, but maybe they're saving it for this round.
Maybe. Well, it might not matter. West side with a good start. As he takes down 1, and Ara even gets out of there. Shorty in hand, swaps to the op, and it's a cleanup from the Neon until it's not. Until Yedige finds 1. Rifles in hand for these 2. It's looking very doable. And Matsop taking Jesse down. This becomes a 1v1 after Yedige's trade. Net, so good so far. His reads have been perfect. You hear those rotation calls, you hear the stack calls. Well, now he's got to read Yedige. That's the biggest task of all. He's in an awful position for where the spike is planted. You could get it to half before he gets anywhere near, so why would you ever check it? An audacious play, but one that gets Foot up to 11 with an Emoda Thrifty.
It's just last round, yeah, ran out of time. This round, he made it. Like, just fantastic stuff from Yedige, reading his opponent perfectly. A trade here where I'm not even sure how he saw anything. They look like, I think Ara created like a maze that he had to fight through, and then just trading every kill effectively all the way to the finish. A triple kill in a Thrifty round. And it's right back to troublesome scenarios for GX. They've got SMGs in the mix. All that economy that they would have hoped would have been built up, and Jesse has just been caught trying to get aggressive.
Jesse's been great so far. Here he's trying to defend Flickless taking the orb. So I understand him peeking. I think he was jump peeking. Look at where the X is as well. He was on his way back when he was taken down. For Foot, such a valuable pick. What? All right. Because Jesse's been so important in a lot of the retakes. His paranoias, every time they're getting them at least 1 kill, a lot of the time too. Now they'll have to work without that. But Foot already lost a man, and with Zeus going deep, okay, another through the smoke. Good work by Net, but it's quickly undone. And Flickless, the man who found 1, a couple of orbs in this round already. Well, he's got a lot more to do, and even the consideration, there's no saving a Stinger in this situation. There's no saving a rifle even. You've got the money for the next round. If you can find some orbs here, a kill before his death, that would make all the difference.
Look how
three-round
he
streak they
expects
need.
them to be so aggressive that he's having to use both flashes just on this early fight, and it leaves him with nothing now. Like, because this is the one round where Foot have finally gone, yeah, you know what, we're actually just going to sit in main. We're not going to throw this round away. We've had a lot of silly moments, and yeah, there's just too many targets. That's the way I've expected Foot to play some of these post plants, and they've done it 0 times thus far. So I completely understand Flick was going like, wait, why is there no one just shooting at me immediately?
I do think an element of that must be the fact that he was 2 away. Like, you just don't want to give
Or the
Flickless...
pause. Maybe just after Foot's pause,
Oh,
they were
sure.
just like,
Sorry, yeah,
please
yeah,
guys, stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Either way, it works wonderfully. Flickless doesn't have that run it back in a round that they very much need. That could be the trigger point, but instead, GX come in with a Hunter's Fury, at least. Jesse's ult from the shadows doesn't really matter, but look at what Foot have. They have ults that they want to use as openers, but then they cancel it. Hunter's Fury coming through. Tag should be there on Zeus, but he dashes out immediately, dodges the second burst, comes back. That was a bit of a questionable play. And Flickless has punished him. That's the ult online as a result, and he's dead. He is dead to rights as he's been hunted down. Sop keeps it rolling, and this round looks done. But Sop's very low. He shouldn't be fighting the way that he is.
Yeah, but that's his gameplay. He's going to continue. There's no way that he wants to let anybody else on his team beat him on the scoreboard. Well, he knows he's got Sociable, and more importantly, Yetege. I would say mainly just Yetege is the safe pair of hands. Sociable's not a safe pair of hands. Point proven. He's going to fight immediately and lose his life for it. Now, Sop kind of has to be that little bit more patient. He's the only one that really has any vision over the spike, and it's not pretty. The wraparound from Yetege needs to come in quick, and Westside's going to hold the line. Keeps his teammate safe. That should have been the end of the game, but GX are able to clutch it out.
Sop put in a shift there, but again, not enough. GX are holding on for dear life. And look, I think already this map has been a big improvement on what we saw over on Split. Being able to compete in these moments, Flickless gets a bit unlucky that Sop is where he is with the ult online and is the man that he is. Most players wouldn't try to cross spawn like that. They'd be happy, hey, we got rid of the Phoenix ult. That's already enough. Not for this guy. He takes a kill on the Phoenix and then takes the one in spawn as well. Not enough for the round. Not enough for the win. 2 more in a row to get to overtime for GX.
You never guess. The Hunter's Fury is still on.
Oh, they've got it.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've been waiting a while for that one.
Obviously, they'll use it if they have it.
Oh, this is awkward for Jesse. Nowhere to go. Almost just panic stations. The convergence path thrown into the back of the site.
Sociable?
Ooh, it's not the prettiest, but Westside has managed to trade one back. Sociable still fighting forward. And this is the thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it makes them look foolish, but in rounds like this, it makes Sociable look like he's in God mode.
Yeah, I mean, he weathered a storm of bullets that came his way, and he didn't give it down. Uses his smoke as a ruse to close out the game. I don't know what happened for Sociable to take that much of a risk that close to overtime, but it has paid off. And for Foot, they certainly do look like they're a level above GX, especially that first map. It was full control in the second half.
But yeah, Sop ends up top of the board, but it's him and
tied with
Yetege
Yetege,
on
yeah.
24. Yeah, you got ACS, you got other things. He's top on most of the other stats. He's had a great game, but I think Yetege in those clutch scenarios was fantastic. A good performance from Foot, but I think as well, like GX, at least on this map, showed that resilience. I think still stuff that they would need to improve on heading into that lower bracket, and of course for Foot, it puts them much, much closer to making it back into that playoff stage. A stage I'm sure they feel they should be and deserve to be, and we're not too far away from, even just from the group stage.
Yeah, this is definitely proof for Foot that they can make that deep run. They can go all the way for GX. Well, I think this second map is definitely a sign of life when it comes to Sunset. They have some work to do when you look at the others, especially that
the defensive side. The defensive side of Split might need a little edit or two before they could truly go back to that one again.
Yeah, indeed. Well, this has been a to be honest, a very exciting matchup. A lot of high-intensity moments, exactly what we were promised, an aggressive game. And that's exactly what Foot played here today. Now it's time to toss this back to our analyst desk ahead of our next matchup, and we've got some special guests. Our desk is joined by Sup and Yedije.
Don't forget the Koala, Mitch. You can't forget the fact that we're being joined by Koala on the couch as well. Yetuje, who is this?
We have a name for him. Bambo.
Bambo?
Bambo, yeah.
Why?
Because it's a word my girlfriend created. So yeah.
Oh,
and also
so
a gift from my girlfriend. So
So hello to her.
Yeah. Is she going to come to Barcelona if you make it?
yeah, if you can make it, maybe.
She can hold Bambo in the crowd.
Yeah, because she came London when we are on the Masters. So I hope she can do it.
I hope so too. I'll give you some good, nice recommendations to go and do around Barcelona.
Yeah, as long as you let us come with the cap. No, I'm joking. So talk to us about the run-up to this match, because you had a whole week, no officials. And Vlad was saying that was horrifying for him. He wants you guys to be playing every day. How do you feel about having that break of sorts?
I mean, I didn't really mind the 1 week of break. I don't know about our coach, but it was just another day for me. I was playing Valorant on my break. We were practicing. Maybe we were practicing a little bit like more focused. We were trying to fix our things, but it was fine.
What do you mean with the things? What is it that you were having to fix?
I mean, most of the problems we're having right now is the double plays, and some of our, like, for example, me and Sociable in like one situation, sometimes we are not on the like same page, and on the water wheel we're trying to fix that, and by like talking everyone, that was the thing.
Why do you think that happens?
I mean, everyone realized or taught by like different coaches. For example, I learned how to play like from Fire and Vlad, but Yetuje learned it from guys, and these are two really different people.
What would you say is also... No, sorry, finish what you were saying.
No, that was all.
Oh, what would you say, also because you were nodding, you were saying, yeah, what do you think is the main difference between the two?
Between two?
Yeah,
like
between the coaches.
Yeah, actually, Guys is more like a strategic coach.
Yeah.
He likes to create so much things, and also he always wants to play his game. So, but Vlad is not like this. Vlad was just saying, I create this, Sociable, do whatever you want, but you have this. So we are on the always looking for Sociable's mouth actually. But he is the brain, yeah.
And we see that works so well on Split, but sometimes on Sunset, we see you have your own ideas, sometimes having them separately. So is there ever a moment when you dash out and you go, oh, my bad, and then you can't go back from it?
Yeah, like every time on the like practice, I'm seeing some little details. I'm whiffing, or sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. But when I'm winning, there is no problem, obviously. But if I'm whiffing, I have to say my bad, because I see something, I tried, I'll say my bad. I don't think it's my bad, I see something, but that's fine.
You waving to Eternal
Echo.
Fire?
Yeah.
They've just entered the studio for anyone at home wondering what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So, not always your bad. And I mean, we even saw a risky moment take that series for you as well yesterday. So sometimes it is worth it. I guess it's just a case of balancing out when.
Yeah, actually, the match was stressful because after the split, we actually know like we are the better team against Giantix, because in the history we always won against them. And also, I was hoping Giantix win against Frankfurt, because Frankfurt is a really good team. So I want to face with the...
So everything went according to plan for you?
Yeah. And yeah, it was a nice match. When I play against Giantix, I'm always playing good. And I was so stressful. The week is super for me, because I was so stressful about the group stage 2, because I wasn't playing that much good, and I was lost. But now I am here, so I will do everything for these guys to make playoff.
You're so here. What do you think was happening on that first half on Sunset? Because I can understand why you guys are confident around the map and the things that you were doing, but what do you think? I know, because I watched it from the outside, but what do you think went wrong on that first half that was so back and forth?
I mean, for like I don't really remember the rounds we lost, but we just used everything what we have. Like we were doing some of the strats without the main thing was off.
Yeah.
Maybe that was the problem. I don't know.
Actually, we were thinking like we are better than them and we can always read them. So we have like we did so many wrong decisions. Like we always trying to read them, but we don't need to read them. Just play on game. But
Do you prefer to feel like you're the better team, or would you rather be an underdog?
no, underdog is better.
Nah, not for me. I think.
Not for you. Well, I mean, you
saw
thrive on
differences in this
confidence.
roster, man. You think differently for everything.
Yeah, right. But he was the superstar of his team, so
True.
I wasn't. And when I come to foot, I was like people was always saying, "Why did you pick A2J?" And then I start to feel like I am always underdog as a player.
Not us.
But now,
You can't say that about
now
us.
I
We
am
were
not.
always very
Yeah,
nice
yeah,
about
yeah.
you.
Now I am
You don't
veteran.
listen to those people. You
Yeah.
listen to us.
Shall we have a look at the bracket and
Yes,
see
please.
what you're coming up against next? Because they're about to play on stage Eternal Fire versus Job Life. Sop literally keeps making eyes at Echo and having some in-jokes. Does that
Yeah.
mean you do want to go up against them?
I mean, not really. I don't want to beat them one more time. I want to qualify. But I kind of want to beat Job Life one more time because I like destroyed them on during Ascension and the EMEA Challengers, and they have crazy fans also. I actually want to
intense.
qualify to Job Life.
Yeah, Job Life.
I mean,
has
I
a-
want to play against Job Life, not to qualify.
Job Life has a bad career against Turkish teams, so I guess Eternal Fire gonna win. But if Job Life did it, like it will be amazing for them because yesterday we were watching their games and they are looking so good actually.
Yeah, were you
Especially Doma.
surprised? Yeah, Doma was looking
Doma
great.
was so good.
Were you surprised at any of the tier 2 teams doing well? Because GIANX was the only one of our teams that managed to win against the tier 2 teams. Was that come off of a surprise? We know that they've had some time off and whatever, but
I mean, the Frankfurt game was like okay, but I expected more from them, and especially Jamadinho. He was crazy, but I don't think he managed like so well. And Enterprise won, right? 2-1.
Yep.
Enterprise was okay, but I kind of want to Fnatic to win, but all good.
I want to ask about Fireflux. We haven't spoken
Yeah.
about
Oh,
the
yeah.
Fireflux,
true.
guys. With
Yeah,
Kachao.
true.
Have you seen Kachao play?
Yeah.
What do you
he's
think?
good. He's good. He
He's
knows
so
the
good.
mechanics.
Like I was watching his
he's good.
PES team on the PES team. He's playing so good KO, so good Yoru, so good everything on the every agent he can play. And also that's my org before Foot, Fireflux. I came from there, so I really enjoy when I see them on the stage. It's
I hope
good
you
for
get
me.
to play them soon.
Me
Yeah, I hope so.
too. Because how else are we going to decide who is better, Sop or the 17-year-old? Congratulations on
you.
the win, guys. We can't wait to see who you're going to be playing next. We're going to find that out after the break. But also, during the break, we're going to show you why you shouldn't miss out on Barcelona. Do you do that in Barcelona?
No.
And the winners.
4 years of history.
VCT EMEA Team Liquid. That trophy has never been done before.
No team has ever lifted our trophy outside of Berlin. But that's about to change. VCT EMEA goes on its first ever roadshow. And it's coming to Barcelona. Our biggest crowd, our biggest stage, and a trophy lift under Spanish skies. We will be there. Will you?
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Madre mía, qué bonita la iglesia esta, que está medio a ser.
Qué ornamentos, qué claraboyas. Irradia más luz que una flash de Sky.
Qué pocas ganas tengo de andar. Con lo bien que estaría yo viendo las finales de la VCT EMEA en Barcelona.
¿Pero os queréis callar? Contemplad.
¡Qué husticón! Estoy aquí en el paso marítimo. Vaya mar, vaya ola más grande. Parece la ulti de Harbor.
Qué rico me está sabiendo este heladito que me estoy comiendo poquito a poquito. Vaya pirulo, niño.
Ya está bien la coña. Vamos a ver lo que vamos a hacer. Porque las Ramblas están muy vistas. Y un museo como que no, ¿no?
Irnos de fiesta a cabeza, que ya tenemos una edad, y el Tibidabo pasando.
Pero chapulines, si ya está claro lo que vamos a hacer.
Basta ya de tonterías. ¿Vamos a ver la final de EMEA? Venga, vamos para el Olímpico.
Pues venga, comprad las entradas porque ya están a la venta.
Y bueno, la fiesta la dejamos para el domingo después de la final, ¿no?
Eternal Fire and Job Life are about to have a showdown to see who is going to be facing off against Foot. Let's take a look at our bracket and remind ourselves of the matchups we have to come. The road to Barcelona continues. And it's going to be interesting to see if we do get to have that Turkish matchup, because talking to Yetajay and Sop on the sofa just now, I couldn't really tell actually what Sop wanted to do, to be honest.
In what regard?
Does he actually want to play Eternal Fire again or not?
I think a part of him wants Eternal Fire to win because he was supposed to be part of that team, and it's something that we never got to see here in VCT EMEA. But on the other side, he does want to beat Job Life and whatnot. To me personally, and now that Foot has won, I kind of really want Eternal Fire to win. I don't know how lucky I'm going to get into that one, because that means that minimum one of the Turkish teams will make it through to playoffs, because it will be the first slot will be between Foot and Eternal Fire. And honestly, with the year that they've had, Turkey deserves it.
There's so many incredible Turkish players out there right now.
I have a feeling, though, deserves a strong word. Deserves a very strong word, because there's job life on the other side. And if we're talking about players that deserve a little bit of success with what they've been going through, having to battle through Tier 2 and that crazy little open circuit, maybe they deserve it a little bit more as well.
Well, let's see who Eternal Fire have had to play in Stage 2 so far.
Yeah.
And that Team Liquid result,
Yeah.
I talked about it mistakenly.
Production, can we bring it back,
pre-show.
please? Can we bring it back? That lower third, sorry.
Eternal Fire were playing against Team Liquid with Lohan in. So in some ways, I almost want to remove that. That doesn't even mean anything.
It's so important, Frankie.
It still ended up in the play-ins.
It's yeah. Yeah, because you have the Liquid win, which was with Lohan. Liquid they weren't here. They weren't here. You don't remember it, and you're like, oh my God, Eternal Fire won against because it's the game that they didn't play, right? And then they go 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, and they close out with a win against Fnatic in 2-0 fashion. So it is incredibly difficult to tell how Eternal Fire is breathing right now, because Fnatic is not going through their best moment themselves.
They hit the floor.
Yeah, and at the same time, we have an Eternal Fire that changed players in the middle of the stage, that were changed directions at the same time. They were running the veto and whatnot in a lot of the maps, and probably that first win against Liquid was what prompted them to think, the veto's so good, we should definitely keep it. So it's probably Liquid's fault that they're here. Well, that's what I'm calling.
They learned the hard way, and now Fabian, he's picking up the duelist role again, playing it alongside Sphere, who we're sort of seeing on stage sometimes, but for the most part, they're running this double duelist, and they're looking really great as a duo.
Yeah, to me, it's mostly about the changes that they made in the last match, and also the performance from individually from Spear on that last encounter. That is what they need to focus on, right? Getting Spear on board, putting him in positions and the agents that he is comfortable with and he can actually provide to the rest of the team. I was so hyped to see him coming into our stage as well. Speaking about young players and promises that we have, especially for Turkish Valorant, which has been one of the best in EMEA. But also, like, this is something that Eternal Fire strongly needed to become a contender again.
And not just that, everyone loves a battle Sage when you get a little bit of experienced Sage on the board.
Give me Hoodie, is what I say.
Regularly the duelist as well. So, yeah, hopefully we do get to, pivot towards a couple of the maps where we may get that battle Sage sliding into the mix. But the veto is actually going to be a bit of an interesting conversation when we get there, because both these teams have been banning the same map. So that leaves a conversation open for Veto Chicken, who's going to be the one to ban it and where we're going to end up going.
So, Job Life, the competitors today, one of these Tier 2 teams. Again, I think Tier 2 is a myth, to be honest, everyone. But one of these Tier 2 teams that managed to beat
Challengers.
Na'Vi.
We can just call them challengers. They're here to challenge.
The challengers.
They come from challengers and they are here to challenge the partnership teams.
Yeah.
So I think that's...
And next year it's going to be open
more Tier 2.
season, and literally, Tier 2 is going to change context, because I think that the teams that we've seen this week stepping up onto this stage for the first time have definitely shown that they are here to compete on that Tier 1 circuit.
Yep.
But that win over Na'Vi,
oh my God.
Again, it's one of those weird things to read into because of the state of Na'Vi right now. But at the same time, I have to say there were some really, really impressive moments from Job Life.
It was so good to see some of these players back in the stage, like seriously, all of them. I would highlight like Doma, Kamek here, like players that have played for so many teams. To me, Runner was one of the highlights. Number one, because he was playing against Salah, who was his coach in Na'Vi when he was here. And it was so funny every time that Salah was walking off of the stage. And I was like, you did this. You did this. You knew that he could do it on the duelist. And now he's doing it as well. Same with the last map. I just now remember the unfake round on Ascent, and I got like PTSD. That was absolutely insane, seeing him running out of bullets and pushing out of the smoke, and just like, yeah, that was a very painful moment. And even with all of that, even with some crazy rounds that made absolutely no sense, Job Life did come out on top.
They were almost their own worst enemies, so hopefully they polished that up today. It was great that they were all smiles and rainbows after it, managed to take it to overtime, still managed to get the win over Na'Vi, or they wouldn't be here. And on that note as well, Na'Vi, on paper, in my opinion, still a better performance during the group stage and better individually than what I've seen from Eternal Fire. So I feel like Job Life should have the confidence they've already beat Na'Vi.
So you predicted them to win then?
I think I did.
Should we have a reminder?
I'm pretty
Let's
sure I
see who's
did.
predicted who.
I think I did. I almost definitely did. Yeah,
There you go.
I was right. I did. There we go.
Hazza. He wants the Turkish fans on side.
Actually, Kikuki, you're going hard. 4-1.
I said yes, I am that good. Actually, it is. As you can see, I have the same score as Kyra because we are just supporting the challengers teams.
The challengers teams.
Challenge. We're supporting the challengers. Seriously, I would say that this. I am saying that, but I think that this is a very difficult one because yes, Eternal Fire, difficult stage. Not gonna lie, there is always time. This is the perfect moment to bounce back. You have the difficult conversations, you make the strong changes, you find somewhere where you're comfortable, and if that has to go through just playing the death ball and just sending it and making it not make sense, completely valid. Win however you want. There is so many options for surprises. I know that some teams were on the other teams have had, like the challengers teams, have had so much time to prep because they got like a month or a month and a half off with nothing but watching us play and prepping for this. But with Eternal Fire, that can mean nothing because they were able to win with Veto and just shooting, so the agents do not matter for them.
Well, in terms of if we get the Veto going through, if we get Breeze, which Joblaf rather, are very fond of. Remember the other day? 9 rounds on the attack side, went A 11 times somehow. I want to know if Eternal Fire, if we get Breeze in there, is going to be able to put up enough of a defense on that A site to send them B at least for 1 round.
Well, as long as they pick Viper, they'll be fine.
No Breeze.
Oh, Breeze isn't even there. We don't get to see it. Okay.
Oh,
what were the bands?
Also, reminder for people, we do
Okay.
not have the skirmish because Eternal Fire have the higher seed. So they decided to be Team B. But the Haven, no Summit coming in. Lotus the first one. I'd say that for Job Life, this is, at least for me, kind of like expected, is a map where they're very comfortable in. We were speaking about the Veto. We saw a lot of Veto for the side of Eternal Fire during the regular season, But I kind of want to think that they might have moved away from that.
Well, it feels like Fabian is
Very
committed to being a
hopefully.
duelist now, right? Not being a Veto and not trolling everyone.
Frankie, you never know that. You never know that.
But the thing is, with Fabian is he can put up numbers on
That
any
is the
agent. So
problem.
it's how much is he going to choose something that's going to resource his team and support them. And Veto, I don't know if the way that he was playing it was really doing that.
The thing that would make me the happiest about Eternal Fire is for them to pick a composition that makes sense and is going to work on the long run. As I say, they are very good shooters. That is never going to be the problem. I don't want something that they can use to win here. I want something that can take them to Barcelona and further.
Well, Joblife's record on split as well has been very strong lately. Eternal Fire picking into that makes me think that as long as Lotus goes fine for Joblife, we could again be getting a 2-0. It could be a fast day.
Well, Valorant is a team game. It's not about the individual. So which of these teams is going to step up, play together, and remain in the upper bracket? Let's find out.
Fire versus Job Life.
It's going to be a meeting of death balls in this matchup. And Job Life were body spamming Na'Vi in a series where we saw the Tier 1 team give too much freedom to new kid on the block Pays. But will Pays have the same freedom today as he goes up against Eternal Fire, Mac?
That'll be the big question that we're all going to find out if that gets answered successfully. I'm strapped in, ready to watch and see exactly what they have for us here on Lotus. I feel like, if it's not that 2-0 for Job Life, it's almost definitely going to be a 2-1 all the way to the end of Ascent is probably what it's going to take for Eternal Fire here, because Job Life, they're not going to go down without swinging.
To me, it's super important to think about what is Job Life going to do. I love that you bring up Haze, because what are they going to do in Lotus? We saw Doma the other day. Taking up the responsibilities of Chihuahua not being here, because remember, Pace was not supposed to be here. It was supposed to be Chua, and we were highlighting Doma and being like, he played so good because he was the one taking in all the weight of like, I'll play whatever it is. still ace. Like, my man was playing amazing. And I wonder what that is going to mean in Lotus. We know that Pace is a very good duelist, but he will now have to either take the responsibility of being in the Omen, and then maybe you also move Kamek around. Like, we have a potential everybody moves just so everybody's comfortable. I want to see how far that is going to be taken, because as we were saying, they play a lot of Lotus. They really like this map.
And what's really interesting about this team and their approach to their attack size is, in their words, they spin the wheel. And maybe that plays into having this substitute player coming in, because if they're going to have that freedom and maybe follow Paze's lead into those sites, then spinning the wheel actually is going to be the element of surprise they need against Eternal Fire.
I don't know if spinning the wheel is going to work against Eternal Fire. I think like Foot, like, it's a big day for Turkish teams, right? We have Foot winning, and now with Eternal Fire here, I want them to not make the same mistakes. I feel like there were so many rounds where Giant X was kind of taunting them, being like, oh, come here, come here, come here, and Foot will fall into that trap. And because of the situation that Eternal Fire is now they might fall into the same mistakes.
And this is a problem for Eternal Fire, Mac, because what we've seen from them so far in Stage 2 is if they don't get that opening kill, they can fall apart.
Yeah, exactly. You know, things can definitely not go to plan, you know, and one of the things as well in terms of agent composition coming into Lotus, they were playing with Veto, which is a little bit different. You know, not many teams have embraced, you know, some of the newer agents that have come in over the last year or so, just sticking to what is tried and true and known. So props for the experimenting, but well, I don't know if they're going to lean towards that or if they've changed things up to try to keep it a bit more stable here, because I feel like you just can't take those kind of risks up against a team like Job Life, who is, you know, one of the challengers teams and about to put pie in your face if you don't get this win. You're one of the teams that have been here for a while now, from Ascension.
We've also seen Doma on this stage many times before.
Yeah.
So the fact
I think Bar Pace, I've seen everywhere.
This is true. I mean, I spoke to Unfake earlier about that too,
I am so sorry, and although Pace still has not logged, Spear has now gone on the waylay. Fabian now on the Neon. It is the double duelist. Nikki moves away and back into the Fade. A lot of power in their hands. They do keep playing also the double controller for their side. VCT, they do not have a Sentinel, but they still have a lot of ways that they can control this map.
Yeah, especially, you know, you double controller, you've got that wall which can definitely, you know, toxic screen rather, that can just slice the map in half, control a lot of the A and B sites, and then of course you've got the waylay there as well, which I'm interested in see how Spear is going to be able to operate on that.
Oh, whoa. So now it's, so Eternal Fire has decided to move away from the Viper to make room for playing double duelist.
Yeah.
So everybody's changed, right? Like, Doma was playing on the Omen, Kamek has now been into that role. Like, okay, so no Viper, double duelist versus Eternal Fire. Good luck.
We'll see.
Okay,
we'll see.
For you, which is raising the most eyebrows? Because eyebrows are raised on both sides there. Not having a Sentinel on the Lotus, for example.
Remember,
that did not go well for.
They're not having the Sentinel you can work around, because you do have a lot of smokes and a bit of utility. It is good, and I do prefer it myself to see a Sentinel, because you can just leave someone by himself. But I do think that Omen gives you a lot of possibilities. I love when people get cheeky with the TPs. The paranoia is still very good, even though it's been nerfed a couple times. But is the no Viper? Do you remember we were wait? Oh, okay. That's why I was so confused. Thank you so much, guys. I was like, the names, them, yeah. So, do you remember, sorry, what you were saying about Breeze and going A 11 times in a row?
Yeah.
Well, when you don't have the Viper to contest and like fight for A, you have to invest other resources, which is still interesting. Like, it's not like you can't do it. It just becomes a little bit more difficult, a little bit more of a coin flip once the round advances a little bit.
Yeah, and the other thing I'm also noticing for Eternal Fire on the attack, yeah, they'll have that toxic screen, which is great, but they don't really have a flash to play with. They've got the Omen blind, and that's it. So how are you going to be popping through the screens? I've got a lot of questions, and I think some boys might be able to answer that for us.
Yeah, quite possibly. Hazza and Cairo. How's the cherry chapstick, by the way, Cairo?
Go on, mate. The lips are normal. That's the good thing. So Lovely.
Yeah, I thought I was going to be looking like a Kardashian with my lips puffing, but they're actually okay.
Okay, yeah. No, you're looking devilishly handsome today. And I'm excited to dive into this one as well. Sure. Look, a year ago, I think both Turkish teams winning on the same day would have been a long shot. But nowadays, it is a completely different league filled with fresh talent, and Job Life are looking to try and get past an opponent from a region where they've never had that success in the past.
Yeah, I think Eternal Fire have been leveling up, and I'm glad to see that they're putting their individuals first, trying to, I guess, set the meta. But you know what? Sometimes simplicity has the highest ceiling, and we started to see that towards the end of the group for Eternal Fire. I'm excited to see how they get on against Job Life.
Just setting this one up as a bit of a stylistic clash, maybe, of those 9 losses from the Job Life organization against Turkish teams. 4 of them with Unfake at the helm. I've been pretty convinced with his calling so far, decisive, and as the mid-round starts to open up, you can see Job Life thinking about this B main progression. Eternal Fire on the attack side, now starting to move that spike towards the A site.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm entirely convinced just yet, because the attack side, Colin, Breeze excluded, was not the best, but we can come back to that. That's a conversation for later. Echo, at the same time, gets the information. Is now well under fire. Viper wall to protect him. Actually doesn't get scanned, does at the last minute, and that's an entry for Job Life.
Yeah, and Eternal Fire trying to set up in this post point. You can see they're very aggressive towards CT, looking to engage on that fight, but Job Life have moved through stairs, so no duels.
Not at all, and Eternal Fire backfilling the space that Job Life have just vacated. So it's a topsy-turvy one, but one that Eternal Fire do not want to give away control of Spike, and Pays once again looking to pay out and some damage, and well, it goes down to a 1-on-3. Neki with just 27 points of health and having to fire away 3 targets. He will not succeed. Job Life, they only won 1 of 5 pistols last time, Hazza, but this time they'll make no mistakes about it.
It's a perfect start for Job Life here on the defender side of Lotus, of course. Matt Pitt coming in and with a very convincing record from their time in Challengers 3. Just a single loss coming right at the back end against Reborn, another one of those Turkish rosters. And with that in mind, I think there's got to be some confidence behind them, putting away that series against Na'Vi as well.
Hello! Sit down!
To re-raise the Unfake conversation quickly, the composure and calmness that he showed after what was probably one of the worst whiffs we've seen in recent history says a lot about this team.
I don't even know if you can count it as a whiff because he just didn't shoot.
Scroll wheel, mate. Yeah. Scroll wheel in pro play, more common than you'd think, apparently.
Yeah, but I want to continue this conversation with Unfake, because Eternal Fire do have some force behind this in Favian's Outlaw. Let's just keep an eye on this for a moment.
Yeah.
But Unfake, I mean, attack side Colin, it just hasn't been up to scratch for me. Not got a positive record. And this is the only map that he actually does. 60% out of the 6 times that he's played it in Challengers.
And so I think that's something that we can just shelve and come back to in the second half. But in my eyes, what this matchup will end up being is how much experience have Eternal Fire managed to accrue in their time in Tier 1, as they are an Ascension roster after all at their core. In terms of the eco, well, the Outlaw has already been dealt with here in Tree, so shouldn't be too much left behind things. Ordaz has managed to pick it back up and deals the 140 blow, but no kill in the end.
Yeah, a couple players low there, but it's the only 2-shot weapon that will fall there. Eternal Fire hoping that they could have done some damage with pistols, not the case.
And to sort of wrap up the point that I was making there too, this Job Life team has more Tier 1 experience than any other of the Challengers rosters that we've seen come up. Even, you know, the example of Enterprise, I think you have global experience there, but Doma's played more LAN games at Masters and Champs than he has here on a domestic stage. So, just seeing how that translates as we head into the bonus for the Defenders side.
The online era of Valorant, quite a different time.
I have the spike.
LAN
coming back.
Yeah, well, the LAN experience was at a premium. Next year won't be, with the International League still staying in position. And it looks as if Eternal Fire with their full buy are ready to execute on B. Good information in terms of the utility. Spear has really made that one work. Job Life, an advantage into post.
Yeah, but it's a question of what they can do with this. As Eternal Fire are looking to fight into Waterfall, Doma's got to be on high alert, and he deals great damage on the fadeaway back to C.
Yeah, everybody peppered up on the Eternal Fire side. The Spectre, even at range, could really cost players their life, and Job Life now starting to get into main as well.
It's the weak players in Waterfall.
Yeah, and they're just going to completely fall to Doma. 3 rounds in a row, it looks like, for Job Life so far. Neki, unless he has something special for us, and he can't get started. Brilliant start for Job Life. And Hazza, I'm left wondering, Eternal Fire are just not showing up so far.
Yeah, looking like a bit of a disconnect for a team which built their success, at least initially this year, off of having airtight micro.
Yeah.
You saw the Desk talking about it as well. This new partnership that's having to be created. Fabian finding himself paired up with a 3rd different duelist now in his last year and a half of competing.
You are so slow.
And I completely agree with Unfake. Spear the furthest player forward and no tradability there.
I mean, that's the one thing about the Whaley, it can be quite disconnected. It was like when we saw Neon for the first time, a lot of Challengers teams felt that disconnect.
And again, as competent as Fabian is as a flex player, you want to see them really start to shape things up nice and quickly, because you don't get too many lives in this play-in stage. From the upper bracket, if you even make playoffs, straight down into the lowers on seeding. And so with the Sheriffs at the hip here of Eternal Fire, they've made plenty of noise on C. The lurk smoke is up, but Echo is yet to cross.
And I think Fabian's a big component of this Eternal Fire roster. I think a discussion we were having in Stage 1 was about his ability, right? And the fact that he might be the best or the best flex player. Echo at the same time, his luck might be activated. He's seen that players are leaving. See,
hasn't seen Pays,
and this could be the issue. Finally does, and this is going to be an easy kill. That got a little bit messy, but still gets the upgrade. And now the rest of Eternal Fire being brought back.
Yeah, I mean, Kamek may be in a position to interrupt this, but the spike is going to get past no problem. And so Eternal Fire do have a free C site, but the flank is swiftly approaching, and it's Neki watching over this one.
It's big 1 versus 1. He will win up, but doesn't consider the second. So it's an easy trade in the end, but still an advantage to the Turkish side.
And look at this post plant now. They've completely changed it up, looking to fight Sand together.
Oh, and Unfake given a chance to get brawly with it. I mean, in deep into the corner is Echo, and he's the one with the Bulldog. A 2 versus 4, which I don't think Eternal Fire would have ever dreamed of this position, but have certainly been given it and have to try and deliver. Doma missing out. These Sheriffs of Eternal Fire really starting to hit now, and I think this round might just be over. Time getting away from Runner, and Eternal Fire straight back in with a Moda Thrifty.
Yeah, those pistols packing a serious punch as a slight gap is exploited to the full. Eternal Fire getting in behind through Echo. Just kind of snatch at this one a little bit. I was wondering if he wanted to play the discipline, maybe buy a little bit more time for the rotation, but nice call made off of his insert. And I love the quick reactions as well to set up this post plant towards the flank, get the numbers in play. And so straight into the next one. It's a full purchase for both, and Runner's brought the op out. He's nowhere near this first duel.
Eternal Fire certainly are, and I mean, with bodies put out, Job Life, trade even, and I think, honestly,
favors Eternal Fire here.
Yeah, exactly. Only issue is there's no smokes, so Unfake within that corner can have a real opportunity to upset. An idea about this one, but Eternal Fire haven't checked. Spear somehow winning that duel.
Yeah, plenty of damage there, unloaded by Unfake, but no kill. And Doma's the only one in a position to interrupt this. Long rotate for Runner. Maybe if Doma finds a kill, then you're interested, but he's quickly cut out of play. And it looks like Eternal Fire are going to bring this one within just a round. Much quicker approach and different look from them here.
I like that, the acceleration, but what I don't like is Job Life's taking duels on their own. Doma, for instance, in that 2v3, tries to get something back, but
yeah, I think it's sort of like The sword that you live and die by there, though. Runner's always going to want to save this operator, especially when you look at the money. If Doma finds one, maybe he gets interested.
Yeah, but you've got a showstopper to come back in on. There's tradability there. A 2 versus 3 isn't out the realms of possibility.
You really want to gamble that 2v3?
I mean, sometimes you've got to give it a go.
maybe.
But
I think it's a discussion best left, because right now, Eternal Fire have started to turn up the heat a little bit, and Joblife showing signs of buckling under that pressure, perhaps.
Yeah, that's 100% right. Joblife need to be careful because, as you said, this is a VCT team, not just an Ascension roster. And Eternal Fire were prospects for London back, if people remember.
4th place, just 1 away. Oh my god, look at the trim.
Yeah, using the headset as a hairband. Multiple uses, these headsets.
Yep, I relate. But here comes the A-Brawl yet again as the barrier goes up. Hayes trying to get in there, and once again he falls to that left-hand side of rubble. Runner ignites, and with the showstopper, nothing found. 5 versus 4, but still Joblife trying to bolster their positioning here, fortify some space in the A courtyard. Neki trading back, and Spear just playing around the edge as Eternal Fire finally envelop Joblife. Runner scorched and sent packing from this duel.
Feels like Eternal Fire have remembered who they are. The individuals playing off of one another, looking like a pack once again.
Runner has found a unique angle here. He can stop that spike from crossing towards the site, but with a lack of information mid-round, he's not fully certain on this one right now. Doma, of course, on the other side of the breakable door in Blue Room, just waiting to see if there's a pivot, but so much patience shown on the Eternal Fire side right now.
Runner maybe think.
Yeah, it's their own attack-sided smoke, which they put up here. And yeah, Runner's looking for that timing, but in the end, Eternal Fire make the most of it. Doma gets his 2, but 2 more required.
I think Joblife are now starting to just be a bit too cheeky, and Eternal Fire aware of it. I mean, you've got to think this roster has played in the likes of the Turkish League and had to run the gauntlet to get up there. And I think that's exactly why we're going to see a Joblife timeout and start to speak about how things are going wrong. Because as we're seeing, this A fight just not going as well as they would hope.
Definitely what will be addressed in this upcoming timeout, as you say. I think it's been an area of weakness for them so far. And Eternal Fire starting to find value from it. I think we want to see Joblife playing a more cerebral game here.
Yeah.
Trying to punish Eternal Fire when they give them those kinds of situations, those overextensions, because actually in the previous round, it was the other way around. I really like that patience from Eternal Fire mid-round. Quite a few times, I think, towards the start of Stage 1, when we had the full strength core of this team, there were discipline issues with the roster, for sure. So now starting to see a little bit more of that instilled in them here is a positive change.
I think so, and I think as well, Eternal Fire, they've actually bringing out the Viper, bringing out something that's a lot more, I guess, macro heavy. I mean, sure, you've got the double duelist, but even someone like Minnie was saying, I don't understand why teams are not playing Viper as much. And for Joblife's side, they're kind of reintroduced to this notion of the aggression, and it's actually working against them.
Yeah, I mean, that is the cost that they've had to pay. They were running double smokes with Viper every single time in those 6 previous appearances on this map, of which they won 5 that I mentioned at the start. And so to accommodate Pays in the lineup, that is the price they've had to pay. And heading into the gun round now, you can see Echo attack-sided op. Slow start for Eternal Fire, but still scaling through B main with some intent, setting up both duelists here for a fight.
They'll be well aware that there's a trap to be sprung somewhere. And that's why there's a little bit of trepidation about how they walk. No A-Brawl. That's where the Vise is.
You can see Unfake just faking the steps up towards Plat there as well, suggesting a rotation. As you say, the C's nade was ready to go, but now it's the Prowler that he pulls out and gets ready to take this duel as Pays connects through the smoke. Spear down, and the Spike starting to head towards C.
Fabian unfortunately caught out as well. And this should be an easy notifier as to what's happening. A nice stun, though, to stop any B main aggression.
With that utility invested, it's a much harder site to scale towards now on C. Omen ult used to the other extremity. Ordaz under the tree in A. There is Vice util here to slow this down to snail's pace. You've got a wall and thorns between the Spike, which is slowly arriving. For as much space as Ordaz takes, it's the fight which he needs to win. The Doma down with Vice gone. That's all the utility missing.
Unfake so low as well as they come back in. Information about where players are playing from. And it seems like it's going to be the Rays to get caught out here by Echo. And now the numbers get dinner.
Yeah, Ordaz still playing up close from Plat, but no trade, no follow-up. Neki sat down in pit, and for that reason, Joblife not anticipating this one at all. The trade eventually comes through, down to a 2-on-2, and Fabian still playing around front site with the support of Echo's op, now through Tree. A two-pronged approach, which Kamek walks straight into, and Eternal Fire, for the first time in this game, take the lead for themselves.
Yeah, after 7 rounds played, they'll finally get it in their favour. And Joblife just not able to find an answer to Eternal Fire. So far, I mean, Eternal Fire are playing a very good game so far in terms of how they're controlling the map, in terms of how well aware they are.
Yeah. I think just speaking of awareness there as well, I was kind of surprised that Doma just immediately went straight back into the site, knowing that the Omenot had been popped. Threat of a player even being in pit, that was the common one to take, but pushed down now to upgraded pistols. A Marshall in the hands of Pays. Joblife have to make sure this one doesn't quickly get out of hand. Echo not given enough space to make the op work for a second time, so that's a big pickup by Runner.
Yeah.
Plenty of open air out on A right now.
I think this looks to be the B exec wall there, but I don't think it'll create much issues, to be honest. And even going to get a Nightfall out of this. This is a decent big win from Joblife, to be honest. And it does stall out the spike a little bit.
It blocked the dash as well, so only a couple players in. Ordaz having to burn through one of those TPs, and a big 1-versus-1 on the flank here.
Yeah, but you don't down Neki, let's be honest. Rifle in hand and doesn't miss a beat. So Doma now with the information of Neki's position, should expect this. That's unbelievable. Individuals showing up from Eternal Fire that they may be having in weeks previous. And I think it's because the comfortability that we're seeing of these players on roles that we normally associate with them. Last two, happy to take a back seat and wait for that spike to go.
For sure. This has to be a confidence builder. The play-in stage, Eternal Fire finishing 4th in their group, of course, as they did 4th in the previous stage. It's all about trying to break the mold and bridge that gap between being a team which sits in the midfield, looking towards next year as well, of course, and one which can go to international events, as we thought that they have the quality to do so, especially heading into the last stage. It was a 6-map loss streak before the Fnatic win, so they ended things on a high for sure, but got to see if that can continue now, of course, with Fnatic's own results in mind.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think the big thing with that Fnatic result for Eternal Fire was the fact that we started to see those role changes. We started to see a much more, how to put it, familiar Eternal Fire and how they were playing. But let's see exactly how Eternal Fire are getting on in this round as they play for a B exec.
Gör. Yakın adam. 2 OB, 2 swinkliyorsun. Dim. İki beyler, 2. Geri çekil, geri. Kaç, geri koş. Kır onu, geri koş. Tamam, çok iyi.
Bir upper çıktı. Fade B side.
Alt üstler ya, ben de vuracağım bir tanesini.
Ne ona rotate attı beyler. Fade Hobbit'ten kol atıyor sana Ömür.
Ne infomuz var yok.
Vice Chaining dedi. Ulti bastı buradan. B boş. Anıl.
B bomboş Anıl.
Anıl B'ye girdi.
Anıl C'de kal. C'ye bir şeyler yapsana.
Bir şeyim yok.
Sakat yakın istiyorsun.
10 saniye pull reveal var. Bir açtı abi.
Bekliyorum seni.
Ömür Water'da oynamayı seviyordu Barış. Yanlış hatırlamıyorsun.
Flash açtı. Sayıları bir açacağım.
Ha pillar da flash adam CT.
Tamam ultimiz var bu arada. Yaparım.
Shift giriyorum.
Anıl yok gibi ya.
Kapalı koruyacağım.
30 seconds left.
Ultin var.
Alsana size switch atak Water.
Last player standing.
I'm holding left. Nice. A lot better. Take operator.
No. You wanna play now?
Joblife managing to come back into this, and that's a big result. within one round, and especially with how Eternal Fire's momentum was.
Yeah, it's Echo that finds the opening for Eternal Fire in that round, through B and onto the C site, but Joblife aware of the gaps and very quickly mid-rounding themselves into a position to retake. Sounded very chaotic for my limited Turkish understanding there in terms of the fights out on site. And yeah, not a full commitment to that B push either.
There.
Yeah, but at the same time,
There.
you get the win, you get the punish, and there's operators on either side, and not quite out the woods yet in terms of economy for either side.
Set utility from Joblife to try and take that rubble space at least initially, and hoping to maybe guide Eternal Fire into their Vice setup. The issue being, it's only Doma here, and while he has the op, that's just inviting Spear to get up in his face. Shorty to bolster this smoke. As you can see, Joblife retaking mainly through Waterfall, but Pays is a long way away.
Still taking his time to come through. Doma punishes any more aggression, and there's even a Nightfall to confirm that there's a body in towards CT. Thinking it's backside, but it's not. Doma versus Favian's going to be a big duel deciding this post plan as Joblife get working on elsewhere. Only one player remaining. It is Neki, the captain, and he's doing well so far, but cannot connect anymore. We're all even.
Yeah, it's a great round from Doma, just playing to contain there, stopping Eternal Fire from taking any more CT space than would be damaging to the brunt of that retake coming in from Waterfall. Someone who's always been so good with the comms, and I think that's why he looks so good on this anchor role, especially now, stepping back into this one.
And I think we had big conversations about his role as well, not just speaking about Eternal Fire and how things have been going on that side, but I think with him playing, what was it, 4 different categories of agent, and I think it was something like 60 days. I think you really start to worry about what his impact was, and now that he's finding consistency on these more, I guess, back of the pack agents, he understands what he needs to do, and there's that cerebralness to his play.
Yeah, for sure, given his best Kung Kung impression at the end of that one as well. So, vibes restored on the Joblife side, as is the scoreline, now back at a deadlock. 5 rounds each, and I think they'll be happy with how this defender's side has started to turn for good. 2 successful retakes in a row now, and you're starting to see that synergy between the two. For Eternal Fire, I think post plants have always been something which plagued their attack sides. For as strong as they are at getting into sites, and when you look at how effective they've been in the First Bloods department, especially in the previous series, this is something that they've definitely got to tighten up on, and I imagine that's what Afro will be leading the charge with here, coming out of the pause.
Yeah, and I think Pays is a big component of Joblife's first blood kind of play. We saw him yesterday go, not yesterday, the other day, go 18-9 and first kills to first deaths.
That's a 2 first kill, first death ratio if maths isn't your strong suit, and that actually puts him as the best of the duelists from the opening round of play-ins, so absolutely important there.
Did you see who was top?
What do you mean?
Of the first kills to first... Never mind, doesn't matter. Yeah, Pays is definitely going to get a first death here, and Runner Willie gets one, does get his life stolen away from him. Unfake, unperturbed, still wanting to play within this smoke, and Eternal Fire think better of it.
Just slowing it all the way down. Shift walking back out of audible range, as you can see. Joblife have full extremity control, and with Doma's wall on B, they're ready to play back into that site if they are forced to.
Oh.
It is going to be him again, though, the Vice on this C site to do it all.
I mean, he's got his playing in front of his setup, and this is just an easy kill. I understand that you want to try and play for something, but in a 3 versus 4, surely you play for the numbers.
I mean, it's bold to take the off angle in that situation, but there's a world where if Eternal Fire are lazy on that clear, he gets his 2, and that's, you know, Joblife still with a chance in this round. Go big or go home, that's the mantra, and with it here now, a 2 versus 4. Joblife will have money in the next round, they can give this a go. Neki 1 away from a Nightfall though, and Spear a couple off his own. Don't really want to give too much away here.
Paranoia once again just stops in a smoke on top of it. Odaz done so well here. And Kamek already starting to, I thought for a minute, back away. Not the case. And it's Eternal Fire to get the lead back.
And it's Spear finding that final kill too. So now Eternal Fire are 1 ult point away from 2 very impactful pieces heading into what will be the final round of the half. And a chance for them to cement this advantage. JobLife changing up how they want to approach the Angel with some real player presence. And fortunately enough, it does just fall apart. So looking at it now, final opportunity for both teams here. And as you can see, it looks like Doma's going to be the one getting exposed here again.
Yeah, a shot away, hoping to beat out some utility. I guess, I mean, it was always going to be a clear with the Haunt. You're even going to get a Spear ultimate online for this round.
The Vice setup does match up quite nicely into Fabian on this Neon. It's Spear again that you've got to be worried about just bypassing some of that early utility, and looks like the B pivot here from Eternal Fire, but a pack of JobLife players ready to interrupt this.
This is going to be a massive ultimate, but JobLife just for a moment stepped in front. You're going to get the Whaley ultimate, but it's a trade even. Spear even going back, and still delay coming through from JobLife, managing to keep their players alive, but still ready for a duel. It's a pause. I thought it was a pause. It's not. Echo just takes the peak. Oh, and it's a good spam from Runner. Fabian as well taken.
A 3 versus 2 situation. JobLife given numbers and time on their side. Slowly starting to run out here as they've not beaten that first line of defense. The Vice Wall is still active, so even a smoke to just fake any kind of pressure won't do all too much.
30 seconds left.
Ooh. And Ordaz now left segregated as the spike is yet to be planted. Spear and only his 20 HP.
And 20 seconds to play with as well. And unfortunately caught out. We will be all even heading into the next half, and it's Runner again being a highlight in this round.
JobLife should be super happy with how they've managed to turn things around here. After a positive start and a bonus conversion, a Thrifty threw some trepidation into the situation, but ultimately able to make good of it. So at the half, we're going to have a listen in on a player feature which we held with Doma and Unfake.
My name is Doma. I'm from Croatia. I'm 23 years old. To me, being back means a lot because obviously, like, I played 6 years ago internationals in like Reykjavik and even in Berlin, first champs ever. So I mean, yeah, it feels good to be back on stage in VCT because when you don't play for a long time and you just keep watching online, like from home, it feels kind of boring, you know. But no, now it's on our terms. We qualified with our work, and yeah, it feels really good. It feels super important to know both for JobLife and for ourselves that we are like, you know, a competitor in Tier 2. And obviously that I think we can do stuff in Tier 1 as well, because I think like BBL from last year have shown they came from Ascension. Also Eternal Fire, they showed. It means a lot to be competitive on, you know, the highest levels. We are well prepared. Even though we had to change a player, we had to get Pace, who is a monster. I think we are still gonna do good. This tournament, I would like to face Fnatic. I think they're not in great form. They're beatable. Like, they're not looking as sharp as last year's. So I think it would be a fun matchup against Fnatic. Yeah, I want to play Fnatic. To expect from JobLife, we're just going to play a few games, maybe win some games. And then in the end, we're going to qualify to Shanghai.
The difference between playing now with JobLife and with Vitality is huge. And Vitality, I joined mid-season, so it wasn't like, maybe I wasn't confident at myself that much. It was not an easy job for me. And now with JobLife, we qualified, so I'm much more confident than I was before. And I think that's the biggest difference. I think Pace will surprise other duelists. I think for his age, his aim is insane, and he is disciplined and he's hardworking person. I'm confident. I believe I deserve to be here, but last time I was here, I jinxed myself, and now I just don't want to talk more. I just want to prove it on the server what I'm capable of. The tournament is gonna be really hard, and there is like a lot of good teams, but I believe we can do good. I'm not sure if we can take the trophy, but I hope so.
Strong sentiments of self-belief from the JobLife players there, as Doma believes they can go all the way to Shanghai. For now, it's the road to Barcelona, and as always, the QR code is there for your tickets. I'm very happy with the team chemistry of this JobLife team, the way that they've approached this play-ins bracket. It's one match at a time, and with a win against a VCT team under their belt already. They're looking to beat the next best thing, this ascended Eternal Fire team. Pegged back 6 rounds, even at the half, but now their chance to attack.
The rifle rounds majority, though, going Eternal Fire's favour, and that's the one thing to note. Pistol rounds not really been in Job Life's favour, but they've improved at least for the start of this series.
Yeah, they picked up 1, so double pistol would be huge though, and I think, yeah, building that momentum off the back of a potential bonus, as we did see in the previous, all positives to be thinking about. But as of right now, it's some early sand control. Yet to be explored, precious map material currently under the watchful gaze of Eternal Fire. They've got a Viper wall through the middle of the map as well, so plenty of support there.
Just quickening that pace up towards C to pull bodies across, and Runner just steps a bit too far. Echo, the one to punish, and I mean, overwhelming in towards Waterfall, and Fabian will stop it. Spike now in his favour, and he's going to get a third. A player who kind of went missing towards the start of groups. Unfake, who may go missing here as Echo tries to capitalise, and well, advantage Eternal Fire once again.
Yeah, you could see the idea from Job Life, trying to create some pressure on the C site, lower the toxins of Echo so that B would be an easier approach. They get in and just line up for Fabian, the one-man blockade, chaining 2 players together with 1 bullet here, nicely done. And as you say, as long as he's performing alongside Spear, Eternal Fire should be winning more rounds than they lose.
Yeah, Fabian, I think, is the real star quality about this roster. And I think, I mean, having him play like a Vito and stuff like that rather than Duelists, you're going to see a lot better returns. Job Life are just going for a straight up execute. They're not caring here, and this should be a shooting gallery for the Eternal Fire players, but it ends up going Job Life's favour. Neki here with his Spectre, it should be easy enough to spray things down. And finally it looks to be. That's something Job Life were really good at the other day, was making punishment on eco rounds.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a full save from them coming in, 5 classics, and Neki does incredibly well to get them back on side. Eternal Fire, a situation there where he was soon to be overwhelmed, but makes good of the situation, and they come into the bonus healthy enough. There were still 3 players left standing, so not too many costly repurchases here. Now just starting to see what Job Life want to do with their attack side. You were very critical of it in the first half, and now we get an opportunity to see it play out from behind the curtain. Listening into the comms here as Eternal Fire are already laying on that pressure.
Wait, Max. In here as well. I'm holding his ping, holding ping.
I'm not holding A anyone.
I'll take A.
Okay.
Push.
Guys, holding B.
I'm holding A.
I'll go for info on C. Like that.
Push
down.
Nice.
Scream like that. No.
It's a very well-received round on the Job Life side. Passive start, invited the pressure, and the reaction quick as you like.
Yeah, it's the next round that we're going to be seeing the real test as we get the full buy of Eternal Fire once again. Fabian being that opper, as it used to be Izzy. Obviously, switched out for Spear.
I think the big takeaway here for me on the Job Life side is that they were prepared for what was getting thrown at them. Something that Unfake was talking about was the fact that, you know, this is a team that can't be anti-stratted. We feel like a brand new roster. So just interpreting that one correctly, and back to another C execution. Looking pretty direct here, first couple rounds.
Oh, Pace has just walked straight into the trap of Eternal Fire. Simple mistakes like that you'll get punished for at the highest level. Still, Job Life need to be careful. That's a good kill from Doma. Bringing things back on side. Echo still looking to dance with this one around the pillar. And the operator of Fabian still here with support of Spear.
Yeah, 2-on-2. Job Life looking to peek out. Fabian catches Kamek as he looks to make an escape. Ooh. Runner spotted, deals 1 headshot, eats the second, gets it. And we're all even again. It's a Red Bull clutch from Runner. Standout performance in the first series, back here in the second.
I mean, since he's come back to VCT, he's impressed me so much. And, I mean, it was his KO that was the most impressive, but we can get to that in a minute. A Red Bull clutch. This becomes a deathmatch server very quickly with the bodies that are actually towards this side of the map. Run up. Just managing to work this one perfectly.
Get down, guys! They are sitting, yeah? But
I don't know what it is, man. All the players in VCT just love to tell people to sit down. And not seen much standing so far today.
They're just making sure that they don't get, you know? Keep hydrated!
Invigilating.
Yeah. Oh, unfortunately, Pays is outlaw, not finding the value that we would expect of him. And yeah, I think he's been massive for Job Life in the addition, creating that new system around him, introducing him to the team. They've had plenty of time, I say plenty of time, a decent amount of time since Chiwa's absence.
Yeah, and look, this is not something that Scars and Larson not going to be used to, right? That was the Ascension run last year. They had a completely new roster there, almost. Just the leadership structure staying in place and now working with Unfake again. You can see what it is they've worked on. Echo taken out of action early doors, and he was the main antagonist in the previous round. Getting past this Viper has been an issue for Job Life, but with some relief now offered, the B site looking open, and the spike arriving from main. 16 seconds, could get a little cagey, but Spear can't do too much here to stop it.
No, cannot. 10 seconds left. I mean, we've seen Eternal Fire get brawly. We saw that thrifty round on the 4th. I don't think the opportunities are going to be given again to Eternal Fire as Job Life shoot up.
Too slow.
And nice shot by Spear.
Yeah, doesn't think anything more of it. Only another Sheriff dropped out here on the external part of A. Doma on the off angle, and back to shooting bodies.
Lovely.
He's loving it. Something that we saw from him the other day as well, as Ordaz is going to get one back. Create a little bit of panic here. He just about has time if he full sticks it, but looks like Doma's going to be getting into the smoke and stopping him from having any chance.
Yeah.
Eyes on the time, not enough for him there.
No, definitely not. Doma having to spend his life for it, and at least bringing things as a majority cost for Job Life. Advantage, though, in their hands, and now it's about showing us how good this attack side is actually going to be.
It looks like this could be a little bit of a swing round, as Eternal Fire have no real money left beneath them. I think Job Life should be good for the next, though, so massive opportunity, stakes are raised, chips are down, and coming towards the end of Lotus here, I think that's something important to think about.
Yeah, I think the other big thing we have to think about is the duelist conversation, right? I think Pays has impressed for his time in VCT and what he's shown us so far, but we've got to also be speaking about Spear as well.
Well, we'll be getting that one a little later on, and yeah, I got to say, Karo, at least in terms of the debut that we saw from both, Spear had the weirdest VCT debut I think we've seen, popping off, getting an ace in the first couple of rounds against Heretics, then getting 13-0'd on the second map, but for the limited sample from both that we've seen already, I think Pei's certainly a prospect, someone which Doma saying in the interview he pushed for to bring into this lineup from the options that they had available. And while he may not have had the biggest haul of kills in the previous game, it was the impact that he was finding. And looking at it now with the ults available and the check-in with the coaches made, this is a huge round if Eternal Fire want to stay in the game.
Yeah, I think with Pays, he always puts himself before others, and that's something other duelists don't even do in VCT. Somehow Unfake is still alive, and the acceleration on towards B. Ordaz looking to respect what's being thrown forward. And Job Life know that this is a big important round, and Eternal Fire do as well, as they've killed almost all the server. Just 2 players remain, as the Ultimate's committed to try and make Eternal Fire pay.
FaZe is already out on site. The only problem is it's led Kamek to his death. Thinking there was a little bit of space to work with, but FaZe leaving that angle open, tries to play himself back in. Disconnect on some of the remaining players on the Eternal Fire side. The closest pair, though, are the ones watching the spike in main.
Yeah, that's the most important. They've even created a crossfire with that dash. Pays with that stun, could do a bit of damage at the same time, and manages to dice it. Thinks about the second, has heard the dash, anticipates Odaz, can't quite get the kill. Spear can. 9-9. The duelist versus duelist comparison shown on the server.
Yep, that's the head-to-head that we end up getting, and Eternal Fire back on terms here. 9-0.
Good effort, to be fair.
And I gotta say, yeah, FaZe made it look possible. If there's a chance he catches Ordaz cleanly there on his reprisal through Blue Room, maybe. But more than anything, it's Job Life bringing the tempo and Eternal Fire matching it. Feels like when we go into these firepower heavy head-on-head clashes, it's Eternal Fire winning them. A is our opener and the op is out.
He's not stopping. No punches held here as he's trying to get stalled out by Eternal Fire. Still going and finally gets the reset. Fabian going for one of his own and just can't quite, gets caught out. Advantage towards Job Life, but only for a moment. In fact, it's going to be compounded. Kamek doing well. And Spike finally tapped. Again, it's just deathmatch after deathmatch, and Echo. A little gap in which to work.
2 players watching this, even a third now with Unfake.
Yeah, making no mistakes. And that's exactly the case. A Thrifty to answer Eternal Fire's Thrifty earlier and back in the lead.
Yeah, big Emoda Thrifty for Job Life to retake that lead. I said it was a swing round, right, in the previous. Didn't actually think Job Life were going to be down on their luck in terms of money, but they were. It's the overdrive of Pays that plays them in here. And just the follow-up from the rest of the pack was fantastic. Spear going a little too early for the hinder there.
Yeah.
And it's crazy to say, it feels like Job Life are still somehow playing their best Valorant when they're turning things up a notch.
When the pressure begins to turn up, they do.
It's what we saw in the previous series, and it's something that Doma spoke at length about.
Yeah.
That's what the experience counts for, those situations.
We saw it in that lower bracket run when it was do or die. Feels like that's when Job Life really start to show the qualities that we expect of them.
And now they're up against an eco, so the decision to push into the pit here against the pistols is a risky one. Runner gets all the way through, but Spear and Echo combining, this just feels like a death sentence. Unfake sending his teammates to their own slaughter as it's a 3 versus 5, backs to the wall, B site open, but for only a moment.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a charity round just given to Eternal Fire at this moment in time. There's 2 rifles to pick up, and Eternal Fire...
Oh, no. It's right into the judge. Fabian's already up in lobby. This is the freest 2 kills you could ever expect at that kind of range. And Job Life have made an absolute mess of the round which should have sent them clear. Eternal Fire have tied it back up. It's an Emoda Thrifty of their own.
Do I have to talk about that round?
Yes.
Do we...
Cairo, you're paid to. It's your job. I'm sorry.
You don't have to do it, but yeah, I get it.
You're on TV.
Yeah, you're on TV. I don't even know. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm just...
It's a poor call. It's a blind commitment into an ultimate.
Poor call is generous.
Okay. I think, to be fair, probably not expecting 3 players inside that one for what it's worth.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe a misread of the stack as you'd often gamble the other side of the map, but
come on,
sort of benefit of the doubt here. Job Life have still got work to do. 10-all, full buy in their hands, still masters of their own destiny as the A space has been taken. Door opened up with a Prowler sent in, so Fabian now restationed. Eternal Fire confirming suspicions. There are still players here. Kind of want to see if Spear's going to get active in the middle of the round here. You can see him out on C.
Yeah, I mean, if he starts to move into B main, there could be issues. but those issues not arising just yet. Joblife poking and prodding, seeing what responds, and they've pulled out a lot of utility from B, even the molly from the Viper. Seems like Kamek's going to try and scale towards stairs. If he moves it any further, Odaz is there to support. Fabian with a good shot, and pays as well. Fabian now under pressure and can't quite get the shotted to work. Once again, Pays showing those entries, but Spike is caught in no man's land. Kamek managing to punish Echo. And Odaz still here. Joblife looking and hunting kills, but they've got to get that Spike down, and finally they will.
Yeah, no recourse for Odaz there either. He's the best player for Eternal Fire in a clutch, and Spear can't finish what was started by his teammate. Joblife back in front, but these rounds have been anything but easy to come by.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like, I don't know, man. These rounds are few and far between in terms of like the quality, real quality. Pays shows it there, sure, with his entries. But time and time again, we're seeing mistakes crop up, and both teams are punishing each other, to be fair. But there's nothing in terms of consistency.
And so if you question the round's repeatability, Joblife are going to go ahead and make another A Insurgent. Spear still sending himself forwards with the ult, and Joblife completely cleared out of this early rubble control.
Yeah, forced towards C, and that's where we're going to see that setup of Echo. The orb, still got a molly in pocket.
Won't be enough to stave off Joblife forever, but it has bought precious time for a rotation. 4 bodies dragged towards C. That's until the duelists start to cancel. Bring their sight back to B. Joblife have been working through the middle of the map in these last few rounds.
Taking the time slowly but surely. It's Echo within this corner that I really start to worry about.
Been pulled on the nade. Kamek, the spike carrier, trying to cross the gap towards the C site, and now the full execution. The finish into the site. Runner, while blinded, still finds Echo. Little bit of luck perhaps, but it's exactly what Joblife needed to get in here. Flashing down the door as Neki and Spear try and retaliate, but it's all Runner in the feed. Fabian offering some reprieve that Eternal Fire required, but it's a 3 versus 1, and the crossfire is set up. He's walking straight into trouble, and that close clear second guess can't reset, and with that, Joblife finding map point on their pick.
A massive round to win out. Finally, some rounds in a row connected at the hip. Joblife, for the most part, I've really criticised their attack, and sure there's mistakes here and there, but they've won the majority of the rounds.
And again, it comes back to what I was saying at the start. I think Unfake has been pretty incisive on these calls, and I think that's the biggest thing for a lot of teams that are working through a rebuild, whatever the case may be in play-ins. Down on their luck, that's why you're here. It's just keeping it clear, keeping it straightforward. Another slow round, just waiting to see what Eternal Fire want to do.
It's that B main push, but it's even some for some part, but same time, Joblife come out the other end. Pays, where is he going? And does identify at least Echo.
Oh, Echo's still running this one down though, Cairo, and he's dead for it. It looks like Joblife have queued up a 13th round, and the biggest thing for me is that the read is spot on again.
Yeah, it certainly is. Doma down to 3 HP, sure. There's a chance for Odaz. It's a minute one. Guardian to play with, and needs to be accurate. Doesn't have the ability to spray. But Eternal Fire put all their hopes in the controller. Swing out, gets at least onto Doma. Kamek deep in towards backside. A hard clear, no TPs out of this. So there's a delay.
It's almost impossible to get back in, even with the paranoia.
Yeah, gonna try it, but Kamek not thought about, and Joblife will draw blood once again from a tier 1 team. They will take an advantage in this best of 3.
And so that strong record which they had in the second tier has translated to the top flight. Lotus under their banner, where Eternal Fire had shown strength of their own here before. So heading into the next couple maps of this series, it's still all up in the air, but you've got to be favouring the French side with how they've come out of the gate, swinging for the fences. They keep on the streak that we've seen from them so far. We head down to the sideline now, though, with Pays to hear his thoughts.
Pays, first of all, thanks for putting your shoes on for the interview. Second of all, thank you very much for meeting me at my height. And third of all, was the strategy simply to beat them at their own game and just shoot them in the face?
I mean, kinda, like really. I mean, yeah, I don't know. We were just shooting. I mean, I was shooting, the team was shooting, and we were kind of just playing it together.
Well, congratulations on shooting better. Also, how far away are you from your screen? Is it like this much?
It's like a nose inch.
Oh my God, let's get this guy to an optician's appointment, but I'll let you win first. Thank you very much, Pays. As for you guys, stick around. We'll be back with more Valorant.
Sit down! Why are you buying outlaw, guys? Guys! Guys, you are so slow! Sit down, guys! They are sitting, yeah? Let's sit down. Good job.
Take me down.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a one break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time this summer. It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best experiences that our region has to offer alongside the best teams in EMEA. Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been fighting for all year around.
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
Right quick, they're killing the mood and up in a few, my lane in a tune. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys when they talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys when they talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the top, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They're killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tune. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All the boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts.
Welcome back to the couch party. Yeah, because I'm the only one celebrating. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Sorry, I did not know.
No, it's okay. It was a surprise party, not for Bayer, but actually for Job Life, because they've gone from having a 0-9 track record against Turkish teams to a 1-9 record against Turkish teams.
Well, they still need to win, but they're in good track.
Yes. This is true. They've taken a map of a Turkish team. That does not count.
You're not supposed
even
to
a
leak the
0.5.
script.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's in the right direction.
Oh my gosh. Listen, I got really excited about the celebration part and forgot we're not actually meant to be celebrating yet. But it was a solid start. I mean, a close start, we have to say.
Yeah, it was very close in that first half, we can say. Even in the second one, there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of brawling on A.
Yeah.
I understand in next division, we have to spend a lot, and in the end, one will come out swinging.
Yeah, it was a very interesting end to the game. I believe, in my opinion, that one clutch coming through from, I think it was Runner, where it was that 1v2, managed to get that dink through the top. There was just so many nice little rounds in there. But for both sides as well. Eternal Fire obviously doing some very good work there in the first half, but then unfortunately falling short in the second. There was moments where we thought, you know, maybe the boys from Turkey were going to be able to take it, maybe just edge it out and potentially send this all the way to 3 maps. But look, I'm getting ahead of myself by even saying that.
I so agree with what Hassa was saying about how good Unfake was calling. Like, so many of those rounds, well, not so many, but at least 2 of them that I can remember off the top of my head, was Eternal Fire going on an extremely aggressive push, and they're so ready for it. You just see them holding the positions, being like, there's always a chance that they're just going to be running at you, even at the last round that we saw. This is all the brawls that we saw here on A, because of course Job Life had to invest a lot to make sure that Eternal Fire did not have that initial way of just taking A almost for free, let's say, and they had to get creative.
Were you surprised by how eager Job Life were to take the fight to Eternal Fire? Because they were very aggressive in that defense in that first.
I think they thought that they needed to, or that they would be better off. Maybe if you are to find not the death ball, but the one person that is standing out of the pack, maybe you start with that advantage. But to me, it's also, there were some moments when they were attacking and you see them running and dying to the Viper util, and I'm like, guys, I know you're a runner, but you're not new. You're not new. I love the explosivity that they were bringing and whatnot. You were highlighting Runner to me. It is such a massive highlight of pace as well, because do not forget, he's subbing in. He's subbing in, and he's having the performance that he is. Yes, everybody, most of them, had to change roles or change agents that they were playing in a map that they were already good to make room for him. They picked them up. It looks flawless. It was very nice to see.
Yeah, look, between the 2 of them, I think they were pushing 40 kills, which is, you know, great to see with 2 of the more aggressive individuals. And also, just to go back to what you were saying before, Frankie, the reason you were seeing like a lot of that defensive aggression in that first half too is also off the back that Eternal Fire, they didn't have, you know, a Cypher or anything with the trip to sort of watch that flank. So you either have to keep your heads up and expect it. And because Job Life know that if they can get some map control and find that there is no one there, not only can they have that threat of the flank, they can also just split it in and then have so much more map control for the retake.
Do you think the Job Life would have played this the same if they didn't have Pays and they still had Chiwa in the roster?
I think that they would have won no matter what.
Really?
Yeah, even if they did, yeah.
Pays is smashing it.
Pays is doing great. Chiwa is great too, okay? I hope that he's cheering from home.
I suppose, I feel like the approach would be different, but then again, I've not got to see Job Life play
Now
before.
the question is, would Eternal Fire have won with Veto?
No. But they didn't win without Veto either. But you know what? We're going to be going to split, and this actually is the Eternal Fire pick here. So hopefully we're going to see Eternal Fire in their comfort zone now, Mac.
Yeah, well, hopefully. You know, they're kind of just going through multiple different agent comps as well, which is going to be interesting if they want to pick something more experimental. You mentioned Veto a second ago. They have had a comp where they've tried Veto here on split. I just don't think they should.
They just won in their last match against Fnatic. Nothing is going to be changed on the side of Eternal Fire. Thank you very much. However, on the other side, have we updated this? So Dom is doubling down. He loves the Vice. He has decided no more Omen, no more double controller. Honestly, say goodbye to Viper as a whole for this map.
Yeah.
Kamek also moved away from that, and onto this. The Runner is now going to be playing on the Raze instead of the way. Okay, all of this is happening.
The Vice on
like, listen, I know that they lost against Navi. I get that. 13-7, Navi did get both pistols. They converted one of the bonuses, which is something that is happening in EMEA a lot, and we definitely have to run the numbers onto that. But this is a bit more drastic.
I think Visor's just a perfect counter for things like Neon as well. So maybe they're just trying to shut down Fabian. If they can catch him off with a couple of the Thorns, then maybe it works.
Let's see if things slow down on Split. And to be honest, Hazard and Cairo, I don't think they will.
No, it doesn't feel like it will, especially with the double duelist approach from either side. We've already seen Job Life play out on Split before Hazard, and it didn't go to plan.
No, it did not. 7-13 loss against Na'Vi in a series which otherwise felt like it was under their control for the most part. You compare that to Eternal Fire's record, yeah, a couple wins in there, but 13-4 against Fnatic with their recent performances again, and then the asterisks on that Liquid result as it was Lohan subbing in.
Yeah.
The one that really stands out is the defeat to GX, considering how they've been performing in recent times as well. So honestly, I think Job Life should feel pretty confident that they can still get a result here, but we'll just have to see. Very impressed with Spears' first debut in VCT with the Phoenix. And starting out on the attack side, he's on the front lines of A.
Hayes has gone investigating once again, and Spear has that flash ready on contact.
Stabbed.
Everybody now knowing, and Fabian will get a freebie. Spear as well. And acceleration towards the east side.
Yeah, Spear holding his nerve there for that flash as well, just waiting for the second player. Audio given away by Pays, and Unfake getting caught before he even has a chance to retake here. Already down to their final two players. Eternal Fire all over this pistol.
Yeah, there's no way that they let this one go. Neck is even there for a little bit more safety should they need it. Overall, Eternal Fire have started this at a blistering pace, and realistically just waiting for the aggression of their opponents and punishing it. Best way to start the second map after a defeat, an in-zone flawless.
Absolutely, and as much as we've been talking about how Job Life have been reconstructed as a team, I think a big talking point for Eternal Fire has to be, you know, such an experienced voice in Izzy missing. I think you could really feel that in the GX result in particular. And while, you know, we don't know too much about the inner goings-on of the team, it does feel like at times they are missing that little bit of extra composure. They are building on what I'd mentioned on Lotus, couple rounds where they're just getting fully punished, going for their standard game plan.
But like, that's the thing, you have a split where you take everyone off guard, you play as aggressive as you can, and as soon as you have a team who have had a month full of prep, of course they're going to have plans to counter your play style.
That's the other side, right? You want to build things up, you also don't want to get burnt out at the same time. So Fabian keeping Job Life honest with the Marshall here. It's just the pistols that they're up against. Kamek's classic, but only one on roll call on B right now.
Yeah, I think it's most interesting as well. Eternal Fire playing 3 different comps on this map with the chopping and changing that we saw from series to series, just struggling to make things stick and find their identity once again. Feels like with this repeat comp that we're seeing so far, Eternal Fire are starting to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, that's the thing. As Kamek was able to stall out the push for a little bit longer with the smoke here, Eternal Fire to eventually gain access to the site and should be able to set up the plant with no problems. Feels like, in some ways, Eternal Fire have been waiting for a while to get Spear involved. A long-term goal when you consider how involved he was with their second string team still playing in Challengers at the time. And yeah, this Phoenix is just a change-up in the sense that they're trying to figure out what it is that's going to work with this set of 5. And for someone who, you know, only turned 19 in March, he's another young player in a very young roster. So some soul-searching to be done, perhaps, as you can see. Job Life just playing for the spike detonation here. No orbs given away.
And that's completely fair enough, considering Spears won away from his ulti.
Yeah, had it into the bonus of the Fnatic game. Started out on the attack there and built some momentum real early. So it's going to be huge for him to get it here now.
Well, at least come away with it. Kamek not giving any more orbs away to anyone else. So, as you said, bonus round, run it back, and even a little dance from Fabian.
Yeah, I'm liking that. I'm liking that. Just emoting on them. Yeah, nothing wrong.
Sometimes you got to have the good vibes, you know?
Yeah.
And only two.
I'm wondering if he has more emotes, or if it's like Boaster with the one voice line from yesterday.
Please don't, mate. That is... I went to sleep still hearing that.
So you did know in the end?
I still don't know.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Well, we can get him to remind you, I'm sure, next time you're on.
Exactly. Well, as you said, Spear, run it back. 2 players only with 2 deaths, and we'll see exactly how Eternal Fire take this round on in the bonus.
O yürüyecek, Neon yürüyecek.
Smoke basıyor. Evet, Neon çıktı bence buraya.
Ya rampaya
Elinde kayma tut, elinde kayma tut. Elinde kayma.
Gel yürü. Buraya Phoenix flash'ı atacaksınız.
Rampaya
Rampaya reveal açacağım, sonra ultiyi bas, olayalım, at.
Attım.
Beyler spike alın. Rampaya bakıyor.
Rampa sol.
Yakala onu, bas ultiyi, git onu vur. Git rampa.
Rampa sağ.
Bekliyor.
Side'e gelirsiniz,
Side'e yürü, side boş. Kır reveal'ı kır. Shot atıyorum.
Rampaya boru vereceğim, son biteceğim.
Evan smoke bitti.
CT'yi alabilirsiniz.
Heaven smoke bitti. Rampaya kursa Canur, kapanabilirsin. Heaven bitti ya.
Canım var.
Güzel, 80 vurdum Fade'e. 46 sıra 80 Fade.
BT yakın.
CT'ye dog atacağım.
Wait should be low. Guys, I'm gonna slide this, okay? I'm fully
One second. Wait, let me stun. I'm smoking main.
1, 2. I'm stunning on them, I'm going out.
Yeah. Wait. I'm watching side for you. Bathing. Side one. You want side someone. I hold elbow as well.
Walking up.
Nice.
Kurwa, I had no satchels. Maybe Doma.
Very well played by Job Life to come back into that. Nice retake, Kaza, as that bonus round had some traps to try and get over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's the run it back for me, and you expected that coming into the round, and it looks like Job Life did too, because when you go back and see how this Phoenix was being played against Fnatic specifically, it was very set-piece heavy. It's like, okay, we have the ult, we're just going to instantly hit off-rip every single round. No fake pressure, no push and pull. So Job Life are very receptive to that. And they're able to get it across the line themselves. I've heard word about a listening curse, that whoever gets listened in on ends up losing the round. Do you believe in that?
No, absolutely not.
You don't believe in curses?
It's a lot of nonsense.
Doesn't give you the heebie-jeebies?
It does not give me the heebie-jeebies. You just wanted me to say that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Well, let's see if Echo has any heebie-jeebies, as he's the one holding on to A main where there is a push starting to occur for Job Life. It's that mid-control that they need to worry about, though, is there is a real skill of Eternal Fire at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if the smoke has a gap by design or not, but you can see Eternal Fire aware of that.
Yeah.
Job Life playing from the sites themselves, though, with the exception of A main. Echo so often detached and used as an insert for a late play. Eternal Fire weighing up their options, of course. They've also got Ordaz in Garage solo. And this is where I want to see if Job Life are going to get proactive in the mid-round, because of how Eternal Fire play. They like to leave players to fend for themselves a lot of the time. Creep up towards B now. 3 players in tower already.
30 seconds
Kamek
left.
has went into Astro form at the wrong time. He's heard the rope being hit and not cleared.
No way!
Oh, Spear, that's a disaster. I mean, even the haunt, really good from Unfake. It's still, though, a 3-on-3 that they need to try and get across. Spike finally committed.
Yeah, and Echo's managed to merge from mid-control into tower now. He's the first roadblock here for Job Life to get past.
Oh, a big player to try and get through, but his shot's not hitting. Oh, finally does, but it's an even trade. And he should have got more realistically with how easy that first kill looked. Neki low himself, and Unfake is cleared in towards CT. It's just a low player now. The captain of Eternal Fire, good first shots and stunned up. Pays, making no mistakes, and it's back all even.
Pays has been a fantastic closer to some of these rounds on the Neon into retake, but the star of this one for me, Unfake, fantastic fade eye on the walk-in, buys a bit of a distraction. Blind Kamek should not have been getting anything there at all. But Eternal Fire, again, showing a bit of a disconnect in their executions. They had a bunch of options for them, complete control of the map in terms of its extremities.
Last player standing. Almost out.
Job Life leveling the score, and now with the better weapons.
I think that's defense once you start to see it get towards its strengths with the operator out. Your chances can be few and far between, and I understand that Split has been getting better for the attack sides as people understand how to play it, but Fabian has just walked into the Vice wall, and this is easily stopped.
Yeah, I mean, Vice on Split, something that maybe we've not seen a whole load of in EMEA at times, but played by some of the top teams since it came back into the pool, of course. Thinking at the start of the year, G2 in Americas, for example. And this is an example of when it can be efficient, especially into that Neon. Eternal Fire completely shut out, and Job Life taking the lead.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we've saw the switch up from the comp that we seen played previously, now starting to play in towards the Vice, it feels like this is a composition prepared for Neon teams.
And not only that, it's Job Life just simplifying things for themselves across this map pool. Yeah, we've seen a couple deviations. I'm thinking Ascent, for example, but even that brings comfort. Eternal Fire into the gun round. They've got Fabian set up on an op here in ramp, but he glides through and takes Unfake immediately out of play. Kamek not too far behind as Ordaz catches the mid extension. And Eternal Fire with the ball in their court here. Pei's looking to rock them back, but even he can't hit the mark in this round.
To live by the sword or die by the sword for Job Life as they try to match Eternal Fire's aggression.
3 1 versus 1s more than anything else. Eternal Fire setting up those fights specifically for this operator.
And calling Fabian for support to hit this A site in towards Stoma.
No way for him to play out here, but it's a strong off angle in front of default. Looking to try and play off of the Thorns. The flash actually blinds himself there, I think. And Neki, the one to trade it out.
Easy enough. And I think Runner's just thinking about saving up. Spear given time to get maximum orbs out of this one. And yeah, I think for Job Life, it's these rounds that allow Eternal Fire back in when you have the momentum at your back.
I think the big thing for me there is probably just that kill on Kamek in middle more than anything else. I was talking about how Eternal Fire like to set up and how they can be spread really thin on this map sometimes in a macro perspective. The way that Neki likes to call is he's consistently playing for inserts a lot of the time. Echo's a fantastic lurker, we know that. And from seeing how Job Life wanted to play their defense against Na'Vi, I'm a little bit more surprised we've not had a pack looking to, you know, take garage space in the mid-round, stuff like this. When you've got a Vice set up to fall back on, sometimes you don't feel like you need to instigate, but definitely be curious to see if there is a switch up from them here in the following rounds.
I would like to see that as well, mate. I'm going to be honest. I think we're seeing that round a bit too static, and then the ones that were the moving parts and dynamic were just so unsupported.
It's just like, again, if Kamek's going to make that play, let's make it with numbers. Why not?
Yeah.
Middle of the map's been pretty precious real estate to Eternal Fire in terms of how they've been splitting through. Again, Fabian seated this time as he waves his arms in the air. 3-all, and at this point, I mean, the half is not decided, but Job Life have plenty of ults to use, and this is where we need to see results.
Doma changed back to the B site. Fabian's operator on the other side. A lot of angles to try and clear here, and he wants to do it solo, but needs to be careful. And does.
Very early use of the Thorns here as well, so some vulnerability uncovered by Eternal Fire early in the round. As always, Echo is playing out here on a limb by himself on A. But Runner checking him out of position. No scaling behind this Viper wall so long as the operator stays on the line.
Fabian. Ooh, slide gone.
Here comes the garage re-engage though. Job Life actually grouping up to take this information proactively. They see nothing. And now Runner should be on high alert for his A-hold.
This operator has not struck a kill just yet. And we're hoping that if you're a Job Life fan, Runner will do now. full bill of utility, and well, straight off that line. As he now gets all the information, but it's good utility, and he should be dead.
Still alive
somehow, and finally caught out. An operator shot fired off.
Look at the rotation though. Steps being heard by Kamek. Only 25 seconds.
In possession, good first kill. Needs one more. 20 seconds left and making himself an issue.
Yeah, he's just bought all of the time here. Pace gets on site and the delay is doing everything.
Yeah, it's up to Pace now to try and deny, and does. Spike on the floor and even a stun to help out. A TP on, and it's easy in the end. It's a disaster, and Joblife capitalise.
Some fantastic utility layered in there. The reveal from Unfake doing God's work, and Eternal Fire hesitant in their committal towards the A site, ends up being a rotation, and with all of that control taken away, Kamek down in market because of that reclear that we saw into Garage, they can form a rolling retreat and end up winning from that position. I still had no idea how Runner hadn't died any sooner there.
Yeah.
But all left a little too late, and the kind of change up, the adaptation I was asking for, begging for from Joblife is exactly what we get.
So scared, but I mean, not scared now. Look at this. Fabian just so far ahead, and Runner's operator not finding what they need. Often fixed. I mean, alive for a moment, but not much longer, as Runner once again can't find impact. And that spike will go in 2 versus 4.
Yeah, Runner's going to be reeling. He didn't commit to that fight there with the op. Now into the retake, there are tools for Joblife to try and play with. Their money is in a good position, whereas Eternal Fire's isn't, so this is just about doing as much damage as you can on the way back out.
Fabian so deep, so it's 2 versus 3 on site. And after first sight, Paranoia used.
Yeah. And it's just the layers of smokes that they've got available to them here as well with this double controller. Viper Orb goes up and it just doesn't feel feasible.
Gun here.
Looking to try and recollect the operator, as it's been a key part of Eternal Fire's attack so far, and a quick pace change is what punishes Joblife.
Eternal Fire showing that they can play with a couple different styles. Steps heard of Ordaz as he's just looking to survive on the other side of this smoke. Doma's got him before the bell tolls. But we're at a scoreline of 4-4 right now, and it's still anybody's best guess where the end of this half goes. Joblife have won the majority of the rounds, but if Eternal Fire are winning it, they're winning it inside the first 30 seconds.
Yeah. And it's even insane that they actually execute into what was the Vice setup.
Issue being the duels don't go down on site.
Yeah.
They're happening in ramp.
And that's 2 rounds where they've lost. Ramp is basically the main issue.
I mean, Joblife haven't really wanted to fight too aggressive on most of these rounds. The timing's so important, as you can see here. Prowler detecting Spear in Garage, and a full concession of this by the defense.
Confirmation with that body in B main that this could be a B split. And that's where you're starting to see the bodies, or well, at least Kamek, start to drop back, right? He needs to be sure, and there's a fight forward in towards Spear's position. As he comes out the runner back, he's caught out. And Runner's still on site, calling for the support of Kamek. Fabian out. Does he realise? No, he doesn't. Kamek has got the value, and so is Unfake. That's just such a vehemently defended site, and in zone flawless.
Yeah, it's a commanding round from Unfake again. Really impressed with his timing in Garage there. As soon as mid starts to get taken away by Eternal Fire, understanding that they need a little bit of space to fight from, it's such an awkward timing, and you'll see it on the replay. He goes for a reveal, and actually Spear was hiding from it in the corner. It's not until the ult got popped that Unfake actually managed to find him.
What's up, guys? I'm sick of them. And I'm killing you all.
I don't think he understood what he wanted to say there.
Yeah, he really needs to work on the trash talk.
Well, he's doing the talking in the server at the moment, and it's Unfake's site that they're heading into yet again. Sees lands, but the nade not quite there for the kill. Echo found in mid though, and he's collapsed upon so quickly. This eco has very quickly been ground down.
Fabian trying to play with that shotgun. Kamek playing with a rifle.
Spike down.
And with confidence.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And that's the Guardian down on the floor. And that is a Job Life round. In zone flawless, back to back. Well played, Job Life.
They're really starting to chain these ones together now as Eternal Fire sent their marching orders yet again. Got to be looking at these last couple rounds now. The attack side keeping themselves in this game. I feel like the spacing of some of the ultimates that we've seen from them, not really deriving too much value. Still got a Viper's Pit for them to fall back on, but I'm looking at the other side. Some real big pieces available to Job Life as we check in with the coaches again.
We tried to do it earlier, but we're going to check in now. It's Spear and Fabian. Oh, sorry, not Fabian. Oh my God,
no,
that's
Pays and Spear. Yep.
Thanks. That, by the way, that is not my fault. I'm not taking blame for that.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they can hear what you say. They can't hear what production says.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Anyway, getting to the point here, I think both of these players on this map so far, again, trying to show how integral they are to the game plan, and Pays has been outshining Spear in almost every department. You look at the stats, Spear a little better perhaps on the whole, but yeah, Pays the one part of that system on the Job Life side making the most difference.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. It's Pays who's been the one to be the aggressor, the one that they need to support, and I think for Job Life's experience, of course they'll be able to do it. Pays is basically the canary in the coal mine for the rest to react off of.
Yeah, and with Spear subdued this far, not able to get those valuable entries of which he was so integral previously. The scoreline right now feeling binding as Job Life already up to 6, and here you go, Fabian shut down on his entry to ramp. It's Pays again behind this to just backfill the main space, confirm those suspicions as the question marks are raised.
It's a nice placement of the wall. Echo's just going to walk straight in and notify the players. Runner first up.
And you were thinking maybe he was just going to drop a nade in there, but didn't have the util available to him, of course. Wins the fight outright instead, and Eternal Fire hamstrung here.
Yeah,
not a single kill in the last 3 rounds.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at Unfake, the position that he's found himself in. Big real estate, should they start to pivot elsewhere, but still trying to fight heaven.
I think the thing is, it's afforded this bigger rotation more than anything else. Still 4 bodies for Job Life towards A.
Ooh.
And now, Unfake's chance to strike. He's looking to slip between the lines, but gets spotted ahead of time, and so Eternal Fire can jump the gun and find the B site free for the taking.
Still got most of that real estate that they had previously. C's missed, and now Eternal Fire go elsewhere. Issues, perhaps, for Job Life to try and clear out.
This is a fantastic call from Neki, just identifying that rotation through mid after losing a couple players.
Ooh. Those shots, though, have identified and pulled Job Life back.
And it's going to take a while here for Eternal Fire to get the plant in.
10 seconds left.
In terms of the post plant, to try and move the needle, they need some more room to try and work with. You can already see Spear's been able to pry away some main space, but the rest of Job Life collapsing through heaven.
Remaining.
They've already taken him out of play. Doma finds his man, and Neki, the only one left behind, has a spike plant in an indefensible position. Unfake to take him out of play. And Job Life confirming that 7th round into the second half.
Yeah, I mean, nicely called round by Eternal Fire, but they just don't capitalise on that call-in, right? They're getting that advantage of Spike, give away the ruse pretty early. But one thing I have to compliment Job Life's defence of, as we've seen them grow into this half, is that when someone takes a peek, there's always a kind of second swing to trade off of that from an angle that you don't expect.
Neki, what's poppin'?
Yeah, I much prefer that one.
Yeah, Jack Harlow featuring on.
Okay, very different haircut, of course.
Of course.
But Job Life, as it stands, in a prime position here to move over to their own attack side, where it looked like that was Eternal Fire's strength coming into their own map pick. You just start to wonder, where do things get better for this roster? Because from stage 1, the drop-off has been well-defined. A changing of the guard. Youngest team in the division. And looking at it now, Final opportunity to make something happen. Coming up on some big ults here. Neki with the Nightfall, and you're always looking at him getting things started, and he does towards B.
Good nade placement as well, as Fabian was just ahead of the pack. Oh, the showstopper at least trades out. Same time as this backside and position that Joblife have, and still not cleared. This Astro Wall could be huge, but instead Eternal Fire rout out any resistance, and that spike can go down.
The pit here in tower as well. It should be impossible to get back through, but Paze is starting to make you believe.
He has the Midas touch. Turning this round into gold, turning kills into value, but not here, not now. It's Kamik, an age-old name that we've heard, and players still looking towards heaven. They don't know. Spear finally anticipates and gets his ace. Straight back into this one, and what a way to finish the first half.
Not the first time he finds all 5 in the VCT since making his debut only a few weeks ago, but still so much work to be done, and we need more of that from Spear in the second half if we're to believe that Eternal Fire can turn this one around. It's not just him though, it's Fabian as well in this double duelist partnership. We heard from him in an interview before the game.
Fabian, it's good to see you back on the duelist role, but how are you feeling right now about it?
Duelist rolüne geri döndün. Nasıl hissediyorsun duelist olarak?
Duelist oynamak keyifli, rahatım. Eğlenceli şu anda kazandığımız sürece.
It's fun, I'm comfortable, and as long as we win, like we do, it's really fun.
And what's it like getting to play alongside Spear? Because I know he's flexing, but often you're playing this double duelist roles together.
Spear'le oynamak nasıl oluyor senin için? Double duelist oynuyor, biraz flex de oynuyor. Nasıl hissediyorsun?
Ya, Spear'le oynamak eski takım arkadaşım benim. Official oynamadan önce birlikte oynuyorduk birlikte. Onunla oynamak rahat, onun oynayışını biliyorum. Aşağı yukarı birlikte aynı oynuyoruz gibi. Rahat, iyi bir oyuncu. Birlikte oynamak kolay oluyor onunla.
He's a former teammate of mine. We played together before playing official games, and with him, we're just a good team, and it's just fun and comfortable playing with him.
And what was it like seeing him get his first win on a VCT stage against Fnatic last week?
Onu Fnatic'e karşı kazandığını görmek nasıl oldu senin için?
Ya onunla gurur duyuyorum. Sonunda birlikte bu stage'deyiz birlikte. Birlikte kazandığımız için mutluyum.
I'm really proud of him. It was really nice to see him win and on the stage, and now we play together, and it's I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, thank you very much for talking to me. Good luck today. Maybe you'll get the next win.
Thank you.
My favourite part about that is hearing Foot in the background just going, nice! If you want to see something nice, it's the Stage 2 finals in Barcelona. I tried, man. You got to give me the...
Yeah, oh, no, look, I'll give that one to you. You'll probably see Yetajay there if you go to Barca as they take that next step. Ooh, I don't like that one as much. We're unpausing already. Okay. Apparently,
nice.
So should be straight in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look, Foot looking pretty good in the upper bracket of play-ins here. Already good for points. Eternal Fire would love some champs points though, and you don't earn any in the play-ins, unfortunately.
Cheers, mate.
To sort of bring us back down to earth though, the chance to set up a Turkish derby looking less likely as this one goes on.
I was actually speaking to Bambino before coming in here, and he said, we don't want to play tier 2 teams because they play like they've got nothing to lose. Much more hungrier, and Eternal Fire hungry as they push down mid.
Joblife haven't been able to beat one of these teams yet, but today might just be the day. Combining in middle and compounding the pain as the pistol looks ever closer. Pressing the advantage now towards the B site, but this rotation is quick, and with that all picked up,
yeah,
there are numbers by back pillar.
Yeah, there are, but Kamik has at the same time walked all the way through 8, and there has been nobody to stop him, so he's calling the bodies back.
And the best thing about this, a Vice Wall to just check Ordaz out of position. So as soon as that is tripped, Joblife understand that at least one of those players is still lurking around towards B. It's time to get a move on.
Oh, Doma.
He was watching the back line, but Ordaz has taken his timing, timed his run perfectly here on the flank.
Yeah, just confirmation that no one's in sewers and no one towards heaven. There'll be steps heard about Neki. Kamek doing well there. So it's just the player on flank.
Neki, very brave, bold on his reapproach towards the A site as Unfake is going back for the orb here as well. The guy is playing mini games around the map, just making sure every last inch of ground is covered. And with Job Life putting the pistol away, they are starting off the attack with a chance to build up some momentum. They looked much the better towards the latter end of the first half, and that carries on here.
I think all Job Life are going to do on this attack is wait for the aggression of Eternal Fire. And every player playing their part.
Already learned some Spanish. Barca ready.
Right, okay, calm down. Eternal Fire, though, starting to try and play in former Resistance in B main and Garage. And I mean, Runner's been able to punish Spear at the same time.
Yeah, Job Life got to be a little careful here.
No charges.
Heading into the eye of the storm. This is where everyone on Eternal Fire is right now. All 5 on the roll call.
Looks like an orb farm.
Yeah, and that's where you start to look. Who is it coming up on anything? Don't think we're going to have any ults for the bonus here, but Unfake certainly made a high priority of his, and well, with Runner only being 3 away, it's a nice one to have.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I think Job Life's ultimate's a little bit longer to generate, but ones that you can definitely find the value for much easier. Kamek going to catch the last, and it is going to be an in-zone flawless to finish things out. That gap moved up to 5. It's about converting the bonus and then making sure you keep that momentum on your side.
Yeah. Comfortable stuff. Round wrapped up by Job Life's most capped player at Kamek. How many appearances do you reckon he's got for his 4 titles?
Ooh, I'm gonna go in the region of 75.
When I looked it up, I wasn't happy.
Oh, was it? What is it?
67.
Whoa! 6-7.
Oh, it's terrible stuff.
Go ahead, do it.
But we're into the next round, and again, it's back to this Garage fight. Job Life on the up, and we're listening in to see what they'll do here after going 1 down to Ordaz.
Last player standing.
My bad. We should have won that, bro. We should've won.
And they've all gone down to Ordaz. He has aced them, and whether you believed in that curse or not, the listening has plagued us once again.
Yeah, but it didn't plague Job Life earlier, did it? Like, I mean, I don't know what's going on there, but Ordaz has turned up the heat.
He's doubled his kills.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Ordaz can do that. He's one of these players that you can try and isolate, or else he'll do something like that. And I'm going to be honest, I don't know what Job Life's up to.
I mean, it's such an easy round to reset from.
Yeah.
Individual brilliance making the difference, and Job Life actually stray away from Garage this time. Don't want to touch it with a 10-foot barge pole.
Could be easily readable, though, by Eternal Fire. And especially with that hunt broken.
Neki spamming across. Page has already bridged the gap here a little bit, and Fabian could very soon be exposed in this position. How good is the synergy on Job Life sweeping forwards? Thorns drop towards elbow, no way out here if you're Eternal Fire on site. But no commitment made.
I mean, playing around this Vise, it makes things a lot slower, but Job Life still making one pace. Where are we going? Oh, the kills still go Eternal Fire's way, and Job Life finally equal things out. Big kill from Echo, still trying to keep fighting, and that's his death.
TP in behind from Ordaz doesn't work out. He's tripped the wall.
Yeah, Doma now alerted, but both players so low and potentially at point of going to get killed. Doma now 26 points of health. He needs to be clean with it and isn't. A clean double swing and Eternal Fire straight back in this game.
Yeah, doubling up for rounds, majorly important. Pei's able to create so much space, but it took a serious amount of time there for Job Life to actually collapse on the A site itself. And I think that was the biggest issue because it allowed Echo to get that rotation completed. The cavalry arrives, their support, the trading, and the micro looking much better for Eternal Fire. Heading right back into this next round, it's Job Life looking for another B main reapproach.
Trying to head that way. Oh, Pays.
Okay.
Good entry through the stinger, but it was a judge that he found.
Not the best of weapons here for Job Life for sure. And with Doma going down in middle solo, the player count is fleeting. 4 of them now, retooling back into mid. And Kamek continuing to probe away. Echo has to be careful he doesn't get caught here, so Eternal Fire start to drop back to these deeper sight holds, and Fabian sweeping in behind with the operator.
Starting to. The gap somewhat missed. Fabian taking big damage here, and with that move, it seems that Job Life have a read on towards A, but they are moving into Neki, and this is a Phantom. Pays by him, and well, he's even died to the fall damage. This is a disaster. Once again, but 3 versus 2.
Fabian tucked away in main here as well, so such a difficult clear as soon as Job Life get out on site.
Oh, Kamek's not even anticipated it. Even with the sewer presence. 1 versus 3 for Unfake with a Phantom.
He's the healthiest of the players left, but it's an empty util belt.
And unfortunately caught out above the wall. Seen an Eternal Fire bring themselves within 1.
I mean, just the shift in terms of momentum in this second half has been one to behold. Eternal Fire proving their quality here. Very quickly reacting to how Job Life are moving through the map. On these encroachments of space, Neki not giving up much. And he jumped. If he hadn't jumped, he wouldn't have died. And Orda's thinking that's the easiest kill that I've found all day. Ooh. Although that's not what I imagine he was shouting across the stage just then, as we head into our first Job Life timeout of this map.
Yeah, of course, and we're going to have a look exactly and remind ourselves what has Job Life's journey been, because so far has it, since Ascension in 2025 till now, it's been an arduous journey.
I mean, look, you can go back even further than that. 2023, still playing domestic Valorant as a fully French team. In 2024, they made the jump to go international, into regional, if you will. That ended up in a group stage exit, of which Kamek was part of.
Yeah.
Took a year away on Liquid and Mates. Valuable experience brought back to this team now, which we're seeing having reached its final form. Currently still around to the good. Yet to beat a Turkish team, as we've reiterated throughout the day. And look, whether that's a stylistic thing or not, at least for Unfake, who has endured the majority of those defeats in his organization's history, something's going to have to change about this attack side right now.
And that change needs to be success. Plain and simple, it's an easy way to look at it. Runner is going to try and use his showstopper to do it. It's a good stun to condemn Audaz's position. Echo going to drop out, and Spear from backside, not clear! Oh my God! Unbelievable! An ace on the cards once again for Spear. Job Life undone after the timeout.
I think Fabian's baiting for the ace hit.
Yeah, and it should be the case, unless Kamek can try and deny that and go one better.
I mean, it was a beautifully cooked up set piece, straight from the strat book for Job Life. Great utility towards back of pillar. Runner gets the opener, and the stars align for Spear, who stops them all solo. The round given the chance to breathe now, and Job Life need that, because Eternal Fire very quickly are going to be making this 9-9.
Time to talk things over. We spoke about it before, the French timeout, as it's been named, and Kamek given at least one, so Spear now tiered up for his ace. One which we have Oda. And Spear going for the swing, will get it.
There it is.
Second ace of this map.
What was that? Yeah. Showing his scary face. Just clowning on him, I guess. Sharp shooting at the end. And
Dome was just laughing at him in the end. Oh man, that's a reset for Job Life if I've ever seen one. Imagine you just sat on the other side of the server thinking, what is that guy doing, man? Like, other than absolutely farming us. Yeah, yeah. It turns out they do have more than one emote. Yeah, not one that I expected. Don't use that one again. Oh, mate. Composure, Cairo. Deep breaths. Something we've spoken about. And Job Life need it. Take it to the tempo. I can't take you seriously. Trying to really slow it down here. Lock in. Here we go. Oh, it's no. Spear again. Oh no. He's been good for it a couple of times already this series, and he's popped the ult to boot. Immediately shown the door by Runner. But they're not past him just yet. There goes Pays to finish it off. And so, finally, a chance to relax if you're Job Life. Nope, just kidding. Here are the ults. We're into the B site. Yeah, we're just going to send it. And Echo! Oh, doesn't connect. Well, not quite fully anyway from his shorty. Couple low health bars here. This is dangerous for Job Life. Oh, Favian trying to play through the wall. Nicky does. And that shorty getting the conversion. One of the low players. Spike still going in though, and a chance to set this up in post. That's important. Round the new box, Favian plays and doesn't quite see the player. Didn't clear it. 2 versus 1, and one that Job Life will win. They do get double digits, but my God, did they need to lock in. Yeah, my God, we needed to chill out in that one. So chaotic on the B site there. Spear feeling like he had the right timing with the ult, but ends up getting fully punished in the corner. I mean, Necky's barely peeked that. Dude, I'd be so mad if I died in that position. And honestly, Fabian letting the side down a little bit, not clearing close there with the op. You can see the frustration because he knows that's a missed opportunity. Op into the following though. And he makes up part of this A hold. The first point of contact as Job Life are 4 players strong here.
Bring them.
Still not really accelerating off the back of that. Finally, you start to hear Pays' steps. Same time, we've got to watch Runner in mid and what he's up to.
They've only heard Pays though. Job Life yet to fake out through just one player, so Pays is really an indicator of that commitment. Fabian does find the first of the players on the way through, and Pays recoupling up with the rest of his team, can't get it going. The catalyst for a site conversion stopped in his tracks.
Yeah, but look at this. Runner's starting to move. A 1 versus 1 against Spear.
I mean, it is an opportunity looming for him, but Spear has read the situation so well. Eternal Fire navigating this and drawing a line in the sands. It's a deep perimeter towards both B and A that Job Life have been offered with their final 3 players.
30 seconds left.
Job Life start to investigate. There's a chance about this. 25 seconds, sure, but I mean, rotations could be cut off. It's all about the duels. And well, unfortunately, Kamek found. So 2 versus 5, and I think this one is over.
That's exactly what Eternal Fire required. Their money riding on this round, so with everyone staying alive, only going to help boon the finances. Bringing us back on level terms. Necky's walking in to see if he can elicit a bit of damage at the end, but no response. Unfake, unwavering. And with 20 rounds played, nothing to separate the teams.
All even, double digits. And I think at this point, we're starting to get into a timeout for Job Life. Because sure, that last round they won, and I mean, it was a bit of a hard task, but for the most part, Eternal Fire are really starting to understand the inner workings of this attack.
It's just the layering of the defense as well. That Viper wall going up right after Fabian takes the first shot with his op. And again, Job Life trying to split the focus on some of these executions through Pays, but requiring a little bit more as of right now. And with Fabian not taking anything off that initial fight, Necky playing him in with utility. Some deep control here on A. Not fully committed to, though. They have peeled off this just a little.
Crossfire though, almost established. Echo doesn't need one. Spears Molly, stops any further push, any swing.
And as soon as Eternal Fire get what they want in mid, which is this opening kill that they manufacture, drop back to this deep setup again. Still got Fabian to count for in ramp, of course, and Echo's playing shoulder to shoulder, or over the shoulder, I should say, into vent. So Joblife will be walking into trouble. Unfake still has a Prowler, of course, to clear out here, and will be waiting on the Horn. But it's not an easy task, especially with those toxins up again.
30 seconds left.
An operator which can very quickly find values. We've seen from Fabian. Did get identified, but still not really cleared. And this has been an issue for Joblife, the operators. Fabian out with his ulti. Should he need it? But it's a shotgun from Neki that finishes things off. 11 to 10 for Eternal Fire. Advantage taken, and Joblife struggling on split attack.
I'm really liking these defensive setups from Eternal Fire, with Fabian just floating around the Viper utility. Echo gets one to start, and then they just drop back into such a position of comfort. It's been so difficult for Joblife to get anything done here. Eternal Fire, eternally vigilant, as you can see. They're going for a direct approach this time, the attack. A final gambit, which has been fallen at the first hurdle again. Oh, Neki!
Lovely stuff. It's a challenge. Joblife just try and force the issue, and that issue just not coming through. Doma needs to show us some individual heroics.
This was a half buy for Joblife, so the best purchase that they will get comes in the next. However, it's more of the same. The end result feels like a foregone conclusion as Fabian's found himself on the line here. Doma dancing and dead. 12 for the Fire, and it looks like their map for the taking right now.
Starting to heat up. Starting to find their way. For the past 5 series, Eternal Fire have never been to a third map. It's always been 2-0s or 0-2s.
Remaining.
We'll see whether that tempts fate or not. The flip side is, of course, that Joblife,
Come here, bro!
they tend to win their overtimes.
Yeah, but I mean, you need to get to overtime first.
And that is the most poignant part about this. These main fights have been horrendous for the attack site so far.
Oh, don't execute into the Viper's pit.
I mean, B has offered some results, and already you can see the intent here as Pays is moving through the map with some serious speed. What a shot from Pays! Let loose, and letting Joblife into this round, the round which they require to extend play.
Echo's walked out of the pit. This is a big duel to win out, and he can't do it. Caught out.
And so once more, the hero for Joblife is Pays, trading a red jersey for the one that eliminated him from stage 3, and 3 already on the round. Going through the gears as he gets onto A, still hanging about in the heavens, and that's one given away. Still a chance here for Joblife to stabilize. A disconnect between the final players. They need to set this one up.
Time to do that, but Oda's pretty late, and Spear already looking for a duel. And you've got so many angles to try and clear. Think about this late win condition and Kamek in heaven.
I mean, Ordaz's movement just on the valence of that, so only now hearing it and starting to reinvestigate the heaven space. Eternal Fire trying to make it happen on the site as it stands. Unfake played in from the corner, he's shut down, and with that, Spike vacant. Smoke's not up, no visual cover here for Eternal Fire to try and play with until Ordaz gets his utility back. Kamek has dropped the Gravwell and he's inviting this play to be made, but it doesn't look like there's enough time here for Eternal Fire. It's almost got to be a full stick for Ordaz, and he can't claim it this time. Kamek keeps them going. The most capped player is the one to clutch it for them.
Pays managing to find that entry is otherworldly. Oh my god! How insane! And then from there, such a nice scale, and it's all about Pays. the frustration, and you can see now that's why Afro on fire, calling this timeout, trying to reset his team to bring it to a third map.
Yeah, I mean, such a mandatory round there for Job Life. Converted in the end through Kamek. Back on this Astra. I think that's something interesting to mention too. He's absolutely leading the way for them so far on an agent which felt like was, you know, not his best on Liquid. He got replaced on this role exactly. I think Split will bring back bad memories for him if you think of Bangkok, for example. But I've been pretty impressed with what we've seen so far. Keeping them going now. And with ults on the table for both sides, one more opportunity. Eternal Fire have been great in this second half, but it doesn't count for anything if they can't get it over the line.
OT or third map. That's the options for Eternal Fire. And with 4 strong towards A, side.
I mean, it's just such a committed call. Neki's instantly going to rip this Nightfall, I imagine, on B as well.
Yeah.
There you go, only spots one player.
And that Prowler does catch on. There's an idea about this for Job Life, but need to be careful. And Fabian and Echo still getting the value. Spike picked up and Unfake starting to head for the hills. It's up to Kamek to try and rescue something back as he moves in towards B Heaven.
But Job Life should now realize it was a stack that they headed straight into at the start of the round. A brilliant call before the barrier from Neki. Something from the coach slot, perhaps. And as you say, Kamek has to be the difference here. Wardaz just using the ult to gain some info. Garage is clear, but this is the gap.
Job Life try and work it and do so well.
Kamek!
Unbelievable. He had to be the player, and is Doma going to rip the ultimate and try and create a little bit of delay to get that spike down, but he's gone. 3 versus 2 now for overtime.
Bullets just flying straight over the head. Cosmic Divide comes in, but no one's playing close to it. It's such a deep hold here entrenched on the Job Life side, and while Kamek's playing late with Util, he has no way to support Unfake here.
Yeah. 3 versus 2 for map 3 as well. Oh, information as the players start to scale out. Kamek brought back, only 2 seen, 1 missing. Utility being sent forward, Unfake managing to do so well! Unbelievable! And it's a 1-on-1 for Kamek to take it to overtime. Time low, the grab well good, and half not found. Issues now for Echo. He needs to win the next duel, but Kamek plays it so well and wins the round for Job Life. Just when you count them out, they bring it to overtime.
And so not for the first time, Kamek is the light at the end of the tunnel. Job Life keep going here on Split. And the round is all his. Fantastic setup. Unfake gets a double ping as there's no audio on the walk back through the wall. Stun staves them off. And Kamek the closer. 12 all, a gut punch for Eternal Fire. The way that round started, it felt like Neki had pulled off an absolute blinder with the support of his coaching staff. And looking at it now, they've got to go back to that attack side where both of these teams have struggled, but looking at the resurgence of Spear and Fabian, that gives you a little bit of confidence here, a silver lining to take into this one.
Starting to accelerate up. Eternal Fire threatening B as Echo tries to work the A space.
Instant re-clear from Unfake though in terms of any players that might have made it out from main. Job Life looking to mid-round this through the middle of the map, in fact.
So is Eternal Fire.
Something Echo is so often known to do is just walk out on A full contact. And so a chance to trigger the wall here in behind could be huge as finally the smoke fades and the fight in middle goes Eternal Fire's way. Runner up in smoke in the end. And Job Life down to their final 2 players.
Oh, Unfake.
Has to make a hero stand and can't. He falls in the first round of OT. And Doma's got it all to do.
What tends to be Job Life time. This overtime going, first round at least, to Eternal Fire. It seems 4 versus 1 for Doma to try and clutch from, which seems so impossible.
far-fetched for sure.
Tragic.
Echo will walk into his crosshair and, oh, Spear's back out on the site. That should have been a free one, but Spear closes it. This resurgence from the duelists has been exactly the force that the Fire required. And now 1 round away from prying a precious OT from a Job Life, which are usually good for these situations.
The player missing so far has been Runner. I mean, we've been speaking of Paze, we've been speaking of Kamek, and who's been finding what. Looks like it's starting to take a toll on Fabian.
I hope he's okay, genuinely.
Yeah, I think he is, and that's why we're going to see a timeout come through from Eternal Fire. Reset as the pressure starts to stack, and in a position to convert.
Doma was talking about this in one of the interviews which he gave before they even played their first game here in Stage 2. Just about keeping their composure, and I think, again, closing what was a gritty Na'Vi match should give them the belief that they can do this one again. But if Eternal Fire are to close this overtime, a repeat of Ascent potentially on the horizon as our decider, then they'll be feeling confident themselves that as neutral ground, the Turkish team are favoured. I've been liking the reads that we've seen from them so far, and moving back to the defenders' side, they've already got the hardest of the two out of the way. This is their opportunity to put some serious daylight between them and Job Life.
Start to show what we expect Eternal Fire. Remember, Na'Vi showed a Job Life for what they were. Eternal Fire have struggled to do that. And at this moment in time, Pace lucky to still be alive as that siege starts to dissipate and regenerate health. Eternal Fire ready to brawl.
Job Life decision to make if they want to commit to this still, because they know there's numbers behind this.
And it still looks like Eternal Fire are going to punish and win the map, their own map choice. And we saw Job Life threaten, it didn't go their way. We're going all the way to Ascent.
Yeah, I just feel like Job Life were out of options there at the end of their attack side, and for as good as it looked on Lotus, we don't get the same on Split. Conversations to be had now in the downtime between our decider as Eternal Fire have turned up for the game. Gonna head down to the sideline though first, and hear from the hero of this match, Spear.
Fabian die so you could get that second ace.
I'm so happy.
The second ace, Fabian went to take the shot and died, and I wonder, did he die deliberately to get you the info so you could ace?
Okay, yes. I say Fabi go search, go take info for me, I'm gonna kill them. If you die, I'm not gonna try, I'm gonna kill them 100%, I say like that. Yeah, like that, yeah.
And how did you react afterwards?
Can you say again? Sorry.
How did you celebrate afterwards? Because even Job Life thought it was funny.
Yeah. Kutlamayı ne abi bir daha mı yapayım?
It's okay. I'm doing it for him. It's fine. I'm doing the celebration for him. Maybe there'll be more celebrations after Ascent, which we'll see after this break.
Women will what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. Vamos!
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
You're like a movie scene.
watching while the credits roll. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You get me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa.
That was a wild map of Split, what went wrong and what we are telling to the team. I mean, we need to do like a small reminder that this is only like, we only have 1 week with this team. Like Pace is new to the team. We are kind of running after the preparation. Obviously, we don't know that much each other yet. We are still discovering some weakness, some strengths about our team. Even through this, we could score this map for sure. Yeah, we did some mistake that cost so many rounds about repushing, for example. But without it, we could have won for sure.
Job Life thinking about their weaknesses after narrowly losing things on Split. Kakuka, what did you want to see more of from them, apart from obviously shooting back?
More of this.
From Eternal Fire?
No, from Job Life.
Oh, you mean like them giving it back?
Yeah.
Some of the moments of the attack there, I feel like the same way that they knew in the first map that Eternal Fire goes aggressive in these extremities and doing this and doing that, especially with the effect that Fabian was having onto them, that operator, how he was just mingling around the map, just having a lot of fun. Shutting that down, I think that it's all about that second half. And sometimes the thing about Eternal Fire is that sometimes they just ace on you and the round is done in 2 seconds and there's nothing to do there.
And once they've aced on you, they've got that confidence and they've got the momentum they need because this is a deathball team.
That was 3 aces, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that was, you know, you don't see that too often, especially in games of this caliber, but it's good to see that the Eternal Fire individuals were stepping up because those aces were definitely needed. Otherwise, we never would have got to OT, and I feel like Job Life would have been running away with this 2-0. Also, on the behind-the-scenes side of things as well, might have jinxed a little bit. I said that Eternal Fire would not be winning this map no matter what. Guess what?
Well, you're a jinx. Yeah, the coolest thing about the aces is that Fabian was 3-9 until he gets that ace in the first half. And it was, I believe, the last round, so the round number 12 of the first half, he gets the first ace. He ended up topping the score with the 21-16. That is the reaction that you were trying to get out of him. Apparently, it just came off like that. He was like, what do I do? And it's just, you just look at them and do this. And I see it completely fair. But yeah, what a bounce back for him, having 2 aces in one single map. He hasn't played that many matches of VCT, so definitely the numbers are going up. And for him personally, as I'm saying, not having effect as a Phoenix on the first half, bar that last round almost, and then bouncing back, I think that in his head that did give him a lot of momentum.
Yeah.
Job Life mentioning this is a team that's only technically been together for a week. You know, they've got Pace coming in. We've had to see Doma shifting things around in order to accommodate Pace's strength as a duelist, which is working out for them in a lot of cases. However, they are up against a team whose bread and butter is to fight you and is to take as many of those fights and isolate as many of those fights as possible. And it does feel a bit like Job Life are maybe thinking too much about themselves and what they want to do on their attack sides and not enough about what the enemy is going to do to punish them.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. You know, even there were moments where they were adapting, especially in that first half, and trying to find like good good counters to what was being thrown by Eternal Fire. They did do that towards the end of the half, which is why it looked a bit stronger, looked like Job Life were almost going to be in the lead. Then they won the pistol. That's when I was like, this is over. And not long after that, as soon as the guns got going for Eternal Fire, they just kept it so clean until the end.
And there is one thing I wanted to raise from the cast. Cairo mentioned that historically, Job Life have had some issues calling attack side, so they can't just put this down to Pace being in the roster. And now we're going to Ascent,
girl.
which is where we saw those issues against Na'Vi, Kakuka.
But hey, they love an overtime. Most of the times they're on the winning end of them. But I don't think that this mentally is going to strain them too much. Again, the problem with this kind of results is that it pains me to think that they could live this match if they are to start losing rounds in the third map. They can lose this match by thinking this should have been a 2-0. We could have closed this way sooner, and things are not going to get easier for them. It is easier in the fact that they will start on the defense, though.
No Battle's Edge. Sorry, I was getting excited. This is one of the maps where they do manage to pull that Sage out, play the double Senti, but it doesn't look like we're going to be getting that. Fabian opting for a little bit of Waylay, which is also different to some of their more recent compositions. That's if he locks it. Job Life, on the other hand, running the same thing as the day before yesterday, keeping the KO in there instead of the Phoenix, so not necessarily going with the meta, but I guess they thought it worked well enough, and that'll be pretty good. You know, you're going into a Vires, if you can manage to hit the knife on the Vires and ruin that utility, then it makes it easier to get onto the site.
Well, yeah, Fabian's pretty much going duelist, henceforth for Eternal Fire because of Fear coming in, having that flexibility, and it plays into their strengths, doesn't it, running that double tree?
Yeah, I was going to say, Eternal Fire had serious issues in this map. For being a Turkish team, and for what we know of Turkish teams here on Ascent, they were not doing very well. So we knew that changes were coming their way. They've moved away from the Phoenix Neon into a very different direction with Spear and Fabian. We thought that was fast. This is going to be even faster. I love Echo. I think that especially at the end of that the second map, he was so important controlling mid as a Viper, and I think that he will have to do the same here on Ascent.
Yeah, look, for me in this one, I want to see if Eternal Fire are to win this, we need to keep them loud, because that is what they were doing on that little comeback there on Split. They were so loud, so confident, so just absolutely obnoxious, and I love that obnoxiousness.
The question for me now is, can Job Life slow down Eternal Fire now the wind is in their sails, or under it, I should say, as we head back to Hazard and Cairo.
Of course, you need plenty of air to keep a fire hot. You were wondering where I was going with that one.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
But the momentum is definitely with them right now, and that's the biggest thing for me. Do Job Life have a reset in them? Because Split is going to be a difficult map to put behind them. I spoke about their track record in OT. Usually see them convert from those sorts of positions. Did well to keep themselves in a game which it felt like Eternal Fire had control of. So now on to Ascent. It's a repeat of what we saw the other day.
Yeah.
And for Eternal Fire, this should still feel like home ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're asking, do they have a reset in them? 100% Job Life do, because, I mean, for their past team results, when I'm looking at it, they have gone to a third map. Especially in that lower bracket run that they made to qualify 2 VCT play-ins. This was a map they impressed on against Na'Vi. Maybe should have been quicker.
Sure.
Pace doing so well once again to be pushing these lines in towards mid already. And I mean, with this contact of utility on towards A, Job Life should have an idea.
Yeah, Job Life's still a little slow to call the rotation over, so they don't get the extra body for the time being, but resolve shown by Doma as he lights up a couple players. Hayes was the first to go down. Runner has now arrived in course and does drop the spike in an awkward position. Further support still making its way in, filtering through the ranks as Eternal Fire have no comfort to the situation right now.
And with Odaz on 44 points of health and Fabian low himself, Job Life have a chance to capitalise here, but I'm walking to short.
Yeah, Eternal Fire under the tree looking for a duel. It's Echo again leading the line, and Echo finding a third before the round is done, so it's all sat on Kamek. He can't do it this time. Those 2 clutches from Split will not translate to Ascent, and so the pistol goes to the Fire.
All right, it does. Eternal Fire starting to find their form, find what we expected of them coming from Split 1, an expectation they set. That kill onto Page through mid, had it not been found, could have been an awkward one. And this fight through shot is one that sets Eternal Fire up for success.
Again, it's a situation where Echo is given freedom when he plays with the pack to actually instigate a lot of these fights. When you're not relying on his utility, when he's not playing away from the rest of his side, as he is on this round. Full save for Job Life. He was the star of Stage 1. And so I think you want to see him in tip-top condition if they're to have any chance on a champs run. And for the time being, play-ins is the focus.
Barcelona is the focus as well. Got to get there first.
Yeah. Got to get to playoffs.
Yeah. A long journey ahead. And as we all know, if you lose once here, you're put straight into the lower bracket for playoffs as well. As Eternal Fire scale in, get one kill with a shock and the spike down.
Spear lined up by this Paranoia cutting across the site on the Job Life side. Kamek giving that one as a parting gift before he's taken off the board.
One enemy remaining.
And a Spear goes through the motions here and wraps it up with a couple in the end. I got to echo your thoughts. I think that's the thing, right? Eternal Fire don't have the benefit of having too many EMEA points right now to go to champs. They sit behind the majority of the teams that are currently in that top 4 conversation. So not only is playoffs a necessity, but a fairly deep run as well for them. Missing out on both Masters. London, the only realistic since becoming Eternal Fire. And now looking at this bonus round to offer a little more for them. They haven't started too strong on these last few maps.
No, they haven't. But this is a change-up. Of course, we saw that how that Na'Vi game went for Job Life, finishing on a Sen, and it was the same sort of start against them. But Job Life's defense started to revive itself.
Yeah, and I think the biggest component to that was Runner on this KO as well. Looked like his best agent back on the Initiator. You're looking at him supplying mid-round information, and with the knife already used, it's just the flashes to get something going. He should be the first responder here from Spawn as Eternal Fire are hitting into the B site.
They are. I mean, trying to play in Spear by using the Whaley utility, but he's used up all his shield. It's all up to the health now, and Doma cleared it backside. Unfake stepping forward, but traded out. It's this Logs players that Runner's trying to work with, trying to work a kill, and Neki, oh, he could have got a second, but just misses out. Pays and Kamek to join at the hip.
A little bit of time before we get to see that, though. 2 versus 3. Pixel angle held at the start there by Eternal Fire, taking contact, knowing at least one of these players coming through CT.
Yeah, Paranoia to come back in, but Eternal Fire do not let them back in. So well played. Diligent in post, and they know what the protocols are for Job Life. Pressure B, drop back sight, and they'll drop into the mud as Eternal Fire get 3.
Big bonus round for them here now as well. As the flames continue to rise, Spear knew exactly the corner there that Doma was trying to survive inside. And so now up against what will be pistols for them. You're seeing these duelists look at their best with the Jet brought into play. I think it's an interesting partnership, very light in terms of the utility you can offer. Of course, the Hinder is very valuable. I'm especially thinking about what that's going to look like in the second half when you can start to get an op rolling through as well. But as it stands, it's all about the dive in.
I will be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of Whaley. Varying success in Job Life, having varying success here. Doma, nice shots. Not one to be distracted by the duelist, and Spear will be the one who gets the kill.
It's the clown show again. He's behind you. Didn't know where Fabian had gotten off to there.
The pantomime.
Indeed. And he is the villain this time, as Eternal Fire have been. Spear still such a high line here, even considering the pistols. But they wipe the slate clean, and with Fabian finding 3 there, keep the rounds rolling. 4 from 4. And we've seen Job Life lose an eco here and there. Not happening for Eternal Fire right now.
Yeah, and maybe with little preparation on split, as we heard from Larson in the coach confession. He spoke about that, right? Does he shout double pump?
Not sure.
Yeah, the point I was trying to get to, right, was the fact that Ascent were seeing more timeouts. We didn't see that on split as much from Larson. He let it run, let the momentum go, and he's trying to get a player like Runner back on side.
Yeah, we mentioned Runner already in this one, and coming into the first timeout, I think we've got to put him under the microscope a little bit. Not to pile on the pressure, of course, but he's such an integral part to the way that this defense functions. Of course, the coaching staff said it. They've only had a week or so to try and make this one work. Ascent is feeling like a last opportunity, something they float in the veto rather than directly opt into. And with everyone on a little bit of comfort here, again, you want to see results from his utility. One light criticism I think you could make is a lot of the time he is just instantly throwing that knife, not waiting to maybe receive some information.
Yeah, but with the initiator changes, he's looking to try and get those cycles back in his favour.
That's true.
Get three
and I suppose,
least.
Look, you're probably trying to stop the rushes as well,
Of
actually.
course.
With his position in A short, he's going to be on for a perfect knife here, actually.
There was pings on towards Jenny, and with the Whaley ultimate, I'm sure that's exactly what the thought process is.
Right in the corner of this wall that he'll want to throw it to get maximum value.
Oh,
actually, it's towards main instead as he stops that push from coming in. Fabian's found the opener, though.
Yeah, it was really nice shots. As you can see, Runner trying to fight his way through. Still gets a kill for his troubles, so back to 4-on-4.
It's actually an opportunity for plays to try and play back in with this op. No one on Eternal Fire can afford to overextend, but Spear certainly thinks so with these blades.
Oh, and the Hunter's Fury back in. I mean, ultimate versus ultimate, and it's one that Joblife have come out the other side of. Runner should know about this short push. It's happened before. And Eternal Fire tried to be proactive, but catching the both players almost off guard as Odaz tries to clear out and does, but now has to try and get back onto Spike to deny the defuse and won't be given it. Joblife course correct and win straight after the timeout.
Just as we highlight Runner, he has his part to play in this round. Delayed the knife a little bit to force Eternal Fire to commit to the A main space, which is where you're then looking to explode. And with the combination of a reveal and a little flash to alleviate that pressure towards Heaven as well, he now has the null command online. So no one's going to want to hit towards his neck of the woods anytime soon. But in saying that, it's exactly what Eternal Fire look to be queuing up for.
Yeah, they cancelled the ultimate last time, and I'm sure that they're not going to make the same mistake twice. Runner, though, playing pretty far forward this time round.
Yeah, change up of the knife, close wall, but hits both duelists, so the scale slowed. Runner does get caught in the null command, though, and Eternal Fire just melts straight through the robot in front of him. Taken offline.
Oh,
and in this 5v3, Joblife very quickly thinking about a save.
Yeah, don't want to try and attempt this one, but while they lose out on this round, we're going to have to start to see Joblife showing some real signs of life. Because Runner getting found out there, 2 kills, killing your round already. We're now almost halfway through this half, and your chances of getting back into this one come few and far between.
I mean, it's a conversation that was had a lot, especially after the Fnatic Heretics game. The decision to make, do you want to start on attack or defense on this map? And when we actually look at the veto process, Joblife chose defense, which is usually what you do, right? You want to put your best foot forwards. Coming out of the split result, though, which is obviously something that you can't quite account for, doesn't look like they've been able to fully reset just yet. So Eternal Fire now up 5-1, a 4-round cushion for the attack side.
But like, when I think of Joblife, right, or let's actually take a step further back. When I think of VCT as a whole, I always think of teams that should be able to threaten on attack and defense. And sure enough, we've seen that from Joblife and from Eternal Fire, but Joblife have shown time and time again that they can struggle on this attack, and I'm starting to really think, if they even were to win against Eternal Fire, do they even challenge someone like that?
Well, of course, we're going to have to wait to find out. For now, it's all about Eternal Fire and what they're up to. Chance to listen in with the Turkish team right now.
Alt tarafta attı. Jet burada. Jet dikey burada beyler.
Tamam drone bas.
Ama clear attı. Dönecekler sanırım.
Deploying drone.
Bine'i çeklemeye çalışabilirsin.
Ben aldım. Ben aldım.
Bakacağım.
Ha B'ye kilitledi sanırım Anıl.
Kanka. Operatör dönecek.
O ben de buradaymış lan, dönüyor, tipi attı.
Dön B'ye dön B'ye dön.
Orba al, ultim geliyor. Al Soner, burada kalabilirsin.
Soner sen kalsana, bir şey gelir.
Çoklar attı. Anıl solunda çok dardı yok.
B'ye AP kilitledi büyük ihtimal.
Evet.
Lan flash'ını pikleriz.
Bize de bakıyor olabilir bu arada, dikkat edin, hiç göstermedim.
Kol açacağım. Görmedim, tamam bekle.
Bir dönmüştür belki.
Lan flash'ı yapıyoruz. Soner bir B main'e ulti atsana ya. Bekle. B main'e ulti at, orada kal. Gördün mü?
Var.
Ulti at, Veli ultisi at.
Atıyorum. Adam site'de. Ona
Kayo da burada.
Yakın.
Stairs da Kayo.
Stairs. Stairs.
Burada. Ya solda
Baba da CT geldi.
Sen bir adım eder. Sonra daha ayda. Aa, ulti attı da. Anasının amında kanka adam.
Canım yok.
Evet canım var.
Piksel'den CT bakabilirsin Fabi.
Bana bir tek sende var.
Açık kurdum.
Bana tam bu iyi böyle.
Hareket yürür beyler.
Yes.
Eternal Fire, clinical on the execution there towards B. Lose a player in A main, but very quickly find their way. And with Doma in a 1v3, within the wheelhouse, Echo low, but this Phantom Spray has to be heaven sent. Hard clear on the close corner is not going to set him up for success this time. It's 6 for the attack side.
Yeah, and they can start to really chain these rounds together as we see Joblife should be on an equal round. I don't think it's going to happen just yet, but with P's with Blades, there's something to work with. And 3 players with a bye. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, after how... I'm not going to say impressed I was by Joblife's defense, but certainly by how they were up to the challenge against Na'Vi. With Eternal Fire, it looks like a different challenge that they just aren't able to rise to.
It's a different beast, and one which has been slumbering so far this stage, but that potential absolutely there to be unlocked. Pays testing the limits early. Wall triggered by Echo in B. And the call yet to be made for Eternal Fire. Very passive hold from Ordaz, boosted up on the box in his own spawn.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing about Eternal Fire. I thought they were lucky to get into this position. Into the second rounds of games. Favian elsewhere has found his first kill, though. In this round, at least. Is right now Eternal Fire pretty slow in their scale into this round, and just looking to see what mistakes Joblife are going to make.
Exactly, and that's where they found the entry point, just working around this operator of Favian as the conduit. That's now exchanged hands towards Neki. The group up coming in through A main, and in the meantime, Joblife trying to reinvestigate towards middle. It's Echo in link, but no information for him. Back to the play. Runner catches him.
He sees 2 players towards that top of mid, and you can see exactly that Neki's been deposited to watch flank and gets value for it.
And now, look, with smokes on Kamek, the first player out of action, it's just too easy to play from main. Doma at the double makes it a 2-on-2. All of a sudden, there's a possibility still here about this one.
Yeah, but the health is so low. And both players on Eternal Fire have full health.
Reveal onto the op. Brings Neki off the line for just a moment, but it won't be enough of a window for Doma to strike into. 24 points of health. He needs Ordaz clean, and then even Neki beyond that will crack the whip for another kill in the round. The scoped weapon sealing it there as it's 7 on the board for Eternal Fire. 6 rounds up into this attack half. A perilous position for Joblife right now.
Yeah, they need to wake up, and I think that's it. It's a wake-up call.
Nice!
One Lotus, and you're starting to think, you know what, this is certainly looking like a Joblife series. Get to split, get to overtime, the magic looks still intact, but now Haza, they feel disenchanted. And just things like this, not getting the opportunities that they maybe would have in the past.
9 rounds in, not a single player beyond 5 kills at the moment.
Yeah.
And for as much as Kamek's heroics were worth in the previous, Pays chipping in at times as well, nobody has answered the call for them as it stands, and that might just be the difference. Eternal Fire doing a lot of the right things as they approach yet another round without an instant push. They know the threat of trying to play into this double initiator at times. The Sentinel of Doma, of course, as well, on the back foot. And with Unfake face checking into B main, it's a silly casualty to give away.
I mean, we think towards Split. What was the thing we gave compliments for on their defense? Playing off one another, having this trade game. But Unfake, solo B main, the Cypher distracted elsewhere on cam, probably through mid.
I mean, honestly, that mid re-clear in the previous round is probably the best semblance of what we've seen so far of some team play for Job Life. Hinder just evading Doma for the time being, so he can continue to sit in stairs with some comfort, fortifying that position, but forced to fight out of it in the end. Gap closed by Spear, and Neki the one to add the details. The spike goes through, and once more, it is a save for the defenders.
This feels like a Tier 2 versus Tier 1 game. The difference stark.
And the difference only a couple stages of play at the top tier. You've got to say it as it is. Eternal Fire ascended at their core. And that was the headline for me coming in today. You know, the reps that they've got, the experience that they've gained against top opposition, has that been enough to transform them into a contender? Right now, it's looking like we're seeing signs of it.
Yeah, of course. And I think Eternal Fire have been hardened by what they've been put through in Tier 1, missing out on London. And right now on the hunt. And Runner passing the test. Still more to be sent, and Job Life still making Eternal Fire pay. But yeah, 100% has it. The fact that these two splits that we've seen, I mean, you saw in kickoff, right? Eternal Fire going into it, really struggling, not having the superstars that they wanted. I mean, Echo being that, but at the same time, they also learned from the issues that they were having.
Yeah. Sorry, just to get carried away. That's where the Eternal Fire comes from. Fabian rubbing his hands together.
No, I'm not giving you it. I'm not giving
definitely
you it.
not.
You're not getting a laugh.
But to carry on this conversation, though, that you brought up and where that experience comes in, these are the recent results for Eternal Fire. I think it's an important reminder. This stage hasn't been great for them so far. They started well against Liquid. Asterisk on that again with the absence of Nuts. And Fnatic towards the tail end to end on a high more than anything else. But when it came down to the more serious opponents maybe within the group, looking at that KC game, Heretics as well, especially even GX, that's when the concerns started to step up.
I think the GX game is the big one for me in this group of 5, just because GX, I mean, we've seen what's happened to them from then, right? That they've not shown kind of any bounce back, and that game was full of inconsistencies, full of individuals, not a team. And I think that's where Eternal Fire probably learned from that and was able to bounce back. A lot of hard conversations after the fact.
For sure, and I think even if Eternal Fire walk away with the win here, no matter how convincing this final map may end up being, it's important not to overreact. There were still issues at the start of this series, and I cannot take any of that for granted against a well-oiled foot in the next game. Sorry, I say oil and foot, and your mind just drifts elsewhere.
Oh, your mind drifts elsewhere? Interesting one from Yumi, and it's an interesting walkout from Fabian as Runner's able to get the second kill of the round, and Job Life starting to look a little bit more awake. They got the value last time from a timeout, and it looks like they'll win the consecutive round in a 2 versus 5. You expect them to.
Yeah, it's a brilliant peek out in unison. Again, Runner just playing a coordinated game, and this is the Job Life that we were waiting to see. An in-zone flawless from them, but it's still just scratching the bare minimum for the time being. Plenty to be done to turn this one around.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you need the last 2 rounds, you need a pistol round and a good attacking half, which we all know can be difficult to come by if you're a Job Life fan. So what's the thought process? Pay's not really in the game. A player who's struggled to find his value. Operator through mid though. And it looks like it will be met by Fabian. Shot's missed, and calling to his teammates that there's going to be danger towards short.
Yeah, Runner again able to dispel this though. Fabian falling and away from the rest of the team despite the setup. it's not enough.
A much more reserved look towards mid now, and Eternal Fire can start to re-clear this part of the map. It's really just put all on Doma towards B. But this is a good gamble by Joblife. Only seeing one, that was the Sentinel. And do they double guess themselves?
I mean, Eternal Fire have shown discipline from these positions in the past. Been quite happy to just slow it down and wait for Joblife to overreact. And as you see here, Runner has been isolated on Dice. It's Kamek that they may yet overlook, though. Boosted up, Unfake to support him. 2 kills from the captain, and that might just be enough. Joblife will go for back-to-back rounds here. And while it's all but guaranteed, still a chance for them to stay in this game.
That's all they're looking for at this point, to stay in this game. But Eternal Fire, schoolboy errors. I mean, you see a KO, he destroys the drone, takes contact. Surely you've got to be thinking he's baiting for someone. Maybe not, maybe you just overthink it. Fully confident.
Guys, where the fuck are you going?
Runner playing in his teammates, but Pays once again through mid. Keep an eye on that.
Here is the op. Already Spear trying to drag the crosshair, and Pays just can't correct in time. The round which Joblife desperately need to stay hanging in this upper bracket is starting to get away from them now. Fabian moving towards the site with serious intention. Ult behind him to be used if required. It's the Hunter's Fury from the opposite side to try and send them packing, and Runner capitalizes. Good damage there. Unfake finding Spear in the end with the duelist off the board. Joblife have a chance to come back into retake.
Yeah, they've got utility, but Audaz tries to try and get a kill back. Can't get it. So now this retake can get underway.
Just a single smoke, still waiting on that dart. A one-way maybe for Neki to try and play off, but you're still clutching at straws. Audaz could find a kill for a reposition, perhaps. It's all situational right now, all up in the air as Joblife have been so efficient on these retakes. Starting to play again as Unison. Runner's bait is not acted upon. It's simply 1 kill back in the conversation, and Audaz with time on his side. The head of Unfake taken, and could this seriously fall apart right now? One left to get, and Audaz, he ain't gonna miss from that kind of distance. Joblife make a mess of it, and the Red Bull clutch might just have been enough.
Joblife missing the key opportunity to make it 4 and give themselves a real lifeline in the second half. But if there's anyone who's going to give them a lifeline, it has to be Unfake. And we checked in with him in an interview before the match.
Unfake, when we saw you play against Na'Vi, sometimes it was quiet and focused, and sometimes the comms seemed a bit chaotic. But you, to me, seem very cerebral and brainy, so I imagine that the comms is going to be a bit calmer today with you leading them.
I mean, comms should be calmer today. Like, it was our first game together in the stage, so it was also first time for Pace. Like, I know we are experienced, like most of us already played on a big stage, but like, we had a long break, so maybe that's why comms were maybe a little bit chaotic, yeah.
And how hard was it to integrate Pays into the team so quickly? Because you did a fantastic job.
I mean, honestly, it was easy. Like, this guy is cracked, he's talented, and he's neon player. And I think, like, he didn't show his true potential yet. Like, it wasn't his best game, I would say, against Na'Vi. I hope he's gonna show it today, because he will deliver. I'm sure about it.
So where have you seen this happen? Where have you seen the evidence of crazy Pays?
Like, we can see it every day on Prax, in ranks, when he's streaming. Like, everyone knows he's really talented, and I hope for him that he will prove it today.
So what do you need to do as a team to set him up? Because he's come in for Chiwa, who was a Senti, so you've had to change so much in the team.
Nah, I think he just needs to put his sensitivity, because yesterday or today he said that he played on wrong sensitivity on stage. I'm not sure if he was trolling, but yeah, Pace, like, just check your settings before the game, yeah?
I'm also going to say he's Danish. Definitely trolling. Good luck today, Unfake.
Thank you. Thank you.
Job Life down by 6 rounds here as Eternal Fire are putting their best foot forward to a potential matchup against their Turkish adversaries. A team which you may expect to see in Barcelona. Again, a reminder, the QR there as always. But for now, full focus on this final map where Eternal Fire look to be in control of the situation.
Yeah, they do. Eternal Fire have been good for pistol rounds so far, and Job Life struggled here and there. But once again, they try to invite the pressure, and it's Runner who is the first one to take contact. Kamek from top mid could activate and find himself some value, and it's actually Runner instead who finds that kill.
It's a player pushed out from A, and Job Life not just into the B site yet. Oh, Eternal Fire fighting back through.
Down B.
And it's from the flash of Echo that they find the kills. Drop deep to backside. Let them get away with it for just a moment, and the hinder to close is again more fantastic utility. Eternal Fire with another pistol.
Like lambs to the slaughter. Eternal Fire, the Turkish side, looking to put Job Life to the sword, as every Turkish team has done.
Be yet another in the 10 defeats. Of course, the most recent ones against Reborn, now Fireflux. And I guess that brings us to a wider conversation, Cairo. Do you think it's a stylistic thing, Unfake calling against these rosters?
No.
Or is it just a great stat?
It's just, I don't know, man. There's a lot of issues here, to be honest. Not shooting back, getting caught off guard, simple things. And it looks like an unprepared roster against one that has been constantly trying to tinker with what has been going wrong. Eternal Fire look back to business. We'll need to see if that truly is the test. If they do make it to play against Foot, which at this point in time, they're favourites to do so.
I mean, Unfake was calling for a crazy pace, and the Marshall buy is a little off-piste. Anything to put some fluid in the tank, get the engine running. It's Kamek picking off Spear to start, though, and with Market taken away, I mean, there's some serious threat here for an Echo under fire. Target-rich environment, he takes 2, which seems to be good enough. But a 3-on-3 situation, an upgrade at the very least for Job Life.
Yeah, but look at towards middle here.
Yeah, it's Unfake just inserted on the other side of the railing. Has to be careful. Classic had to find something. It has. 1 for 1, and back to even numbers again. Doma off angle, holding onto stairs, and that's the checkmate. Fabian in a 1v2. It's not the gun you want for the job, the Outlaw. These shots have to be sharp, and while he knows where Doma is, Runner still doing circles on the back of his mind. Fabian looking for the clear, and there he is. Runner pops up at the perfect time, and while they won't find that first pistol, the second round is good for Job Life.
Hey, it's just as important, and I think actually it could work better for Job Life's momentum on this attack. It basically resets the tide. This next round an anti-equal for Job Life.
Not the first time that we've seen
guys, what's happening?
Echo left as the sole defender of that B site, playing very deep.
Yeah, but you would so like favour Echo in that position.
You would. I guess it's more. I'm calling into question some of the positioning at times because it doesn't feel like the support is maybe arriving to facilitate him.
Yeah, maybe too overconfident in his abilities.
But the gap's opening up and Job Life exploiting them. You can see some fights being taken through B here as Doma cages himself away. And with the Spike looking at making an A approach, Eternal Fire have matched this for rotations, but still the herd thinned out.
Fabian still want to take out a duel, and it's just a bandit in his hands, which we've seen manage to find value before, and Eternal Fire's pistols are able to get some more. But it's a 3 versus 1 for a low Echo. And it seems like Job Life now know exactly where he is.
Just knocking on the door, letting him know.
Anybody home?
Yep. And Doma is.
Yeah. So 3 players through with Vandals, Phantoms and the like. And that economy looking pretty strong for the attack. They'll have a few chances before Eternal Fire really get back into this one, should they get back into this one.
And a big talking point for Job Life throughout today from Lotus and some signs of success, a couple errors here and there, has been the calling on their attack side specifically, and how much of a part to play Unfake has in that. Now he'll be leading the resistance here, as we're gonna get a chance to listen in and see what exactly it is they're cooking up. More of a default round, so hopefully an opportunity to get some valuable insight.
I'm flashing mid base. 3, 2, 1.
Go A split. Go finish A split.
Can mid operator.
Go A split.
Rotating.
I can do one smoke, you ready?
Yeah, go.
1, 2.
I paranoia for you. Go, I'm holding you. Left.
Sorry.
Be short, could be short in front of you. Come to me.
Go away. We have only Omen there.
Come to me, Doma.
Wait, I'm coming, bro.
I'm gonna swing. 1, 2.
Guys, can you walk garden to max and you go spawn?
Yeah, I'm holding.
Gonna search on this device. I think it's not bad.
Go. You want me to break heaven when you pick city?
No,
sure. No.
Go heaven together.
Wait.
This side. 61.
2. Don't see. Might be heaven. Hold heaven. I'm only city.
Just knife under heaven when you'll be close.
I will knife under heaven.
Wait.
I'll smoke main for you.
And if he's close, we can do pop flash.
I'm gonna do flash if he's close. Nothing
Big
left.
main. 1,
2.
I'll plant. Stay heaven.
Go.
Stay heaven.
I need to hold heaven now.
30 seconds left.
Door's open.
Bir yerde olabilir.
Bir tane short var, bekle.
Bir shortsa
Short.
Biri burada. Diğeri de plant.
Under heaven. Short. Kontak bekliyorlar.
Shadows traveling.
Take your...
And what should essentially be a bonus round win for Joblife, they start to get momentum on this attack. And a little bit of frustration, I think, signs of it for Eternal Fire in the comms.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're pushed back onto an eco now. Joblife starting to rattle some cages here. And I just love how involved Unfake is the whole way through the round, from front to back, still leading those discussions when he's no longer alive. Setting up some of that micro, which I think we've seen a lot with a lot of in-game leaders, especially those round win percentages when they're the first to die. It's easier to micromanage from that position, and I guess for a new team, still figuring out some of those things. Diligent in how they move through the map though, and again, just making a call, sticking to it, biggest thing for me.
Yeah, timeout so far have found varying success for Eternal Fire. On Lotus, it was getting immediate impact in round wins, but on Split, it was not the same. So it's the same trajectory as we saw from Joblife on the other side, the other half, timed out in the exact same round, 4th round into the half. And with a mixed bag here, you're expecting that Joblife should win this, and that's the key point here, should win this and bring it into a 2-round game.
That's what we were talking about, right? The fact that it's rounds like this when you're against the lesser weapons that Joblife have actually conceded from time to time.
There is questions to be asked of you every single time, and if you want to be in VCT, Joblife, you need to answer them. Look at this. Trap set up in A main, and a judge to hold short. Joblife are waiting for some form of aggression. Eternal Fire not giving it, inviting the pressure. And Joblife, when they've been asked that question, have struggled.
I mean, it's A short and close B main where you're usually expecting to find a judge. So in terms of what the utility looks like here,
no.
Confirms one in middle.
Wait, Odaz is holding Paranoia to play in Spear. I'm worried here, has it.
Spear walks up, but the drone is going to catch him out. Doesn't quite thread that shot. A bullet delivered through the eye of the needle. Neki out on a limb here himself on B, playing to the other extremity. Numbers behind this for Eternal Fire. And look, any kind of late play makes you worried from the Joblife perspective.
Yeah, it does start to put you a little bit anxious. I mean, managed to get through the A trap, and now it's towards B. 30 seconds remaining. And Joblife need to make this land and stick.
It looks like they do have the right idea, though. Again, Doma slowly encroaching from B main. That's already all cleared out. It's 20 seconds to try and take the site itself. Pays is the one doing the heavy lifting again. And so the pistol shouldn't have much to offer here. I don't know, Necky's still alive. And if he can find a couple more, that's going to be enough. The ult there to try and slow things down, buy a little extra for Fabian, but he's taken offline right at the death. And there were chances for Eternal Fire, but Joblife get through.
I think Eternal Fire just a little bit too eager after the utility used, after the ulti. And I think as well, that round is winnable.
For sure, it's just the investments that have been made now. Yeah. Are Eternal Fire going to be a little short-handed in the follow-up? Yeah. The fact that they do have money now, though, brings up a talking point I raised earlier. Fabian is on the op. When you have a jet, when you've got a waylay, you got to be opping on this map.
No, you do, but I would rather favour Spear's agent compared to the waylay. It's harder to dash away.
Okay.
But Fabian has been getting so much value on this operator, it has to be said.
I was going to say, you are not a Waylay fan, even though you got the instant refract. Look at the space that he's taking in B.
Oh no.
You give that guy the op, Spears missed the shots, so Pays has another valuable entry, and with this Hunter's Fury coming in to add covering fire, Eternal Fire have it spot on. Runner brought down to his knees. Spike in the open, Kamek can claim it with the ult, but it's still a 3v1 he has to play into.
Yeah, but he's looking for this first kill. Not to bring Runner back. Necky not giving him the chance and running back towards A site. It's now a 40-second timer. And he knows there's so many opportunities for Eternal Fire to approach this site.
Retrieving the KO, impossible. So Kamek left down to his own devices, wanted to dig out that kill of Necky, who is solo towards heaven, but a lack of information right now makes this all the more difficult. Fabian the first layer. Eternal Fire coming in from short. Dart revealing most of the site. They should expect Gen. That's when the hinder comes in, and Fabian has expertly navigated that one.
Yeah, very nicely played by Eternal Fire. They are ready to burn the body in a 3 versus 1. Trying to get the utility off. The gap extended back to 4. And I think this is really nicely played. The trap from short. Taking off the contact. And it's just sprung straight away.
And then Fabian is that second layer to it right. He can then get active from the B main space, which he took early in the round. Through the op. Another change up to this defense, of course. And so this almost feels like one of the last chances that Joblife are going to get. They're looking to deny map point here, keep themselves in this upper bracket. Pays has been so good at the entries up until this point, but he's walking straight into the biggest gun in the game.
Don't miss me too much.
And every single time, Joblife have really struggled to deal with the operator. Just to remind you, they're sticking around in main, and it's Spear this time who gets the kill, his 9th of the map.
It's the 1-2 punch, though, that makes it happen. That partnership that we spoke about at the start of the day, showing its strength when they're shoulder to shoulder. Not expecting a quick re-peek after the op pops. And now, Joblife mid-rounding into a Vice setup. One which is ready for a short push.
Flash. Oh, to play in pace just does not work out. Eternal Fire have had enough of these games. They want to go to map point, has it. They want to be done with this.
Spear to hold the cross. He knows Market is vulnerable. Actually, it is only Fabian here on the other side of the door.
It's whether they can break out and surprise the operator, which so far, I mean, again, finding value! An insane double kill! And the spike now. Kamek doesn't have his ulti to bring it back online. It's an in-zone flawless. How many times are we going to see the same issues pop up time and time again?
No right at all for Fabian to find that final kill.
It's a scent, for God's sake.
And with Spear there by his side, the B side feeling impenetrable. Nice change of pace from Echo holding towards this left-hand side at the start of the map. Great catch from Fabian as the info filters through. And Joblife just not diligent enough right now. Banging their heads against the wall. Looks like a fast B play.
Yeah, trying to change up the pace, but you're again walking into Fabian. Walking into this operator. I'm sorry for doubting him. I'm so sorry, because again he finds value. Spear's blades not quite hitting. Joblife now start to accelerate, start to get towards the site, but Odaz, the ace up the sleeve. And he's even found the kill for it. He's found 3. He's going to make it 4 to finish out the map. Eternal Fire show what Tier 1 have. The firepower stopping Job Life in their tracks.
And as the fire burn bright at last in this second stage, Fabian makes a lap of honor across his side of the stage. Job Life, for as brilliantly as they fought throughout the start of this series, you felt like they had to wrap it up on split, and with an overtime evading them out of sorts from the character and composure they've shown up until this point, Eternal Fire moved forward and set up a Turkish derby in the upper bracket, a qualification game between them and Foot for the chance to take themselves to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, Eternal Fire are showing exactly what is waiting for Tier 2 teams in this second part of the bracket. Looking to come back from what was a very poor group stage and play themselves back into playoffs. It is a Turkish derby set up for this next round.
Yeah, and look, while Eternal Fire still with some underlying issues which rear their head at the start of this series, discipline again, a thing that we talk about a lot with this team. It looks to have been improvements made across the board to keep them in contention on that playoffs run. We get to hear from some of the players themselves though involved as we head over to the post plant with Ordaz and Echo.
Thank you so much, guys. Ordaz and Echo, welcome to the sofa. For you, Ordaz, that was an incredible performance. I mean, the clutches, the aces. How are you feeling? Tired?
I'm feeling great, to be honest. I was surprised as well. I was not that good like 1 week, so now I'm good.
Were you surprised, Echo?
Actually, I'm not surprised because like they're always doing like that things. I mean,
yeah.
I wasn't surprised, but I was like shocked when Spear drops 2 aces in one map. Not gonna lie.
Slightly jealous?
What?
Slightly jealous?
Yeah.
Your time will come, Echo.
Everyone was on fire today, and we beat them.
Yeah, and do you actually think that the aces on split helped you gain that momentum to take the win?
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, because before that, I think Spear was on 3 kills before he got those aces.
Nikki told him like you are not the player like that. You beat Fnatic like too big. I mean, and then he drops ace.
Yeah, after that round he aced. We just talked, then he aced.
So Neki, basically, anyone can ace if you've got Neki in your team. Talk us through your reactions to these boys. I mean, this is Sphere. That's the first ace. Look at that. Here we go, Ordaz. This is your moment.
Yeah, I got jealous and I got ace too.
Did you have to call to your team, I'm going to do this? Don't need no backup?
Yeah, I don't need.
Was that the specific turning point you guys think when... Oh, this one's nasty, by the way. The full lineup, just 4-piece out of nowhere. But yeah, do you think that was the exact point where you sort of turned it around? Because like Split was looking shaky in that second half at the beginning.
Yeah, I guess so.
I can't believe I did that on my own, guys.
Did you guys see that, the interview?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I was about to say we want to forget about that interview, and then I went and did that on the broadcast. I'm so sorry. Can we ask about the comp changes as well on Split? Oh, you're giggling. Why are you laughing at the Jet Waylay?
Sorry. We just changed it before the match.
Okay. So you hadn't practiced it?
Yeah, we just changed before the match.
Why?
We just feel it. We feel like that, and we just change ascent comp, and then we go like this.
I love that. That's great.
Is this anything to do with how Job Life were challenging you and wanting to take those fights against you?
No, just us.
Just you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did the coaches know about it?
Yeah. He told that.
Yeah.
So what Fabian just said? Yeah, actually, I'm feeling the Waylay.
I think just coach said. Then we all agreed about that, and that's how we gone.
Yeah. I mean, do you think then you're going to play it again?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
We will see.
It worked. It worked.
Yeah.
So it's at least up their sleeves, so you can potentially play it in the future.
Yeah, maybe we go 5-3 next match. We don't know. No one can know.
It worked against Job Life. Is it going to work against Foot, Echo?
I'm not gonna talk big. Now I'm not gonna talk big because I talked too much big before this stage against Foot, especially.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say anything.
Yeah, we take our lessons. we will not talk about that.
But what about during the game though? Because during the game here, you guys were getting really fired up, sending it over to Jobber.
In the game, we can say anything, but before game and after match, we just don't talk.
Sportsmanship, good respect.
But obviously, the interesting thing earlier today was having Sop on this sofa, Echo,
Yeah.
and Sop just kept looking over at you. What were you doing behind the camera?
I was
Distracting him?
doing some emotes to him. No,
Share with the class.
No, send me over.
You disrupted my interview earlier. It's the least you could do.
You guys have to catch me when I play in game.
Well, this is going to be, it is going to be super interesting. The fact that we do have so many Turkish teams who are going to be playing in the play-ins and also in the playoffs, obviously, because we've already got BBL qualified for those. Fireflux, I have to ask the Turkish teams what they think of Fireflux, because we've got Batunax, we've got this new superstar in Kachao potentially. What do you think of that team?
I'm actually shocked. Like, we are practicing with them. Kachao is always dropping 13 kills against us. Like, he have no fear for any team.
Yeah.
He's playing good, I think. Wonder Kid.
No respect for you guys. No respect for his
respect
elders.
for anybody.
I think it's like us. We were in Ascension, we were like that too.
we
We were
like
just
that in Ascension.
disrespect others and we just playing our game. And now he does, and we know that feeling. And yeah, it's pretty scary, to be honest.
Yeah, would you say it's humbling, you know, coming into VCT, obviously with all of the better players in the whole region? How do you continue to improve when that's obviously happening? Do you just learn as you go and hope that you can improve on your game, or are there specific things day to day that you guys focus on to try to get better?
I think we learn game by game. We always do same mistakes, but we try to fix them. Especially on group stage, we do a lot of mistakes. So now, but we are, I think, like Ascension team, we are like that again.
Yes.
And we are feeling like that.
Are you starting to feel scary again like you did at the beginning of the year? Because if you think about who you've taken down recently, Fnatic, arguably not final form Fnatic, but still Fnatic nonetheless.
Yeah.
And then taking down Job Life with the likes of Unfake, Runner, Doma, these big names you've just taken down. So do you think that now, Eternal Fire, you've got what you needed in terms of what you needed as a team to really kind of set that foundation and go forward?
For me, they are not bigger name because we play more bigger names and we win against them. So I think this match was just for hype. I can't say they were good or bad, but just for hype.
Oh, you lost the first map.
Yeah, we lost. Yeah, it happens, by the way.
The audacity of Audaz. You know what? I love it. I cannot wait to see you guys play for. Congratulations on the win tonight. I don't know if we're going to take a look at the bracket. To be honest, I've been looking at the boys, so they might have even put it up on screen. So thank you guys for showing this to us, because obviously you can see there for Eternal Fire win this match in the play-ins, boys. And then tomorrow we're going to have some really fun games. We've already mentioned Fireflux going up against Team Heretics, Gentlemates versus Enterprise. That is going to be our Amoda showstopper match. I can't wait. But to be honest, I can't wait to see Fireflux play Team Heretics.
Do you think they win?
I don't know. The Team Heretics is pretty good. They can handle the pressure very well.
Yeah.
They've also got Rians.
Yeah, Rians.
And against Turkish.
Rians is pretty good player, man. He's really good.
How does the Turkish community, or specifically the Turkish players, feel about Rians?
No, he just playing. He always play like that. I don't think he's a really good player for me.
Yeah. Oh, so he's the one player you actually have to respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at least you don't have to play him tomorrow, right? So that is going to be the Amoda showstopper. Well, it's not going to be the Amoda showstopper. It's going to be my showstopper tomorrow. As I've already mentioned, Gentlemates versus Enterprise Esports is going to be our Amoda showstopper, ending the first week of the play-ins. Right now, though, we need to end the show for tonight. So thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Echo and Audaz, for joining, and MacMate as well. Thanks for being fantastic guests this week. And for you guys, please enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
Bit of danger rising towards the back of the site. Flickless though is there to recover.
Almost a clock and roll, almost.
But Ara's there quickly finding a double.
Ara
now one away from acing this round.
The heat building as Phoenix looks to cross. The dog bites him to start, and it's a full swing from Cristelli. Let's go!
Let's go! Early reveals, doing a lot of work. Net's done a great job to get to the opener, but then Sop. And Sop is just not stopping. The T went missing in his name, and he takes over again. Oh, it makes Sociable look like he's in God mode.
Close to overtime, but they were level above GX, especially that first map. It was full control in the second half.
Completely faulted over. Doma punishes any more aggression. Simple mistakes like that you'll get punished for at the highest level. Well, that's a good kill from Doma. Bringing things back on side. Can't quite get the kills. Still going and finally gets the reset. Again, it's just deathmatch after deathmatch. It's just a low player now. The captain of Eternal Fire.
Decky, what's poppin'?
Not clear! Oh my God! Unbelievable! Second ace of this map. Pays is moving through the map with some serious speed! What a shot from Pays! And he's even found the kill for it. He's found 3. He's gonna make it 4 to finish out the map. Eternal Fire show what Tier 1 have. The firepower stopping Job Life in their tracks.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, as you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me.